Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to my vacation, Wendy Adelson. Thank you very much for this. Michael Bryant is on his way there. I think that he won't get there until after lunch or around lunch, given was how he's been up kind of since 3:30 in the morning, but he's not there yet. So when he has to land and then he has to drive 3 hours, but he's on his way. So he'll be listening, and then after lunch he'll be here, and of course we'll have an after, whatever we want to call it, an after trial question and answer. But we thought that we do a question and answer. Yeah, this was actually supposed to be my vacation week this week. So, but because Wendy Adelson is on the stand and because Michael Bryant is boots on the ground all week down there for you guys, I'm here with you all. So just was running a little bit late this morning. I still haven't had breakfast, which I'll tell you what it is. This is actually a potassium broth, which is really tomatoes and with a little bit of celery and basil and honey and all, but it's good. If you worked out, which is what I did earlier today, to make sure that you don't get cramps. So just in case any of you work out, we'll give you some helpful hints. So welcome. Let's see who's here. Shannon loves CC Connecticut, right? That means Michael Bryant, right? If that's what it stands for. Good morning. John Boggs, good morning from Draycott, Massachusetts. Loopy last afternoon from the UK. Yes, you're what, 5 hours or 6 hours right now ahead? With the daylight saving time. Amy La 72, morning, everybody. Micah, one of our cup holders. The defense will be persistent in trying to stay off their game. The defense, the defense did get one good thing on Friday, which we'll talk about as soon as I say good morning. Oasis Cat is here. Good morning. Dizzy, of course, got us already on the stream. We are watching the Seal. You know what I miss? I really miss the fans. I wish they would have fans. I mean, I kind of got attached to that fan in Massachusetts, the fans in Massachusetts, okay? Anyhow, everyone's excited for today. We think that she's going to testify. We hope that it didn't go off calendar only because, she was there on Friday. Wendy Adelson was there on Friday. A cup on the go. This was actually 2B's Father's Day gift to his father. As you can see, it says, "Dear Dad, thanks for picking up my poop and stuff. Love, 2B." Okay, so I grabbed that from the cabinet this morning here at the cabin. Good morning, everybody. All of our chats, all our moderators. Hello. Trakisha is also here. Tara Lindquist, thanks, you're here. Jimmy is there too. I know Jimmy said he was coming down, but I haven't talked to Jimmy in a while since he's been on the show. I know that he's got a lot of work to get ready for the Aiden thing on September 12th. And, we're just very happy to have all of you here. As we said, we did do a giveaway of some tickets to that for people that had supported us on Boots on the Ground. Over in when the trial was going on, okay, the Karen Reed trial. So you all know who you are. So we don't need to go further than that. Tracy, thank you so much. Love you all here. Good morning. I'm hearing noise from the courtroom. Okay, Kathy Bennis, hello. Yes, you had the clueless glasses, sunglasses. Get that on-scene correspondent on the line on Jimmy. Well, hopefully he and Michael can do something together on the air down there. I don't think it's going to be involving makeup though, as we did. Morning, White Paint, same to you. It's me, Jenny D. Good morning from California. Good morning from Minnesota. Wyoming says hello. Jerry Spence, one of our great lawyers from Wyoming, just died last week. If you don't know about him, you should Google him. Ruby Ridge was a famous case, and he really went after the government and won. and it's really the beginning of lawyers really taking on cases. But he only would try a case by himself. He didn't want anyone else touching his jury. That was his line. No one else would touch his jury. Winnie from Northern Michigan, Susan Collins, 57, Rabin, is it? Rabin, 21, Rabin. Animals over humans. I'm so happy you're taking over Wendy Day. Sorry about the vacation day. You're welcome. I do have an errand that I do have to run. It'll be somewhere leaving around 10:20. I should be back by 11:30, just so you all know. So I'm hoping that she's on the stand. I will be listening, and then that it's not the break. But if it is the break, we want all of you to talk, all right, and get questions ready. So I'm going to warn you about that. It's something that was pre-booked, pre-planned, and I have to do it. Nikki Dormer, good morning from Australia. Good evening from Australia. Yes, that's about 16, 17 hours ahead, right? Tallahassee girl. Sharon Lowe, good morning. Kyle Sharkey, good morning. Morning, yes, not the good morning, it's just morning. Tracy IE, the only fan. Now we have the only seal, everyone's saying morning to Missy. Tara Lindquist, I know this sounds crazy, but Auntie Deb has me rooting for Donna. They need to get Wendy. Really? He calls her, what does he call her? Donna Sue? Yeah, his Donna, he wants to bring her all sorts. He wants to bring her a nail file so she could file out of jail. I call her Ma Donna, like Ma Barker, so Ma Donna. But there was a highlight in the case when they ended the other day from the defense, when they had Luis Rivera on the stand, and he crossed out all the people that were were supposedly the ones who hired him. And who did he cross out? Donna Adelson. And he crossed out Harvey Adelson, but he did not cross out, and he left Wendy Adelson. That was a highlight. That was actually a high moment for the defense, okay? Of course, he wouldn't know the interactions between Wendy and her mother, which you are going to see. So we're not going to know that, okay? Amy Law 72, you know my buddy Tom CPU. Yeah, Michael Bryant is actually a co-plaintiff with him in the First Amendment case, which actually is still there, even though we won that with the, down in Massachusetts, we call it the First Amendment zone as opposed to the buffer zone. So anyhow, gentlemen, if you have fun, you'll have fun in the Midwest. Oh, yes. Mary Malarkey, good morning from Chicago you're in. Okay, let's see who else is here. Thank you, Trakisha, for that big shout out. Thank you. We have not, Kyle, I have not touched base with Auntie Deb, with Jimmy. So we'll see what's happening. The last thing I had with Jimmy was when he was on our show, I guess about a week ago or so. I know he was on the glare last night. I didn't see the show, but I saw that he was on the glare last night. So, Crochet Crime 30, apparently long line to get into court today. Whoa, my goodness. Michael Bryant had been talking to the person who signs the press passes to, they don't give press passes to. And so don't worry, there'll be no problem for you. You'll be here, So hopefully when he gets there, he can get in court. Okay, hopefully when he gets there, he can get in court with the promises they do things differently than they do in Massachusetts. Jennifer from Massachusetts is on our not happy, we're on the not happy list because she wouldn't give us a media pass because they didn't recognize YouTube streamers, as they call them, or tubers or law tubers as media, even though, Michael Bryant has press passes from like everywhere, as you can see. Okay. Kyle Sharkey, hopefully they open up those empty seats. Yes, that's ridiculous to keep those 2 rows empty. Sherry Presley, good morning from Texas. Jenny, good morning. Linda in chat, thank you. Tara Lindquist, same thing that we just talked about. We hope we can see them both on TV together. Maybe we'll make some guest appearances at all. And F checking in from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Matters are being argued by either party. The attorney who is examining the witness is to argue the point. Again, we're not going to have tag team motions from the state or the defense or any objection arguing as well. Everyone's clear on those.
Yes, sir. I am not crossing Wendy Adelson, but I am the one who's prepared for
the proper.
Yes.
When it's time to handle that part of it,
Watch this, reverse.
They can come in. They can come in, Deputy. When you come in, please take a seat. Be quiet. As far as the proffer is concerned, that will be out of the presence of the jury. So with that, that's really not an issue. Who does what?
Yes, sir. And we resolved all but one. There was a state that provided us with materials. There was one that was objectionable. Ms. Kaplan agreed to withdraw that from the exhibit. But there's only one remaining pleading that is still subject to the proffer, the foundation.
Please find your seats this morning.
Wow, the judges, see that line coming in right now? I'm the final seat. So what the judge just did is he told them he didn't want tag teams. And that's usually the rule. When you have a witness and you're a witness across, you're the one who makes the objections on the witness when it's direct testimony or redirect prosecution. That's the rule in most cases, by the way. And we've seen it kind of lax in some cases here. We've seen it a little bit lax in cases we've watched here where both attorneys will chime in, somebody else will chime in. But most judges, especially in federal court, you're a witness, you're the one making the objection. So the Judge Everett says very clearly here, he doesn't want tag teaming, and is that very clear? So then apparently one attorney for the defense is handling the proffer and one attorney for the defense is handling the cross-examination. The judge has no problem with that if it's two different legal issues but they're not, once that witness is on the
While we're either having the hearings out of the presence of the jury or once the jury is in the room, again, there's not to be any cell phones out. You need to silence your cell phones or go ahead and turn them off entirely. Also as well for the witnesses, no cell phones be pointing at the witnesses or the members of the jury. If you need to step out while the witness is testifying today, please remain outside until that witness has finished with the testimony. Do we have any questions at all concerning conduct at the gallery while the trial is going on? This is pretty simple and self-evident, but there are no bad questions. If you have a question, please let us know. All right. If there being no questions also as well, if you need to speak with each other, please step outside into the hallway so that way there's no disruption or disturbances for the jury. Also, while the testimony is going on, there's not to be any head nodding or any gesturing or any motion that would indicate you're either agreeing with or disagreeing with what the witnesses are saying. If you have an issue with controlling your ability to do this, please step outside as well. We have all of our parties present this morning, including the defendant who is present as counsel. Ms. Adelson, do you have your device to assist your hearing? All right, it's working properly. Ms. Kappelman, the issue that we need to work through concerning the foundation, do you have the witness available to do this proffer?
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, you have a copy, that is actually the copy of State's Exhibit 60 on the bench. I provided a copy to the defense as well. This contains all of the divorce documents that the defense objected to last week with Detective Isom. It includes one additional pleading, the grandma motion, as it's been referenced previously. That's tab JJ in your book there. So each tab represents a divorce filing, and behind the divorce filing in each tab is the supporting documentation for that document to show that Donna Adelson was aware of that particular pleading. So the state is going to be seeking to introduce this exhibit. My understanding is the only issue in contention at this time is the JJ tab. So we will call Investigator Nulan at this time to address that issue.
So this is whether or not Donna Adelson is aware of filings in the divorce case, and there's one pleading that's at issue. I don't know which one it is yet, but it's JJ.
Please raise your right hand and be sworn for the proffer. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give? I swear.
This is why we started at 8:30 this morning instead of 9.
Inquire Ms. Kappelman when you are ready.
Thank you, Judge. I just need about 30 seconds.
Deputies, if we've run out of seating room, is there an overflow area?
What?
Turn those phones off, please.
First offense, cell phone went off. I hope
Sir,
Michael
please
Bryant-
introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jason Nulan, Jason-Newlin.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
Were you asked to assist in assembling the notebook that's known as State's Exhibit 60?
Yes,
And does State's Exhibit 60 contain each of the divorce filings that we were able to directly link to Donna Adelson, meaning show that through some other means that she had knowledge of those pleadings?
yes,
And is the book organized such that each tab has the pleading, and then right behind that tab will be the supporting documentation associated with that tab?
that's correct.
All right, I want to draw your attention to tab JJ, which specifically contains page 441 through 456 of Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson's divorce pleadings. This is a pleading entitled what?
Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And is this the motion that we have referred to throughout preparation for this trial as the grandma motion?
Yes,
Is that because this is the motion in which Dan Markel is seeking to limit or restrict Donna Adelson's contact with his children?
yes, it is.
Okay, so the language, grandma says that the kids are reporting to him, grandma says, you're stupid, that sort of thing, that's what's in this motion.
That's correct.
Okay. And on what date was this motion filed by Dan Markel?
March 26, 2014.
Okay. And is there an email predating that filing in which Dan Markel sends Wendy Adelson the content of what ends up in this motion, the allegations that end up in this motion, and outlines them for her?
Yes,
And was that email forwarded to Donna Adelson?
yes, it was.
On what date was that email forwarded to Donna Adelson?
December 17th, 2013.
And is that email contained in State's Exhibit 60JJ.2?
Yes, it is.
Right. And was there a response to Wendy forwarding this stuff to Donna?
Yes, there was.
And what was the response?
Wow.
All right. And is there another email the next day in which Wendy forwards the parenting coordinator's response to Dan's allegations of grandparental alienation?
Yes, there was.
All right. And is that what the email that's marked as JJ.3?
Yes,
And this is the one that for some reason when we print it out comes out in a big weird formatting block?
yes,
Okay, but this email was sent from Wendy to her mother,
dear mom and dad. Yes.
okay? And on what date?
December 18th, 2013.
Okay, and that's addressed Dear Mom and Dad.
That's correct.
And that contains the same allegations that are later contained in State's Exhibit JJ,
Yes,
okay? And when the motion was actually filed on
Okay, so there wasn't a mistake. It's just that
326 of 14. Do you have any evidence as to where Donna Adelson was located at that time?
Traveling to Orlando on her way to Tallahassee, Florida.
All right, so she wasn't forwarded the actual motion.
Not that we
Right.
can tell.
Okay, and is that
One
consistent?
moment. Turn off the phone.
Second offense.
Please continue.
And is her presence in Tallahassee when the motion was actually filed, or actually she was on her way at the time it was filed, consistent with why she might not have been forwarded that exact pleading when she was forwarded other pleadings?
Correct.
Right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
The email JJ2 that is dated December 18th of 2013, that was sent to an email address shared by Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who responded wow, do you?
I do not.
And with respect to Donna Adelson driving from Orlando to Tallahassee at the time that the motion was filed on March 26, 2014, you don't have any evidence that that motion was shared with Donna, do you?
No.
Nothing further?
Going to redirect for Investigator Nulan.
In the research you did on all the filings preceding JJ, were many of those sent to the shared email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com?
Most of them, yes.
Okay. And in many of those, does Donna respond in a way that we can confirm that it's Donna Adelson responding as opposed to Harvey Adelson?
Wow was a common response from many emails signed Love Mom.
Right, but my question is, in a lot of them, do we have a pattern of Donna responding to those emails?
Yes.
And we have a pattern of her doing so such that we can say this one is Donna, not potentially Harvey.
That's correct.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled, but he is aware of the pattern for his investigation and will testify confidently on this point.
Meaning they're signed mom,
Yes.
or they say dad and I, whatever, with context indicating Donna's the author as opposed to Harvey.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
You may step down, investigator. Any other witnesses or evidence to offer concerning the issue of the crime?
No, Your Honor, not all we're learning about is that tab.
Zelvin, you may make any final argument concerning JJ of State 60.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's the defense position that the state's argument is entirely speculative. In Investigator Nulan's testimony, he indicated that the pattern indicated that when Donna was responding to these emails with pleadings, she would sign it with her name, or she would indicate dad and I. This response, JJ2, just says wow, exclamation point. As a result, Your Honor, it's our position that the state cannot establish a foundation for admission of JJ1, which is the March 26, 2014 counter motion that the state has nicknamed the grandmother motion.
Scott Holman, you may briefly respond.
Judge, the email was sent to a joint email that we can prove was routinely checked and responded to by Donna Adelson. She routinely checked and responded to emails specifically in reference to this divorce, and the pattern and totality of the testimony will show that she was the one that was primarily engaged in receiving pleadings, giving feedback on pleadings, even drafting and editing pleadings on Wendy's behalf. So I think the fact that the email was shared And if the defense wants to point that out and argue that maybe it was Harvey that responded to this particular email, then they're free to do that. I think that goes to weight, not admissibility. I think it's important that the second time the email was shared, it was directed to mom and dad, and it was specifically directed to Donna and Harvey, so not just to Harvey.
The foundation for this item will need to be established. It sounds there are multiple witnesses, both Investigator Nulan and also through the testimony of Wendi Adelson. However, once the pattern has been demonstrated, I will find based on this can be admitted if the pattern in fact does show that both either Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson would both respond from this email concerning matters of the divorce, and the communications do in fact match other communications that were made specifically by the defendant. Concerning the limiting instruction that was discussed on Friday, if the defense is still seeking this, the court would provide the instruction. This evidence may be considered for demonstrating state of mind, motive, or intent, unless you're seeking some other form of limiting instruction, specifically as to 60 JJ.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
This is actually a really interesting issue about the knowledge from a shared email when it's unsigned. I think it becomes a jury question if the matter is to be established.
This evidence may be considered for demonstrating the defendant's state of mind, motive, or intent as far as any arguments that Donna Adelson is in fact not the person who sent the wow response because it was shared. Certainly the defense is free to cross-examine on that point and present any evidence or argument in support of that position. But I am going to find that these matters being argued go to weight, not admissibility, if the pattern can be demonstrated by both the investigator and Wendi Adelson and their knowledge of these communications or investigation.
That's, defense appreciates that and agrees with the language.
Very well. Ms. Keppelman, do you wish for State 60 to remain at the bench, or will you need it back for the moment?
I have a copy, Judge, so if you'd like to keep it for your use, that's fine, or I can retrieve it.
All right. I will just keep it up here then next to my trial notebook. Are there any other matters that we need to address before the jurors are brought in for this morning?
No, Your Honor.
I believe, as previously discussed before last week on Friday, as it relates to Wendi Adelson, if the defense is still seeking to take a proffer as to matters that would be both relevant and would not, at least in their review of the evidence, go to Mrs. Adelson's Fifth Amendment privilege, I will allow you to take a proffer out of the presence of the jury concerning that matter. Is Mr. Loro present so he understands what will take place?
I don't think he's present, Judge. I think I told him 10 o'clock.
All right. When it's time for her to take the stand, she will be testifying pursuant to the state subpoena and any immunity that would attach under the state subpoena. After that examination has concluded, the jurors will be taken out of the room so the proffer can take place. Mr. Loro's position on this matter has been clear throughout as to anything but a state subpoena which confers immunity. He or his client intends to invoke her privilege against self-incrimination. As to that, he will be informed of the defense being able to take a proffer, since the proffer was not possible at the time the motion was argued. Again, depending on what the questions are and whether she will still intend to invoke the privilege at that time, the court will make a ruling.
This is all
I
about.
did, though, want to make sure both parties are aware as it relates to the cases on the invocation of the privilege under federal law and both state law. The defense is going to have a high hurdle to clear with this. I believe cases go to the lines of the privilege not only protects the answers that would in themselves support a conviction under a federal or state criminal statute, but likewise embraces those which would furnish a link in the chain of evidence. And to that point, I believe that is where Mr. Loro's argument lies. But Mr. Zellman, again, you'll have your opportunity to make your proffer to determine whether in fact there is something that is relevant and does not go to the proper invocation of the privilege.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. While we're awaiting the jurors, I believe we told them to report at 9:15. If there are any needs that the parties need to attend to, please do so now. If anyone needs to use the restroom, please do so now. Once the jurors arrive, we will bring them in and we'll get started with our first witness for the day. Does either party need to be heard about this any further?
No, Your Honor, you'd like to start at 9:15?
9:15, I believe that's when the jurors were told to report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Still no going out and doing testimony. Valerie needs to use the restroom or move around. Please do so now. This is the time.
This is not micromanaging. This is how you do a really good courtroom. Judge Everett has a total control on his courtroom. He knows what he knows what he wants to do. He knows what the schedule is. And so he's telling everybody, hey, we're going to start. Once the jurors come in at 9:15, then if you're in court, you're going to be stuck in court. They're probably going to, not let people out unless they really have to go out and all. But that was some interesting rulings going on there. Let's go through them a little bit. All right, let's break them down. And I would tell you, the last one rates. Let's start from the backwards. Wendi Adelson. She's going to come in. She has to invoke her privilege to say she won't testify. That won't happen in front of the jury. That's out of the presence of the jury. And then they will usually they go to sidebar to do the invocation of giving the immunity. I don't know how Judge Everett did it in the last trials. I don't remember, quite frankly. I know how most of my trials go, and the invocation of immunity that's given by the state usually is done at sidebar on the record, out of the presence of anyone that can hear it, even though it still will be on the record. And that would be, she says, I want to invoke, she's going to invoke her privilege, or her attorney will say that she's invoking her privilege, or the judge may require her to say it, depends on the judge, and some of the federal court rulings that have now come out about that, that it's it is her privilege, that she has a right, her Fifth Amendment privilege not to incriminate herself. Then he'll ask the state whether or not they need her, and the state will say they need her, and therefore they're going to give her use immunity for her testimony. She's been through this now a number of times. Now, the difference between use immunity is that nothing that she says in that invocation, when she gets on the stand, after she invokes and gets immunity, in her testimony, can be used to get against her, or any derivative information that's found out as a result of that could be used against her in any future proceeding, right? So that's use immunity, as opposed to transactional immunity, which says you are immune from ever being prosecuted for the murder of Dan Markel. It gets a little complicated in the grand jury settings. It's not so complicated in trial settings, because courts do this around the country when it's necessary to have a, quote, co-conspirator on the stand to testify. And there's no way to make this case against Donna Adelson unless Wendi Adelson testifies. So, as we know, she will, she'll deny that she had anything to do with it, but she'll get on the stand, and then she'll be given use immunity. And the state's stuck with whatever she says once they've given her use immunity, unless they think that she has committed contempt, and then she could be prosecuted. That's actually really not contempt, perjury, unless she be prosecuted for perjury. But so that's the way that'll go. That's nothing different, nothing that you haven't seen before. I want to talk about the prior argument that was handled by Zellman, and that's the issue of the grandmother, grandfather, grandparents motion. And that was the motion. And I first thought there was dates wrong, but what would happen is the email sending the motion and a lot of the exhibits were sent to by Dan Markel to Wendi Adelson in 2013. The first one was sent in 2013. And that is really, it was the grandparents' motion saying that the grandparents, mainly Donna, from what I had read before, was alienating the children against Dan Markel, the father. Usually you find this in parent alienation cases, right? You can't have contact with the children unless it's in the company of some other person, or your contact is limited because you're alienating their affections against the other parent. And the other parent in this case would be Dan Markel, right? Because the Adelson's grandparents. And there's a specific email here, JJ3, that was sent on December 18, 2013, while Donna apparently was on her way to Tallahassee. So there's a question about, by the defense, that number one, the way the email was responded to, since it's sent to a joint email account, Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, and the way the email was sent, the state cannot prove properly that this related back to Donna. Now, let me give you my end result. I'm going to go back and talk about it. My end result is that if there is a basis to put this in enough that this could be Donna, and the judge says that has to come from Investigator Nulan and Wendi Adelson together, not just Nulan, all right, then I think it becomes a jury question as to whether or not the pattern of the response would relate to that being sent to by Donna Adelson, who's on trial. So let's go through why I think that and what the prosecution and defense argued. So the prosecution argued basically that this was a joint, right? This was a joint account, but that there were a lot of emails that were sent by Donna Adelson back to Wendi when she would send things that would say, wow. But many times the defense says they were signed by Donna. It says, love mom or mom, and didn't say dad, even though the email may be addressed to mom and dad. So those emails they had no problem with because they're specifically signed by Donna, Madonna Adelson, right? Grandparent Adelson. All right, but they do have a problem with this one because there is specifically no signature on this. Now, it's a good argument, by the way. It's a very good argument. It's the one they had to make, and they really had to make it. Investigator Nulan was really interesting in the sense that when he was questioned about this, right, and just like the attorneys in the courtroom, he was specifically asked a question, by Zellman, do you know who actually sent this email back, the email return, the response of wow? And he said no. And Nulan said, okay, let me just sit down. Let me sit down, okay? Because that is a really good answer. And that actually does provide an issue if Donna Adelson gets convicted of an appeal, an appellate issue, a very good appellate issue, because the investigator said no. But what the judge then said is that the foundation is not only established by the investigator, but also by the investigator and Wendi Adelson. Actually, the prosecution hadn't really argued that specifically. What the prosecution argued is that there's a pattern of response of the word wow, capital W-O-W, many times signed by Donna. This one wasn't necessarily signed by Donna. So maybe that's, that's something that the jury has to find. So I think that's the jury's decision. No one said the jury should be able to find this. That would be my argument from the prosecution. It's a jury question if we establish the factual basis of the foundation. It becomes a jury question whether or not this is sent by Donna or this was just sent by Harvey. All right. Basically, that's what the judge is basically saying. He's saying, I want the foundation not only from the investigator, but from Wendi Adelson. When you have that foundation, you can ask the jury, it can go to the question as to whether or not Donna sent this, and you can argue that. But I will give a limiting instruction that the defense asked for, which is it goes to motive. I'm not sure how good this limiting instruction is. Intent, and intent mainly. There was another thing, but that legally, that's the most important thing. Does this go to the motive of the intent of Donna Adelson to have Dan Markel murdered, killed, a homicide? motive and intent. So to me, those were the two major issues that become important because of that email. Does that go to motive and intent, that Dan Markel wanted to take Donna Adelson's rights away from her, from being a grandparent, right, and seeing the kids, or seeing the kids under certain circumstances, or seeing the kids with a monitor, which is likely what courts generally do. They generally put a monitor in. They don't actually eliminate the rights, but they make the rights very limited, and like an hour a week, an hour every 2 weeks, an hour a month, and you have to be able to see the child with a monitor present. That happens in divorce cases with parents when there's parental alienation, all that times. Okay, so that's really what we're doing. I'm not sure that's a really good. I mean, the defense agreed to that. Now, here's the problem I have with that. They agreed to that. I'd be jumping up and down. No, Your Honor, I want a limiting instruction saying that the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that email itself came from, the email return came from Donna. I don't want this limiting instruction that the email only goes to motive and intent. I mean, what good does that do the defense? And yet the defense agreed with it. So you have this incredible motion that could be subject for an appeal about whether or not the prosecution proves beyond a reasonable doubt. And the prosecution will say they don't have to prove that fact beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. They only need to prove that fact by the weight of the evidence. And there's always that issue in an appeal too. All right. I don't know let me see if I'm explaining that right. The prosecution must prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I, as a defense, argue many times that the prosecution must prove the specific piece of evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Generally, the rule is that the prosecution must prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, but the specific piece of evidence just needs to be evidential that the jury can make a fact finding on that it's more likely than not, and therefore put it into their hopper beyond a reasonable doubt when they do the whole case. I'd be arguing the difference here. I'd be going really crazy here. But the defense, after getting the admission from Newman that he has no evidence who responded to the wow, none. He said no to that question. Defense then kind of like, I think it all goes by the wayside, because they then agreed to the limiting instruction should this evidence come in, and this evidence needs to come in. Will Wendy say that her mom specifically was the one that responded with wow? Or was her dad, Harvey? Is she going to put her? Is Donna Adelson through Wendy going to turn on Harvey now and put him in the limelight of being part of this conspiracy? All right, this becomes really, really interesting. Now, we do know that Wendy won't get on the stand until about 10 o'clock, because the prosecution, they must have a witness beforehand, because the prosecution must said that the investigator dealing with the immunity was told to come in at 10 a.m., right? Of course, I have to leave you all at 10:20 or 10:15 for about an hour and 15 minutes, all right? So, I mean, hopefully they'll be doing direct when that happens, and I'll be listening to it, and I'll be back before the cross happens or before the morning break. But if not, I hope you all argue and discuss, and argue and discuss, and argue and discuss, kind of like in a jury. The problem is that most of us, I think, as we agree, most of us, that I think this is a really tough case for the defense. Let me just take a break for a couple things. Jenny Lou, 22 new member, welcome, Jenny. You're gonna find a very welcoming community here. Great chatters. They know the case better than I know the cases sometimes. I know the law, though, better than everybody else does. So that's an advantage for me. Advantage, Linda. Donnie Not Wahlberg, gifted 5 Justice Served TV memberships. Thank you very much. I think they get gifted right now. You'll know who gets the memberships right now, and people tend to love them because, I mean, it's tough to have a $2.99 a month for many people. And we don't, we know that. We understand that. Sharon Logue gifted 1 Justice Served TV membership. Thank you very much for that. Also, really appreciate that. Appreciate all of you being here. So let's go back and talk about this a little bit. So what the prosecution did argue, though, was that this was a pattern and practice, which is always an evidential issue. Was there a pattern and practice to show that JJ3, which is the email, okay, and I've got them on both sides of my notepad here, Justice Served TV. All right. Was the email could be from Donna. In other words, that she would have knowledge that this motion was actually filed, because it was apparently distributed by Wendy earlier, but the motion wasn't filed until 3/26/214, which is why I was like, wait, the motion was filed after the distribution. So apparently Dan Markel was trying to, or through his attorney or through himself, was trying to, by having this motion ready, saying, hey, back off, back off, back off, right? And apparently, according to this motion, Dan Markel his name was being sullied by Donna Adelson and maybe Harvey. Hence, the motion is titled the grandparent alienation motion, right? It's really, they call it the grandparents motion, but it really has to do with limiting with the grandparents' right because of grandparent alienation of the grandchildren against the father. All right. So that's where it was. So when the prosecution came back after the defense attorney's element got the investigator to admit that indeed, all right, he could not say no, specifically who responded. Wow, that's the attachment JJ3 to JJ, which are the divorce motions in the packet that the jury is going to have. Prosecutor Kappelman came back and said, look, we have a pattern of Donna Adelson responding wow and signing it from mom previously. And she's done that her response is wow. So that she didn't say this, but I'm saying this. So therefore, the jury can infer that the wow came from Donna Adelson, because she in the past, even though she didn't sign this one, has said wow and signed her name. So they're arguing a pattern and practice will show that the wow had to come from Donna Adelson. And it really sounds like, while this was the Adelson's account, I mean, many of us have accounts, that are like, with our spouses because of different things, like, social things, going to dinner here, people inviting you to dinner there. And quite frankly, Donna looks like the one who's more savvy into dealing with emails and all. Harvey doesn't look that savvy to me, dealing with the technology. And you're only talking about emails. I mean, this is 11 years ago. I remember going before a court, the New Jersey Supreme Court, and arguing not too long before that. They didn't even know what a thread was in a post-it type chain, right? I had no idea what a thread was. So you have to think back 11 years ago. People weren't as savvy to technology as they are now. And we know a lot of people who are older can't even do some of the things now, can't do some of the text, can't do the social media and all, because there's a learning curve. And it just sounds like that really wasn't Harvey's thing. This sounds like it's Donna's thing. That doesn't mean that Donna didn't talk to her husband, who is in court. Now, in the past, Donna and Harvey have not watched Wendy testify, right? Don't discredit Harvey's tech savviness, says Oasis Cat. I just have a feeling these all came from Donna. I just think if I were on that jury, I'd say that wow came from Donna. It didn't necessarily come from Harvey. But I think they have enough to do emails. I mean, most people have enough to do a reply to an email and read an attachment to an email, even 11 years ago. And it appears from the pattern of practice that indeed Donna and Wendy did communicate by email, and that Wendy was able to read attachments to email and was able to hit that reply button to email. So we have that going. But in the past, Donna and Harvey have not seen Wendy testify. This is really going to be really interesting because this is her mom. All right. So is her testimony going to be different, or is she going to dime at her mom? Now, when we did the reviews, which I know a lot of you have watched, Wendy 1 and Wendy 2, when we did the reviews, right? And we replayed some of the testimony when we did Wendi 1, which was actually in Charlie's trial, but we split it in two sections because it was the more important testimony. It was nearest. When she went through the emails with her mom, Michael Bryant and I both said, "Whoa, Donna is in trouble because Wendi is the one who's going to convict the mom." That's the one that's how we felt, right? That Wendi was, those emails were pretty savage. Remember, that's when you heard about Donna's plan to dress the kids. And
Everyone can be seated.
you know what? We're back into the courtroom. Why don't we go back?
Everyone's reported. Good to go?
The jury is reported.
Yes, sir. Oh, need to stay.
See if she's going to cry today. By the way, Judge Everett's microphone, as you know, has been fabulous during the trial. It wasn't so great during the pretrial motions, but fabulous during the trial. Hey, I'm hoping, Jessica Fritz, that Michael Bryant, when he gets here, has a great seat because he was promised a seat by the coordinator for the press, who says you don't need a press pass, but you were on the list of being, a member of the press. So I'm hoping that he gets a great seat after, having traveling from 3:30 this morning. Our own Michael Bryant is going to be there, certainly at least after lunch, through Thursday, by the way. He was initially planned to be there the week after, next week, but we moved it up when it became clear that things were going to go a little differently, and Wendi was going to be testifying here. And there's Janet Reed. Thank you very much. Gifted one Justice Served TV membership. Let me show that. Oops, I have showing the wrong thing. Okay. Yes, there you go. Thank you so very much for that. We appreciate those. As I said, everyone who gets them really appreciates them. Okay. When I have to leave, if they're in a break, I really would like our producers to come on and have some discussions with you. Missy and Dizzy won't do it, I know that. But Missy, you game for that? When I have to take that hour and a half or hour and 15-minute break that I have to, something that I must do? I don't know. I'm putting Missy on the spot. I'll see. It may be that there's just testimony. Well, let's see
Can you
here.
bring the jurors in?
Okay, the judge now said you can bring the jurors in. So everything is loud in that courtroom. The typing is loud.
It's just investigators.
The floor is loud. Everything is loud in that courtroom. Maybe there's more mics set up because Wendy's testifying.
Spoke too
I would think
soon.
that it's a standard 3 mic.
The parade to the bathroom continues.
Oh, the judge timed everybody out. The
Yes,
jurors
sir.
are going to the bathroom. Oh, not fair. You told them to go.
That's right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's like, hey. That's apparently what we're waiting for. I love those kind of moments in the courtroom because it shows the reality of what happened. Oh, Donna Adelson standing straight up. She's got her grandma's sweater on with that's like a blue shirt that they would give it in prison, but it's not. I mean, it's her shirt.
Everyone can be seated.
You dress your client when your client is in jail, by the way.
Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful weekend and good morning.
Good morning.
By a show of hands, I just want to confirm that everyone has in fact complied with the instruction not to seek out any information about this case, and also you've not spoken with anyone concerning this case. If this is true, please raise your hands. And for the record, all 14 jurors have raised their hands. At this time, we are going to continue with the state's case. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Investigator Nulan.
Okay, so Newman's going to be the first witness to put some of this evidence in.
Investigator, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this trial will be the truth? I swear. You may take your seat.
All right, he's been there for
You may
hours.
inquire when you're ready.
And I'll tell you the rest when we have a little break. It's kind of cute, Mr. Michael Bryant.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Jason Nulan,
Luckily, everyone in our chat is only worried about getting
Jasonnewlin.
into the courtroom.
How are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the state attorney's office here in Tallahassee.
What are your duties at the state attorney's office?
Primarily assist the prosecutors with preparation for trial.
Okay, so that can include quite a long laundry list of tasks.
It can.
In this case, have you had an opportunity to review state's demonstrative A?
Yes.
What does state's demonstrative A contain?
It's going to be the entire divorce filing of Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson.
Okay, and what were you asked to do in reference to state's demonstrative A?
Review it, find items of value for this case, but also review documentation that can corroborate this information was shared.
All right, so were you asked to look for the foundation to support the fact that each of the filings in that document were known to or seen by Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And what type of evidence did you find in regards to the divorce filings to indicate the defendant has seen these things?
Emails primarily. There was a couple daily planner, documented daily planner agendas that we were able to use as well.
And when you say emails, where were those emails collected from?
A 2014 search warrant on multiple emails, but primarily Wendy Adelson's emails, and then a 2024 search warrant on Donna Harvey at Gmail.
Okay. And based on the research that you conducted for these divorce filings, did you find foundation to support the fact that she had seen or was aware of quite a few of those documents?
Yes, I did.
And based on that, did you create a new exhibit, State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
And how is State's Exhibit 60 organized?
So each filing that we could validate would have been provided to Ms. Adelson is going to have a letter associated with it. And for example, A1, A2 would be a document validating information passed along, whether that be an email or a planner.
All right, so each filing in State 60 now has a letter, and then behind it, the jury can find the foundation to support that filing.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to take demo A away from me, give you some space. You have a copy of State 60 in front of you?
I do.
Let's go to first page. And Judge, may I make use of a PowerPoint?
You may.
Did you assist with creating a PowerPoint to assist the jurors in understanding your testimony here today?
I did.
How is the PowerPoint set up?
So on the left is going to be the divorce filing pages and excerpts from specific pages, and on the right will be the documentation saying the information was passed along to the defendant.
Okay, so if we click, will we see this divorce filing? What was the first divorce filing?
The first divorce filing was a petition for dissolution of marriage.
Who filed that?
Wendy Adelson.
When was that filed?
It was filed September 10th, 2012.
All right, any evidence that Mrs. Donna Adelson was aware of this filing?
Yes, there was a preceding email and an email following. So an email sent on September 9th, 2012, indicating Ms. Adelson would be filing for a divorce, and an email on September 19th indicating Ms. Adelson had filed for divorce.
Excuse me, Judge, can you ask the witness to speak in the microphone?
You can just adjust the microphone, investigator.
All right, so she knew her daughter was getting divorced.
She did.
All right, let's go, if you would please, to tab B of Exhibit 60. What is the filing in tab B?
Joint stipulation for substitution of counsel.
Okay, and what is a substitution of counsel?
It's generally when an attorney that's assigned to a case is getting off of the case, and a new attorney will be assigned.
All right, and Wendy was switching lawyers?
Yes.
Who was she switching from and who was she switching to?
She was switching from Shannon Novi, switching to Kristen Adamson.
And was Donna aware that Novi had represented Wendy prior to this substitution?
Yes, she was.
All right, and for that, I would direct you to 60B.2. Did she send an email 7 days before this lawyer change?
Yes.
All right,
Well-
that's the defendant sent an email indicating that Wendy's lawyer was Shannon Novi. Is that right?
Correct. Currently, our attorney is Shannon Novi of the Novi Law Firm.
Okay, and then was there a second email directing you to 60.B3 sent on July 10th of 2013?
Yes,
Okay, that's after the changeover of lawyers, right?
that is correct.
And what does she say in that email?
This is going to be the July 10th B3. Gary Cohen told Wendy tonight that he thinks the offer should be made her attorney Kristen at mediation on the 18th of this month.
Okay, and what about in the paragraph above that? Does she talk about why Wendy left the Novi law firm?
She does.
Okay, so acknowledging that the new lawyer is Kristen.
Yes.
Do you know who Kristen is?
Kristen Adamson.
Okay. And 60B.4, did she actually draft an email, and by she, I mean the defendant, draft an email including a portion in Wendy's voice for her to send to Kristen Adamson?
Yes.
And that email is dated what?
October 18th, 2012.
And what is the email entitled?
Review of post relocation info for your attorney.
One more click, please. One more click. All right, and in that pleading, she says, I have been upset about this move since it happened in 2005, referring to having to live in Tallahassee, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the I in that sentence is Wendy, right?
Correct.
Okay, next. There are, however, 16 Christian, Catholic, and Baptist schools in Tallahassee with over 3,600 students attending them. If I remain in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending a Hebrew day school, nor be brought up kosher or religious in any way. That's not a threat, just a reality. Is that contained in that email?
It is.
All right, next slide. All right, so the boys stay with me, the mom, during the week and spend every other weekend, Friday evening through school, Monday morning with their dad. Okay, so this is arguments for relocation that are being outlined by Donna for Wendy to send to her lawyer, correct?
Yes, that's
Next
correct.
slide, please. All right, so let's move on to tab C. What is the pleading addressed in tab C?
Wife's answer to husband's counter petition for dissolution of marriage.
Okay, and so now on what date?
That was filed on December 5th, 2012.
Okay, so we have Wendy filing another response, yes?
Yes.
And what is she asking for? Next slide, please. She's asking for, I'm sorry, bad question. Strike that. Was there any proof that the defendant saw this filing?
Yes.
The wife's answer. Okay.
Yes.
So we've got an email in here dated July 19th of 2013. It's marked as state 60.C2. What is that email?
The subject is please forward 5 items, and there are 5 attachments to this email. It was on July 17th, Donna Adelson replied to an email, and then Wendy replied back.
All right, so sometimes Wendy would just file a group of actual divorce filings and forward them to her mother.
Correct.
Okay, and in this case, she addresses the email, "Hi guys." Does that indicate she's sending it to both Harvey and Donna?
Yes.
Okay. Next. So that's where Donna is asking for the items and then Wendy responds and sends them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Next slide. All right, let's go to tab D. What is tab D?
Amended petition for dissolution of marriage and request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children.
All right, what does this indicate, this petition? Does it indicate where she plans to go?
It does. This is Wendy Adelson attempting to move the children to another part of the state.
To Coral Springs, right?
That is correct.
To live with her parents.
Correct.
Okay. And States Exhibit 60D.2, can you tell us about that email?
This motion was forwarded to Donna Adelson with the terms, "Here it is, let's edit."
All right, so who sent it to Donna Adelson?
Wendy Adelson,
On what date did she send this to her mom?
December 10th, 2012.
Okay, so that's 3 months before the document ends up getting filed, right?
A month.
Okay. So before she files her motion for relocation, she being Wendy, Wendy sends it to the defendant for edits.
Yes.
And does the defendant reply with some edits?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and that's this email that starts, "Honey," on page 3, number 13, says that you and Danny have assets that are deemed non-marital assets, which are either titled in both or in each individual name, which will be kept separate. What non-marital assets are these? Does this refer to your 401k, his 401ks? If so, his 401ks, one for $75,000 and one for $25,000, if not set aside in a prenup, are deemed marital assets. So this is, am I correct? This is Donna responding to each, she kind of goes paragraph by paragraph and offers edits and questions for Wendy.
That's correct.
All right, and how do we know this is Donna and not Harvey?
Signed, "Love you, Mom."
All right, and then are Donna's questions and feedback forwarded by Wendy to Wendy's attorney?
Yes, they are.
And does Wendy cut and paste Mom's questions and then send them to the attorney as her own questions?
She does.
Okay. And then does she, upon getting a response from the lawyer, does Wendy send the lawyer's answer on to her mother?
She does.
All right, let's go to tab E, please. What is tab E?
Motion for leave to amend petition for dissolution of marriage to add a complaint for relocation.
We're going through everything we just talked about. Hold on. All right, so E, motion to amend petition for dissolution of marriage to add a complaint for relocation. All right, so this is Wendy seeking to add the relocation issue to her initial petition.
Correct.
Okay, and was there any discussion from the defendant regarding the arguments for relocation in the context of the divorce?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And is that 60.E2?
It is.
What's the date on that email?
It's going to be 5 days prior to the filing, so January 9th.
Okay. And that is for your meeting tomorrow with Kristen.
Correct.
And Kristen Adamson, Wendy's lawyer.
Yes.
Okay, and how is this one signed? Well, let me back up for just a moment. Some of the contents include, obviously, at some point, whenever Kristen thinks it's a good idea, since this is a major bargaining chip for you. What was the major bargaining chip?
Her employment. I believe.
That she had better employment opportunities in
Correct.
South Florida.
Yes.
All right. He needs to know that there is no way in hell you're going to stay at FSU and that he's the reason you're leaving. Is that what she said?
Yes.
And that's Donna's the author of that.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to tab G, please. What is tab G?
The husband's answer to wife's amended petition for dissolution of marriage and request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children, and husband's objection to wife's request to relocate with minor children with prayer for relief.
So he didn't want her to move to South Florida with his kids.
He did not.
And what did he say was the sole reason that she really wanted to move to South Florida? Right. And did he say that she was misusing access to the children as pawns?
Yes.
Meaning Wendy was doing that.
Correct.
Okay. And did he make some other allegations against Wendy in this particular filing? For example, the wife alleges that the husband wants to move from FSU, but that is false. So he's saying that Wendy is misstating his intentions in the pleadings. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does he also say something about, here's the pawns, we can skip that.
Right.
The wife has on various occasions failed to allow the children to Skype with the husband. So as part of his allegation here that the communication is lacking.
Yes.
And specifically that Wendy is failing to comport with the agreement that they've made about Skyping with the children.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the broken promises, communication withdrawal, and deceitful behavior indicate that the wife really cannot be trusted to consider the children's best interest. Did Dan Markel put this in his filing?
He did.
Because there are numerous false statements in the petition to relocate, and because the wife's behavior reveals deception, lack of integrity, and other instances of bad faith, this court should look at the wife as having unclean hands. Did he put that?
He did.
And this was sent to Donna Adelson?
Correct.
The wife who unilaterally helped herself to $400,000 of assets she barely contributed to. And then it goes on, this court should award decision-making authority over education, medical, and religious matters solely to the husband. He didn't even want to consult Wendy on those matters.
He did not.
And he was asking the court to grant him sole decision-making over those three areas of his kids' lives, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so do we have the defendant's response here? And I'm referencing 60G.2.
Yes, we have an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson.
And she replies the same day indicating she read everything that Markel wrote, right?
She did.
And how do we know it's her and not Harvey reading these documents? Or
Signed,
this
I love
particular
you.
one?
Signed, I love you, Mom.
And does she send any emails at this point indicating that she's working on Wendy's response to this filing that Markel, that we just went through in detail?
Yes, she did.
Tell us about that.
On February 27th of 2013, she sent an email to a friend, Ronnie. Literally says, I'm sitting here at the kitchen table in Wendy's house working on her response to Danny's response to her relocation petition.
All right, let's skip to tab M, please. What is tab M?
Husband's memorandum of law in support of his answer to wife's amended petition for dissolution of marriage and objection to request to be allowed to relocate with the minor children, and husband's motion to dismiss wife's petition to relocate.
All right, so we have a second filing, the gist of which is an objection of Dan Markel to these kids being relocated.
Correct.
Speak up, investigator.
That's correct.
All right, let's go to M2. Was this filing that Dan Markel did forwarded from Wendy to her mother?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And it was forwarded on what date?
May 2nd, 2013.
So the same day it was filed by Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the next day, does the defendant offer a response to the email?
She does.
And what is that response entitled?
Info regarding his memorandum of law. Email.
And how does she refer to his memorandum of law? It was 23 pages
His
long,
23-page
right?
rant. Obviously, his 23-page rant was insufficient, so he's trying to push the court to deny hearing your petition.
Okay, what does she say about the efforts that Mr. Markel is putting into this divorce?
Jibbers has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get what he's always gotten, his way.
And what does she say is the most important part of Wendy's divorce?
The most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that this is your non-negotiable. Lots of things are negotiable. That's one thing that you cannot let her think, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children and close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job with hours much more flexible than your current job.
Okay, and does she say anything to disparage Dan Markel in this email?
She says, Danny thinks he's a very important person, and as always, he and his needs come first.
Does she call him a narcissist?
She does.
Okay, I might have gotten ahead of you, but if you'll read what's up there, please.
Only an idiot like him would write that. He should be the only one consulted for making decisions regarding the health, education, and religion of his children.
Okay,
I don't know
keep
if
going.
you hit it right now, but
Mr. Markel has become a religious zealot over the last few years since the birth of our first son. Skip forward. This is also to show the congregation what an attentive father he is.
An attentive is in quotes, right?
Yes, it is.
She doesn't think he's an attentive father, does she?
No.
Okay, what does she say about the schooling opportunities for the boys in South Florida?
He is indoctrinating them, not teaching them. If he truly cared about religious school for them, then clearly one of the 37 Hebrew day schools in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County would be a better choice for our boys.
All right, next, please. Okay. Does she say the word bribe? Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Okay, what does she say about a bribe in this email?
Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets, since he does have family that would allow him to use their homes to stay in.
Okay, next, please. What does she say about the legal fees?
And isn't he also supposed to pay some of your regular legal fees? This bastard has not paid 1 cent toward your bridge gap alimony.
Loving, caring
Yeah.
father that he is.
Yes.
She doesn't think he's loving.
No.
Your Honor.
What is the objection?
Counsel's testifying.
I'll withdraw.
Stay, please.
Tab O, please. Next slide. Okay. Okay, so here we've done something with the exhibit to avoid duplication. Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Okay, so several of the emails that were preceding this, they all correspond back to this. The filings, everything was kind of an ongoing process. So there were multiple emails that covered multiple filings throughout the court document. So some of these files will say refer back to the emails in C or refer back to the emails in B. And this is one of those that says refer back to the emails in C. And this was a motion, father's motion for enforcement of parental agreement and for electronic access to minor children pursuant to Florida statute.
All right, so if they get to a filing in their exhibit 60 and they can't find the supporting documentation, they should look on the first page and there might be a note referring them to one of the other tabs.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, they're going to refer back. If they want to see the supporting documentation for O, they'll have to go to C.2. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and how does C.2 provide a foundation for O?
It is one of the petitions. It is one of the attachments that was forwarded in that email.
All right, and that's the C2. It's not up there right now, but that we've seen where there was a batch of documents forwarded from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Okay. Tab P, please.
I think the Skype thing is important because if she moves and if she's not allowed
Okay,
Skype
so
now,
this one is what?
if she moves, you won't allow Skype then. Lost over there.
Notice of taking a deposition of Donna Sue Adelson.
All right, so the defendant's deposition was being sought in Wendy's divorce.
Correct.
And was Donna aware of that?
Yes.
How do we know that?
Emails. And the communication was back and forth between the two.
All right, did she author an email specifically talking about the service of the notice for the deposition? I'm referring to 60P.2.
Yes. It was an email on May 21st.
All right, and what does she say about the service, the notice of service for the depo?
It says, wow, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S? R, as in like pirate.
Okay. And does she indicate she's still working on some of the questions for Wendy's divorce?
Yes, I've been working on some statements, etc., for the relocation, so I'll send them soon. Love, Mom. I love you, Mom.
Donna is so
Tab T,
entangled.
please. What is this?
This is the wife's memorandum of facts and law in support of her petition to relocate to Coral Springs, Florida with the minor children.
Okay, and how do we know that the defendant was aware of this particular filing?
This one we would refer back to Q2.
Okay.
And in Q2, one is indicating thanks so much, Mom. But in Q2, there's going to be an email on June 11th, 2013. Hi, honey. So here's the info I had for travel since Ben was born. And there's a list from 2009 travels, 2010 travels, 2011 travels, 2012 travels that Donna Adelson would have sent to Wendi Adelson, reference Dan Markel's travel.
So what's the purpose of documenting Dan Markel's travel?
Essentially to say he was absent most of the time.
I'm going to object to the investigator offering his opinion.
Overruled, the investigator may answer these questions based on his review of these documents and investigation in this matter. You may continue.
Specifically outlined in detail by Donna Adelson and present in Wendy's filings that Dan traveled too much to be a present father.
Correct.
And in support of that, does Donna here send Wendy a detailed accounting for every trip that Dan Markel has taken since the birth of their first child?
It does.
Imagine
We
being.
don't know
a
how it is that she can
telling every
possess this
trip
information.
book in
Or do we?
2009?
She kept track of a lot of things.
Oh,
Okay.
holy.
Can we go to tab W, please? What is tab W?
Husband's reply to wife's memorandum of law in support of her petition to relocate to Coral Springs, Florida with the minor children.
And what does Dan say about the wife's pleadings?
The wife's pleadings are vague, filled with rank and obvious falsehoods, and the legal analysis is fundamentally inept.
Does he mention her parents as well related to this line of argument?
For the preceding reasons, the petition should be dismissed with prejudice and costs forwarded to the husband. Indeed, if the costs are not awarded, then wife and her affluent parents, who are bankrolling wife's litigation so that they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren, will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation and thereby prevent the parents from reaching a space where they can cooperate, collaborate, and communicate effectively and warmly in the project of raising their wonderful children.
Remember Donna called them her boys.
Okay, I think we can
Our
breeze
boys.
through W.
Our boys.
And 4, please. Go on to tab Y. Tab Y, what is this?
Order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children.
What was the order?
It was denied.
When was it denied?
It was filed June 13th, or I'm sorry, June 21 of 2013. It was actually denied on June 20th, though.
All right, so signed by the judge on June 20th, filed with the clerk the next day.
Correct.
Okay, and it denies relocation.
Yes.
With prejudice or without prejudice?
Don't see prejudice referenced in this motion
Okay.
for order.
Does the defendant acknowledge that this relocation order has come down?
She does in an email to a friend,
When is the email sent?
June 24th, 2013.
So just 3 days after the filing of the order?
Correct.
Okay, what does she say to the friend about losing relocation?
Unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months,
Okay, we seem to be frozen on the screen there.
of case preparation, the judge listened to Wendy testify for 1 hour. Nothing. Well, I'll do this. The judge took a break and asked one question. I'm not hearing about any physical abuse by the father. Has he been pulling out their toenails? When Wendy said no, the judge said, well, I've made up my mind. No physical abuse, no relocation. Outrageous. So at the moment, she will not be allowed to relocate.
At the moment.
At the moment.
All right. How does she conclude that email?
Anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. Sorry, I didn't mean to respond this way, but I'm beyond angry.
Okay. Tab Z.
This is a order setting pretrial conference and non-jury trial.
All right, so the divorce is set for a final hearing, a trial.
Yes.
And when is the trial to take place?
Tuesday, July 9th, 2013 at 10 a.m.
I think that's the pretrial hearing.
Oh, that's a pretrial. Okay. The non-jury is scheduled for Wednesday, July 31st and Thursday, August 1st, 2013.
Okay, and does Donna send an email to her daughter Wendy regarding how we're going to take this news that relocation has been denied by the courts?
Yes, she does.
And does it say it's behind us, it's over, nothing else to fight about?
No, this says never, never, never give up. It's time for action.
Hold on just a moment. If you look at the bottom of that slide, you're going to get a trigger to.
Remember when we talked earlier about when Michael Bryan and I showed you Wendy 1 and those emails are going to convict?
It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have, and lose out on what will be a job that will afford you and your children advantages that they will never otherwise be able to enjoy. Let's show this F what will make him absolutely miserable. Fast forward, however, the rest of your life, and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform or act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. You have a very strong family behind you. Dad and I have done everything we can to try to help you for the last 10 months. Now it's time to help yourself. Fast forward. If you can put these actions before everything else this next month, and you know that you've only got the kids a limited number of days to do this, we believe that Jibbers will be saying, stop this, and you'll be telling him, you wanted me in Tallahassee? My children are going to fit in this Bible Belt. They're going to church every time I have them. I'm having them privately tutored at home to get them caught up for Sunday school classes. Tell him that you've got a new outlook on life and a new hope, and you'd like to go to heaven. Perhaps he would like to join you and the boys at church. Plan of action. 1, take photos of the boys dressed nicely, standing at the front door or by the sign of a Tallahassee church, and change your Facebook status photo to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps lined under the photo with New Beginnings in Tallahassee might be nice. And 2, make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor, a teenage Catholic church member, who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange for this to happen, I'll happily do it for you. 3, let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Let him know that the Catholic Church is a big part of your life now with the boys, and you'd like him to be part of it. As long as he wants you to remain in Tallahassee, the boys will be involved with you in church-related activities and ceremonies. Let him get used to it. I've already checked this out, and a baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. 4, I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it. 5, register them for toddler classes at church. I've looked into this, and even if they don't go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan, and we'll help you through it. We'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we will offer him. Maybe he'd be willing to let you relocate if he knew his children would attend a private Hebrew academy like Donna Klein in Boca, or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school, in quotes. And then she says, I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to try to come down to your family. We don't want Danny to continue his religious influence over these children any more than what he's already done. If he keeps this up, they won't want to eat in your non-kosher home. As they get older and more involved under Jibbers' religious influence, they will be able to request which parent they want to live with. Don't allow Jibbers to have this power and control over them. Then in reality, he's going to have the same control over you. Dad and I is referred for the person. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. We send this letter with our love and only the best intentions, Mom and Dad.
All right, and you mentioned this as we were going through there, but there's a reference to Dad and I in the text, right?
Correct.
Could we go to tab EE, please? What is this filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
And what does Wendi Adelson allege in this motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement?
Require the former husband to immediately transfer to the former wife the remaining amount due to her.
So she's saying he hasn't paid up.
Correct.
Okay. And is there an email prior to this filing indicating that Donna Adelson was aware of this upcoming deadline? Or I guess the deadline had already passed at this time, but the deadline, the fact that he had not made payment, and the possibility of Wendy taking him back to court.
Yes, the email was from October 15th. The filing was October 31st.
Okay. Can we go to GG, please? Okay, what was filed in GG?
Former husband's request to produce to former wife.
Okay. And did the defendant discuss this request to produce in an email?
She did.
Okay. And did she formulate in this email a plan of attack or suggest a plan of attack to deal with Danny's request to produce?
She did.
What does she say in there?
In the first paragraph, it's let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you and make him do the research and show statements from every month, from the date of your marriage to the date of the filing of the divorce. You need to see whatever he deposited into those accounts where the money came from. It's very possible some of it came from your joint Schwab account, and then he's up Schitt's Creek.
Does she specifically reference the deposition?
It just seems ridiculous for him to be able to depot you, but for you and Kristen to not give him the same crap he's pulling on you. It's time to give it to him.
Also,
what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief?
and can you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Did she say that too?
She does.
And what else?
Well, it's signed, love you, Mom, but something has to be done with this asshole. Love you, Mom and Dad. Love Mom and Dad.
All right, and let's go to tab HH, please. What is this filing?
This is an amended notice of hearing,
And on what date was this filed?
February 11th, 2014.
Okay, so how close are we getting to the murder of Dan Markel at this point?
We're almost 5 months out.
In the amended notice of hearing, does Mr. Markel offer to settle the divorce?
He does.
Okay, and what is he saying about the settlement?
One of the suggestions is neither party will seek to relocate in the future with the children without the consent of the other party. If the offer above is not accepted by the deadline, minute fast forward, Mr. Markel will file his motions and memoranda and supporting documents that detail how Ms. Adelson failed to disclose substantial assets in violation of the Florida rules and the master settlement agreement. How Ms. Adelson fraudulently induced the settlement, how she made numerous instances of demonstrably false testimony before the court and under oath in deposition, how she ignored court orders, discovery requests, and made false responses to the latter.
And Wendy Adelson was a lawyer, member of the Florida Bar at the time, right?
She was.
May still be, I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
If this offer is not accepted by the deadline, Mr. Markel will file his motion and memoranda of law and supporting documents, and these will allege and with other evidence demonstrate that Ms. Adelson engaged in misconduct, including but not limited to filing a frivolous petition to relocate, that had already been deemed impossible to win by another board-certified lawyer, standing by silently while her client divulged privileged attorney-client information, advising Ms. Adelson to interfere with Mr. Markel's parental rights.
And I think there's one more. Yeah.
And becoming a willing instrumentality of or participant in Ms. Adelson's financial misconduct related to the disclosures and discovery process related therein.
So he's going after Wendy and he's going after her lawyer as well, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And does Wendy Adelson forward this email to the defendant?
She does.
All right, let's go to tab JJ, please.
I'm going to object to this being shown. It hasn't been entered in evidence. I know that most of this will be. However, I'm objecting to this being shown to the jury and specifically the testimony concerning this based on the proffer that we had earlier.
You may lay the foundation as to JJ and Ms. Kappelman, but until it is in fact entered, there is to be no publication for the jury.
This is the same thing we had the proffer.
Is the document in JJ.
The former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
And is this the motion that includes the
Contempt and sanctions.
allegations, grandma says you're stupid?
There's no foundation for giving the contents of the document. Ms. Kappelman, objection is sustained.
Are you familiar with the contents?
This is actually good lawyering. The
I am.
defense attorney making the objection again.
Are the contents of that motion present in an email that was dated before the filing of the motion on 12/17/13? I'm referring to JJ.2.
Yes, the email is a forwarded email. The original email is 12/16 and it was forwarded on 12/17.
Okay, so who sent the email on 12/16?
Dan Markel sent the email to Wendy Adelson and their parenting coordinator.
Right, and then you say it was forwarded. Who
It was
was it forwarded to?
To donnaharvey@gmail.com.
Okay, and that was on 12/17/13.
That's correct.
And did someone respond to the email?
They did.
And what did the person say?
Wow, with an exclamation point.
Okay, and the contents of JJ, that motion that was ultimately filed, were they also, you mentioned they were sent to the parenting coordinator. Did the parenting coordinator give a response to Dan Markel's allegations? And I'm referring to JJ.3.
Yes, this is another one of those convoluted emails, but yes.
Okay, so the parenting coordinator, you mentioned that the original email was sent.
So 12/16, Dan Markel sent the email. 12/17, it was forwarded to Donna Adelson. 12/18, the parenting coordinator replied.
All right, and the parenting coordinator's reply, was that then forwarded to the defendant as well?
Yes.
And so on that, is part of that thread a second version of this content that we're talking about that Dan Markel is alleging?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it was sent to the Donna Harvey email twice.
Correct.
And the second time it was sent, the one that includes the parenting coordinator's response, how is that email addressed?
Dear Mom and Dad, here's the Skype phone plan for the holidays. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if you just follow it. Love me.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence state 60.
Any objections, state 60?
We would object to JJ coming in with the attachments.
State 60 is admitted except for JJ. Any remaining portion of the foundation as to JJ may be laid through additional witnesses.
All right, the hearing on this motion that Dan Markel filed, was it ever conducted? This JJ motion?
I believe it was.
The grandma motion was heard.
I'm trying to figure out the dates here. No, the hearings continue to get reset.
Okay, and what prevented the hearing from occurring?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge and lack of foundation.
Overrule if the witness, through his investigation, is aware, he may answer the question as his knowledge on that ground.
Eventually, Mr. Markel was murdered.
Before the hearing took place.
Yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Okay, y'all, Missy's going to take over here. Well, I have to leave you off about an hour and a half. All right, she'll be here and she'll be discussing with you. If there's a break, I assume that there's going to be a break before there's some immunity grant with Wendy when they do that whole immunity thing. All right, I'll be back. Don't leave. Okay, I'll be listening.
You may.
Hey, you guys. Yeah, we'll be, I have some stuff queued up for the break so we can watch some of Wendy's testimony from Charlie's trial, like for the lunch break, or y'all think about what y'all would like us to do. Sorry if you hear my bird. That's what that is. Okay, bye.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Morning.
Morning.
Okay, so I want you to turn to B, and I think it's point 4. B4. That does that email indicate that it's who the sender is?
It says Donna Harvey Adelson.
Not Donna?
No.
Okay, and then is there any, love mom or anything like that at the end of that email?
There's not.
So you don't know who sent that, do you?
Let me go through it again. No.
Then I want you to turn to JJ2. So that one-word response is from the shared email address of Donna Harvey, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that emails from Donna Adelson are much lengthier than a one-word response?
They generally are.
I want you to turn to Y2. When Ms. Kappelman was questioning you about that, you testified that the email says, so at the moment she will not be allowed to relocate. You didn't finish the rest of what that email, the rest of that sentence. Isn't it true? It says, unless at some point in the future, Danny chooses to move. If he chooses to move, then Wendy can relocate.
Yes.
Now the June, let's see. Now, after the relocation was denied, my client sent that lengthy email. I believe it's at Z2.
Yes.
Isn't it true that although my client made these suggestions, that Wendy Adelson later responded and said, I'm not doing this?
I do recall an email from Wendy saying, Mom, I'm not doing this.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Re-examination.
Did relocation happen for Wendy and the boys?
After the murder,
Where did they move after the murder?
a couple blocks away from Donna and Harvey Adelson. Well, they moved in with Donna and Harvey Adelson for about a year, and then permanently to a location a couple blocks away.
No further questions.
You may step down, Investigator Nulan. Will he be recalled again by the state or the defense?
Potentially, Judge.
You remain under subpoena. Members of the jury, does anyone need to take a restroom break before we proceed forward? Please raise your hands if you do. Very well. Please call your next witness.
State calls Wendi Adelson.
This is it, you guys. It's Wendy. So we can definitely at lunch go over her last testimony at Charlie's. I wonder how long she's going to be on the stand. Oh my God, what do y'all think? I'm so nervous. This has been a long time coming. It's happening. Oh, it's happening, guys. So what do y'all think? Do you think she's going to be up there at least the entire morning? So did Jimmy not make it inside? Is that what I saw in chat?
in fact need to take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. We anticipate getting started very quickly within the next few minutes. Please rise when the jury enters and exits. Everyone can be seated. Mr. Lauro, I had not forgotten about you, sir. You may come up to make your statement.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
John Lauro on behalf of Wendy Adelson. Your Honor, we previously filed a motion to make a brief statement before Ms. Adelson testifies. We'd like to make clear for the record that she is appearing pursuant to a state subpoena that by law furnishes her with use and derivative use immunity. But for this subpoena, she would assert her Fifth Amendment rights with respect to every question that the state would ask relevant to this matter. We also believe that the use and derivative use immunity covers cross-examination to the extent that it involves responsive and relevant questions as well.
The court has previously ruled concerning this matter that the immunity that is being conferred by the state's subpoena does extend to cross-examination and that she is appearing to answer questions under this immunity. One matter that had come up, Mr. Lauro, after the conclusion of the hearing that we previously had, in making sure that there is a complete record as to your client's invocation of her right to not incriminate herself. She was not present during the hearing, therefore the defense could not take a proffer. Once the examination has occurred pursuant to the state subpoena, the defense is wanting to take a proffer. As to that, any questions in which she believes she needs to properly invoke, you may advise her to do so, and I will make a ruling from there whether there is, in fact, any proper basis that is both relevant and would not go to the right of self-incrimination. Ultimately, you may advise your client concerning these matters as it relates to the defendant's proffer out of the presence of the jury. Do you need to be heard in any way concerning this?
No, Your Honor. We'll just need a brief moment to consult, obviously, after we hear the proffer questions.
That's fine.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Does either party need to be heard further before the examination begins pursuant to the state's subpoena?
Yes, sir.
There you are.
You may take your seat, Mr. Lauro. You can bring back in the jurors when they're ready. Good morning. If you can just take your seat for right now, I will swear you in when the jurors enter the room. I believe, even though the jurors indicated they did not have to go to the bathroom at this point, if we are once again dealing with the needs of 14 people, they might be in the bathroom. So wait for the knock. Okay. It's fun. I believe that we have a few jurors that do need to use the restroom. If anyone needs to stretch their legs or use the bathroom themselves, please take your opportunity now. Once we start with the testimony, again, the door will remain closed if you exit. Go ahead. Oh, before you leave the room, Ms. Fulford, once again, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to reiterate the instruction that I gave to you last Friday concerning any reactions that you may have to either the testimony or the evidence in the case. I understand this may be a distressing thing for your child to be offering testimony in your trial. However, you are to control your expressions and your emotions. Do you understand those? Everyone can take their break. If you need to step down until it's time to testify, you may do so as well.
Oh gosh. What's going on with Wendy, you guys? The hair is frazzled. She's she's always doing the wide-eyed thing. She's got the contacts in, I noticed. Rocking the black dress. I meant the hair like being. Hi, you guys. Good morning. I guess I should say welcome. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Linda had to go and do some stuff, so she will definitely be back. Michael is traveling. He's headed to Tallahassee from Atlanta. He will be there as soon as possible, reporting from the courthouse. I've heard that Jimmy's there, but nobody's seen Jimmy in the gallery, so not sure that he made it in. But here, while we're waiting. And I'm monitoring court, you guys, so we'll just play this. I wanted to show this because it's one, hilarious. Also, our own Oasis cat made this, and I think it's hilarious. Hold on.
Yeah, you're under arrest for murder of Dan Markel.
I didn't know there was a warrant. How would I know that? Aren't they supposed to inform me if there was a warrant?
I just think that's hilarious. That trend that's going on right now, the Jet 2 holidays, and it's usually like fights on like cruise ships that are trending. But I had that idea, and I asked Oasis if she could make that a reality, and she just did a brilliant job. So props to Oasis Cat for that. And we have some music and stuff from Oasis that we can play later too. So yeah, y'all just and we have like 3 trials of testimonies and things that we can watch during the lunch breaks and stuff. So it should be fun. I'm nervous. Like, I don't know. This is like the big deal. Like daughter, mother, face off, like high noon in Tallahassee. I don't know. He's already had to tell Donna not to have any emotional outburst or control her reactions and stuff like that. Which is hilarious because they haven't even started yet. I don't know. I think Donna is definitely going to cry. She's already like, what were those faces that she was giving Wendy? Did y'all see that? Like, I don't know how to take that too. Sorry about my bird. Like, was it like pleading or threatening? Like with the puppy dog eyes? I wonder what she was trying to convey with that. Was she happy to see her? Maybe Wendy hasn't seen her and since she's been in jail. You know, the jury's not even in there right now, so she was just making faces at Wendy. So 007, Wendy, as soon as Wendy got up on the stand, Donna was just like giving her these faces. I don't know. They were kind of weird. I say, go back a minute.
Session.
Oh, we're back.
You can be seated.
Never mind. I'll go away.
Are they good? Yep, we're gonna. Oh, sorry to pop you down. They're coming back in.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
You can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in this trial will be the truth? You may be seated. Please adjust the microphone as you need to so you can be clearly heard. Ms. Kappelman, you may examine.
Please state your name and spell your name.
Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Ms. Adelson, where are you from?
I'm from Coral Springs, Florida.
And you live in another state now currently, right?
I do, yes, ma'am.
All right. How are you employed?
I'm an immigration attorney.
How long have you been an attorney?
Since 2006.
And you're here pursuant to a state subpoena, is that correct?
Yes.
And that subpoena confers a type of immunity on you. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Which means that nothing you say here in court pursuant to that subpoena can be used against you at a later time. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, but it doesn't necessarily mean you could never be prosecuted. It just means that what you say in court could not be used in any future prosecution. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you about your ex-husband, Daniel Markel. Is that a fair and accurate photo of Mr. Markel?
Yes.
When did you meet him?
We met originally online. It must have been the fall of my first year of law school, so 2003.
Okay. And when did you marry Mr. Markel?
We married in February of 2006.
Were you living in Tallahassee at some point as a married couple?
Yes.
When did you move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee my final year of law school, so that would have been in the summer of 2005. And we were here from 2005 till 2006. We spent a year at the University of Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then came back to Tallahassee from 2007 until 2014.
All right. And during the time that you were living here in Tallahassee, did you live over on Trescott Drive?
For some of the time that we lived here, yes.
And when your first child was born, were you residing at the Trescott Drive residence at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have a photo of that here. Is that the Trescott Drive residence?
Yes.
And how many children did you have with Mr. Markel?
We have 2 children.
What were their ages at the time of their father's death?
It was 10 days before my older son's 5th birthday, so he was 4 turning 5, and our younger son was 3.5. The boys are 14 months apart.
And did there come a time when you and Mr. Markel separated?
Yes.
When was the separation?
It was in the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was mine.
How did your ex take that news?
Well, we talked about it many times before it actually happened, but when the separation became official, he was very upset.
And even though there were problems and issues and discussions, it was a surprise to him when it actually happened, right?
It was.
Okay. And was part of the reason for the separation your differing views on how to raise the kids pursuant to the Jewish faith?
I'd say it was a very small part, but it was a part.
Did you consider your ex to be a religious zealot?
No, I didn't think he was a religious zealot, but I did think he was using religion as a way of controlling me.
Okay. Did you think he was more devout in his faith than you were?
I don't know that. I feel like devoutness has to do with maybe a relationship with God, and I don't know that his was more strong than mine, but he was more observant of kosher rules than I was.
Okay. Can you explain for the jury what those imply? For those
Sure.
that don't know?
So keeping kosher has to do with separating milk from meat, something like you can't eat a cheeseburger. And it has to do with the ritual way that animals are killed. So certain meats would be considered kosher or non-kosher. And then things like shellfish are not allowed, or pork would not be allowed. And so his beliefs changed over time. We used to have bacon, and then bacon became a no later on.
All right. And those rules were something that he was wanting to impose on the children, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were less interested in those kosher rules?
It was less important to me.
All right. Were both you and Mr. Markel raised within the Jewish faith?
We were, yes.
When you separated from Mr. Markel, did you move out of the marital home while he was on a business trip?
I did, yes.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I went to another property that I had rented for the boys and me.
Was that at 3303 Aqua Ridge Way?
Yes.
Was that located in Leon County?
Yes.
Okay. What was the custody arrangement? Broad terms are fine for this time frame during the separation.
I think we were just trying to figure out how to make it work. We didn't have any formal custody arrangement at that time. I remember his parents came to town that weekend, and I made sure that he had the boys that weekend. We were just trying to figure out how to make it work until we had something formal.
Was the arrangement roughly 50-50 or something else?
It would have been roughly 50-50.
Okay. And were you mixing it up during the week, or was it a week on, week off situation?
It wasn't week on, week off. We didn't settle into that until the first summer, or maybe the second summer. I don't remember. That was more of a summer arrangement. But it was 50-50 and definitely a mix during the week.
Okay. I'm gonna publish what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Your petition. Was your mom, Donna Adelson, involved at all in drafting your divorce documents?
No.
Did she ever make any edits to any of the filings that you made pursuant to your divorce?
I think she made suggestions, but I had an attorney, a very good attorney, helping me through the process. So she wasn't editing legal documents.
Did you ever forward any of your mom's suggestions to your lawyer?
I probably did.
And when you did that, would you attribute them to your mom, or would you just forward them along without noting whether they were your questions or your mom's questions?
I honestly don't remember.
Was this a contentious divorce?
It was.
As part of your divorce, did you file a petition to ask the court for permission to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And I think that was your amended petition. Not sure if we can see that very well. Here we go. It says the wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who was the close family that was available in South Florida for the boys?
My mom, my dad, and my brother.
Why did you want to move to South Florida?
I had very unstable employment in Tallahassee. I had a wonderful job, but it was on grant money. So year to year, I never knew if I would still have my job. I had a job offer that was very good in South Florida. And the assumption was that Danny was always going to be at a different school, a better school. He used to joke that he would take one bar exam for every 2 bar exams that I had to take while we moved around the country. And so it seemed like a way of having stability while he was climbing up the law professor ladder to be ultimately at Harvard or Yale.
And was relocation important to you?
It was, in terms of having a safe and stable place for my kids.
Did you consider having to live here in Tallahassee being stuck? Or had you referred to it previously as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I mean, I may have. The idea of being stuck is if you don't have permission to live anywhere you want to live. But I had a nice quality of life here.
Did you consider the worst case scenario to be that you would end up stuck here in Tallahassee if your petition was denied?
I don't know. I mean, at the time, I may have felt that way.
Okay. Might you have sent an email to a friend on March 24th of 2013 indicating, quote, "I do fear that the worst case scenario that could happen is that I will be stuck here in Tallahassee"?
It's possible that I sent that.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that item?
I'm happy to.
It's on tab 6 on one of those binders in front of you. Let me see which one it is.
It's going to be this one. I see it's highlighted. So yes.
Okay. And did you also email a friend around the same time frame regarding life in Tallahassee couldn't compare to the life that you would be able to enjoy in South Florida with your brother, Charlie, and his boat and pool and hot tub and things like that?
It's certainly possible.
All right, that's on tab 7. Please refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And in fact, didn't you use the word stuck in your actual motion for relocation? Let's see if we can get there. Here, the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
So my attorney did write that, and that sounds right.
Did Tallahassee feel claustrophobic to you?
Well, at this point in time, Danny was making lots of unplanned announcements to my office where we work together. So I would see him at work. I never knew when he was showing up. So I'm sure, this is 12 years ago that's how I felt at that time.
Okay. But outside of the context of your relationship with Dan Markel, did you ever express that just the smallness and slowness of Tallahassee made you feel claustrophobic?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 8 to refresh your recollection.
Your Honor, if I may this time, the state tell us you're just saying tab number, so we're not sure what documents you're referring to.
Yes,
The
I can.
binder is up on the witness stand. Ms. Kettleman is the defense. Have a copy of the same binder.
No, Your Honor. I'll show them the tab.
Please do.
That's a dense one. Were you able to find it?
I did. I found it's part of a sentence. Can I read the whole sentence?
Sure.
Tallahassee feels claustrophobic at times, given its smallness and slowness, and the fact that my friends cycle through here with transient regularity. So yes, at that moment in time, that's how I was feeling in 2013.
And relocation was pending at the time that you were feeling that way in that moment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And relocation was also very important to your mother, wasn't it?
Yes,
All right. And did you have some discussions with your mother about relocation?
I did.
And was that during that time frame when it was pending?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see your mother in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
My mom is on right. I can't see her clothes from here, but she's directly across from me.
All right. Is she wearing a headset on her head?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Your mom didn't want you to be stuck in Tallahassee either, did she?
She did not.
She wanted the best for you, right?
She saw the best for me as not being in Tallahassee. Yes.
That's right. She referred to being in Tallahassee that you were a hostage and a prisoner, right?
Yes, she did.
Oh no. Clickergate continues. Prisoner. Close enough. Did your mom express concerns that as a Tallahassee native, the judge presiding over your relocation motion would underestimate how much better it would be for you to live in South Florida?
She did.
All right, let me ask you a few questions about your parents. Your mom is Donna Adelson. Who's your dad?
My dad is Harvey Adelson.
All right. And where did your parents, I think you said they were in Coral Springs back in 2012?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right? Okay. How long had they lived in the Coral Springs area?
I was born there. So from, I think they started living there when my oldest brother was born. So since the early 70s.
So it's fair to say they had deep roots there in that area.
Yes.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom had with your kids during the time frame we're talking about? So separation to murder time frame?
It was very close. My mom taught my boys how to read. She taught them how to play chess. It was very close.
Were your parents employed during that time frame?
Yes.
What kind of work did they do?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom was the office manager for the dental practice.
All right. And what about your brother, Charlie? Did he have a role there as well?
He was a periodontist, and so I believe at some point he purchased the practice. I don't remember what year that was, but he would sometimes work from my dad's office and sometimes work from other offices around South Florida.
Was the dental practice, the family dental practice, a successful business?
I believe it was. My family never discussed money or finances with me, but I believe it was doing well.
Did you discuss your marital problems and resulting legal issues with your mom?
I
Talked
did.
about relocation, but in general, you did talk about your woes with your mom.
I did.
Okay. And I think you said you did send many of your divorce pleadings to her. Is that right?
I did.
What about your dad? What was his role in reference to your divorce pleadings?
I don't remember exactly. My parents have a shared email, so when I send an email to one of them, I would send it. It was being sent to both, but I don't know who was reading what or at what time.
Is it fair to say they were both welcome to read whatever you sent to that email address?
Yes.
And both welcome to reply as well?
Yes.
Who would reply more frequently, your mom or your dad, to those
My mom
texts?
would reply more frequently.
Okay. Who took more of an interest in the day-to-day ins and outs of your litigation?
Probably my mom.
Okay. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
Is your mom an emotional person?
Yes.
What about your dad? Is he emotional as well?
I think so.
Okay. Did you previously say he was more of a straight shooter and mom was more emotional?
I think so, but I think women tend to be more emotional and men tend to be less emotional.
Okay.
Before you continue, Ms. Kaplan, I am going to admit State 60 JJ at this time. Is there any objection the defense wishes to raise?
Yes, Your Honor. Same objection.
The court admits it over objection. For the record, you may continue.
And I think that's the same exhibit that's in State 64AA, Judge. It's not necessary to have duplicates, but because of the way the evidence came out in this trial, that is present in State 64 as well.
States 64AA is admitted as far as the final record. If you wish to remove one, you may, but both are admitted for the record.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Is it fair to say that your mom, the defendant, is a controlling person?
I don't think my mom is a controlling person.
Did you say at one time back in 2013 that your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
I may have said that.
Would you like to refresh your memory?
I can.
It's tab 45 in the binder in front of you.
I'm not seeing it. Is it highlighted or is it just in the, it's a long, oh, no.
Copyright. It's in the first paragraph on page 3.
That will you just walk up and show the witness the portion of what you wish for her to read to herself.
I will, Judge. Page 3.
This is 3, I think.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Let me get that other copy. Sorry, I lost it again.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay.
So the question was, did you previously say your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
Yes.
What is meant by that?
I honestly don't know what I meant at the time.
But not that she's controlling.
I don't think that's what I meant.
Did Dan Markel have a hard time understanding some of your mom's behaviors?
I don't remember that.
Well, did she think you incapable of driving to South Florida by yourself with the kids? This is back when they were little.
Yeah, I don't think she thought I was incapable, but I was breastfeeding and it was helpful to have someone with me.
So what was her practice to avoid you having to do that?
One of my parents would come with me for the long drive.
So they would rent a car, come up here, ride back with you, and then follow the same procedure to get you home.
They would drive with me if I was down there, back up, and then rent a car to come home.
And did that procedure occur the week before the murder? There was a visit the week before the murder, correct?
I think it was 2 weeks before.
Okay. And on that trip, is that how it was handled, where they rented a car and came up to get you?
Yes.
Did your dad think that was necessary, or was that a mom thing?
No, my dad probably thought it was more necessary.
Okay. And did your dad make a practice of supporting whatever your mom wanted? Is that kind of the general rule?
Yeah.
Was she the dominant force in the household?
I mean, I think my dad had more of a quiet strength, so it's hard to say who was a dominant force. I think they were both equally strong in their parenting.
Okay, did you previously describe this back in 2013 that your mom was the dominant force in the household? If you need to refresh, it's tab 97.
Okay. So this one goes up to 93. Is it?
Check the very back. Got a few extras tucked in there. I'll just approach with this copy.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes.
You did say mom was the dominant force in the household.
Yes.
Did your mom ever try to micromanage your life?
Yes.
Your career?
I don't know about my career. I chose to be a lawyer. It wasn't a very popular choice in my household.
Yes, and there were different types of areas of law that she would have preferred you practice. Do you agree with that?
I actually think they were really proud of what I was doing.
Not to suggest she wasn't proud of you, but she was encouraging to pursue a different type of law that would be more lucrative. Do you remember that?
I do, yeah.
And what about your dating life? Did she meddle there?
Yes.
Did she create a dating profile for you on Match.com?
I don't know if it was Match.com, but I do remember a dating profile at some point.
That she created for you?
I didn't use it, but yes.
And conducted searches for men in the Miami area and sent them to you?
I think this was when I was living in DC, maybe.
Okay, let's go forward a little bit here. Sorry, we'll get there. Okay, so here we have an email dated January 17th, 2013. For the record, this is 64I. And it reads, so honey, so you think I'm nuts, but when you get a moment, check out some of these whom I've pre-screened for you. And these are guys in Miami, right? After all, you're going to be in Miami here and there. Why not see who's out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And here's some options that she sent you. Here's an interesting guy, etc. Okay. Did you ever feel like your mom was walking all over you?
I don't remember feeling that way.
Okay. What about specifically regarding this divorce?
I don't. I mean, I had a really good attorney and I was making the decisions I wanted to make.
Okay. And Did you, back in April of 2013, tell a friend that you were trying to find a way to coexist with your mom that didn't feel like she was trampling your autonomy?
I'm sure I said that in 2013.
How did your mom feel about Dan Markel in this time frame, 2012 to 2016?
And I think I think a lot changed between 2012 and 2016. So I think her feelings about him changed over time.
Okay, and what about in 2016? Did she hate Dan Markel?
No, not in 2016.
What about 2014? Did she hate him then?
No.
Did you say do you remember giving a law enforcement interview in reference to this case?
Yes, I remember.
That was the same day that Mr. Markel was shot, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you say in that interview, for court and counsel, I'm referring to page 288, lines 24 through 289, line 1, quote, "My parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else."
At that point, I was sitting with law enforcement for 6 hours and had just been told that Danny had been shot. So I was in shock, and I was trying to help the police think of anything I could possibly think of that would be helpful.
And are you suggesting that after 6 hours you became fatigued to the point that you started saying things that weren't true?
No, I didn't say anything that wasn't true. I just was in shock. I just kept talking and talking and talking.
When your mom is really upset about something, does she talk about it a lot?
Yes.
And when she talks about it a lot, and I'm referring you back to this time frame, does she talk to your brother Charlie specifically a lot?
My mom and Charlie have always talked a lot.
Okay. And was Charlie kind of like your mom's problem solver?
I don't know about that. I kind of feel like it was where she would help him more throughout childhood and adulthood. She would help him solve problems, not really.
She definitely did a lot for him, didn't she?
She did.
She helped him with his business. She helped him with his personal life, his finances, his bills, remember to pay the whatever. She was like still mothering him into adulthood, right?
Yes.
Okay. But as far as meddling in your life, did your mom feel that Charlie could make more progress with you than she could on items like who you were going to date?
I would just be guessing about that.
Okay. At the time of Dan Markel's murder, was the defendant, your mother, very angry at Dan Markel?
Before he died?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And you hated him too, right?
At certain points, I was very frustrated with him.
Did you refer to him as an STD?
I don't remember saying that.
Tab 5.
It looks like I made that analogy.
Danny is an STD. One wrong mistake, marrying him, and this will never go away. Is that what you said?
I did.
And did you share that kind of sentiment with your mother?
I don't remember ever saying that, so I don't think it's something I said very often.
And this was said in an email on February 26th of 2013, correct?
It was.
Approximately 17 months before the murder?
Yes, I don't think it was an email, though. It looks like it was sort of an iMessage.
Okay. Did you ever refer to your ex-husband as the Dark Lord?
I don't remember saying that, but I certainly might have.
Did you refer to your ex-husband as Jibbers?
I did.
What is the meaning of Jibbers?
Jibbers was just a silly name that a friend helped me come up with to basically make him feel less scary. It was nonsense.
Did it reference Jew in boots?
That I don't remember.
It wasn't a friendly name, right?
It was a silly name.
Did you ever say that you hated Dan Markel?
I don't remember saying it, but I certainly could have.
Tab 31, please, to refresh your memory.
I said that I hate him in this moment.
Okay, and did you say in that email, that same email, quote, I hate my children's dad?
I did.
And do you agree that email was sent approximately 15 months before Mr. Markel was murdered?
It was in April of 2013.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yes, ma'am. The approach with what I've marked as 56A, B, C, and 57. I asked you about the Gibbers nickname. Did you have that nickname stored in your cell phone as Dan Markel's contact name?
I did.
Approach and show you these exhibits and ask if they're fair and accurate. Contacts, 56A, who is that a contact for? You know.
It's my mom's phone number, so that would have been, it's a picture of Ben as a little guy and my mom.
Okay, so fair and accurate contact.
Yes.
From your phone for mom at that time.
Yes.
And then 56B.
That's my dad.
And that's his phone number.
It is.
56C.
That's my brother.
Charlie.
Yes.
Okay, fair and accurate phone number for him at that time.
Yes.
And then 57, is that the contact you had in there for your ex-husband, Dan Markel?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I asked to move into evidence 56 and 57.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 56 and 57 are admitted at this time.
Did you ever refer to your ex-husband, Dan Markel, as an emotional terrorist?
I very well could have. I don't remember saying that, but I...
That one's on tab 34. I'm so sorry. Is that? Yes, I believe it is 34.
It is. I see it. I said it in December of 2013.
Approximately 7 months before his murder.
December to, yes, approximately 7 months.
And tab 35, in June of 2014, did you say of your ex-husband, I hate him so?
I don't see it.
Are you on tab 35?
No, I was on tab 34. It's tab 35.
Sorry, yes.
I did write that.
And that was approximately 3 weeks before Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Lost my clicker. Clickers are a real problem for me. All right, next I want to ask you about Mr. Markel's response to your petition to relocate. Is it fair to say he was adamantly opposed to that motion?
Yes.
All right, and you all fought over things large, of course, but also very small, like in this pleading, a tennis racket is mentioned, right?
Yes.
And, oh, jumped ahead on us. Okay, let's go back. In Mr. Markel's response, and for court and counsel, this is page 82 of Exhibit 60. He indicates the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. Did you take those things when you vacated the property?
I did remember taking his tennis racket by accident and I returned that, but otherwise I didn't take his belongings.
Did you strategize to leave him in a way that would cause or inflict maximum damage upon him?
No.
Is that something your mom ever said?
I don't
to your
remember
knowledge?
that.
Did you discuss with your mom how and when you would leave your marriage?
I did.
Do you recall a November 2nd, 2012 email where Dan Markel was saying to you, let's put all this aside. This is all about the kids. Let's act toward each other in a way that they can be proud of. Did he say that to you?
I remember reading an email like that.
All right, and we talked about the Aqua Ridge apartment, or I guess it was a home residence. Is this a fair and accurate photo? I've blurred your kids' faces, but of the living space there?
Thank you for doing that. Yes, that's our home.
Okay. And did your mom help you secure this place to live? Did she have any involvement in that?
She did.
Okay, what involvement did she have?
She helped me move in.
Okay, did she help you locate the place to live?
I think so.
Okay. Did she come up and look at places with you as well?
We did.
Okay. Did Dan Markel threaten you in the pleadings with federal kidnapping charges?
He did.
And that was associated with the way he claimed that you left the marriage?
Yes.
Okay. And he says you took the kids and did not tell him where they were for several, I think I've seen days and weeks. Is that true?
It's true that he said that. It's not true that that's what happened.
What was his position on your motion to relocate?
We did talk about it before I filed it, and he was amenable to figuring it out. But once I filed it, he was against it.
Okay. Did he allege in his response that the sole stated reason that you wanted to relocate was to be closer to your parents?
He did say that in his response.
And is that the response that your mom referred to as his 23-page rant?
Probably.
And she had a lot of thoughts about that particular filing, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And she laid those out in an email to you. I know you remember. That's the whole your non-negotiable is relocation.
Yes.
Do you recall having 2 long mediations to try to resolve your divorce without a trial?
Yes.
And were those mediations successful?
They were not.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mother as part of the divorce proceedings?
I don't remember that.
What about your brother, Charlie? Did he care about whether you moved to South Florida or not?
I think so. I mean, I think he would have liked for me to be closer to him and have the kids closer to him.
Would it have been okay with him if you had made a decision to stay in Tallahassee?
I would have imagined so, yes.
And after the relocation motion was denied, you were kind of like, well, maybe I have to stay in Tallahassee. Wasn't there at least a moment of that for you?
I mean, it wasn't maybe, that was the court's decision, and I respect the court's decision, and I would make the best of it.
What about Charlie? Was he outraged by the court's decision?
I honestly don't remember him being outraged.
But to your mom, it was a big deal.
My mom was really upset.
Yeah. It was described by your mom in several places as like a life and death proposition. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think my mom thought my life in Tallahassee wasn't good.
Is it true that you never would have left Dan Markel without your mom's suggestions?
Objection, lady.
Overruled, she may answer the question based on her own knowledge.
I would have left Danny regardless of anyone else's input. I was very unhappy.
Did you ever write that you would have never left him without your mom's suggestions?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 41 and see if it refreshes your memory.
I do say here I wouldn't have done it on my own.
Okay. Do you specifically reference your mom?
I say my parents and brother's suggestions and support.
Okay.
I think because I wasn't happy, but part of me thought maybe I would just stay until the kids grew up.
Just one moment, I've lost my place a little bit. All right, I think you already testified you did not offer your mom your divorce petition to edit. Is that your testimony?
Sorry.
Did you
What's the
send your
question?
divorce petition to your mother to assist you in editing it?
I don't remember doing it.
Okay, and did your mom also pretend to be you to Mercer University to help you complete your divorce affidavit?
I have no memory of that.
Got a little pop out here of this email from your mom. Obviously, I pretended to be you contacting these financial institutions. Is that something that she would normally do on your behalf? Pose as you?
I had very little understanding or involvement of my financial situation. And so that might have been an account that my dad had created for me or that had like co-signatory authority. So that's possible.
Okay. And here, did you forward a letter that was written on or sent to you on December 19th of 2013 from Dan Markel, where he was kind of wanting you back and making a lot of concessions? I'll stop coming home late, etc. Do you recall that long email? Did you forward that to your mother?
I very well may have.
And do you recall she replied with sort of a paragraph by paragraph breakdown of that, Dan Markel email?
So I see that here. I mean, I certainly didn't remember, but I see that there's a response here.
Okay. I think I've got her responses. Did you respond to her? Very nicely done, Mom. This is great.
It looks like I did, yes.
Okay. And then we go to L. In her responses, I guess they've got a joint email, so how do we know it's Mom and not Dad? Do we?
I don't.
Does Dad send responses like these? This is all the response. Would Harvey detail like that in a response?
No, but it could be that my dad and mom were talking and that she was the scribe. right? That they were, that it reflects both of their thoughts and that my mom's the one writing it.
And many of the emails are signed Mom and Dad, or they reference Dad and I feel this way. Was it common for your mom to express for the two of them a certain position?
Yes.
And in this particular email, so this is a little confusing, but she responds paragraph by paragraph, you know, K3, K5, K6, referencing Dan Markel's email to you and refuting each paragraph. And she felt that his position was outrageous, right?
Yes.
And she thought his religious practices were extreme, didn't she?
She did, yes.
She was extremely concerned about the well-being of the children in reference to his religious practices.
Yes.
She wanted a psychological evaluation of Mr. Markel.
Yes.
He didn't need a psychological evaluation, did he?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Was he an extremely intelligent, accomplished law professor?
Yes.
Did your mom ever call Dan Markel any disparaging names around this time frame?
She did.
Okay, including piece of shit?
Yes.
Asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
A bastard?
Yes.
Did your mom help you prepare for your meetings with your divorce lawyer?
My mom offered help, but I don't think I needed help preparing for meetings with my divorce lawyer.
Who was your divorce lawyer?
Kristen Adamson.
Your mom, in an email dated January 9th, 2013, indicates that she thinks the job opportunities that you had in South Florida was a major bargaining chip in your divorce. Did you agree with that?
Did I agree with it at the time?
Yes.
I don't remember.
And she did a lot of work sort of making arguments to that point, didn't she?
I believe so.
And did you forward your correspondence with your lawyer to your mother?
I did.
Publishing 64. I'm going to skip to J. She wanted to be kept informed, right?
Yes.
Your mom mentions, let's see if I can find it. This is 64G, your South Florida legal team. She will try to remember to discuss things with your South Florida legal team. Who was that?
I think she was jokingly referring to herself.
Oh, she's the South Florida legal team.
I don't know who else it would have been. I think that's why there's a smiley face. I think it was a joke.
Okay. More questions for your upcoming hearing with your attorney. Did you forward your mom's questions or ask your mom's questions when you met with your attorney?
Probably not all of them, but if there was something that I thought was useful, I probably forwarded it or had a conversation about it.
And here you can see in paragraph 2, your mom referred to Dan Markel as Gibbers as well, right?
It was a silly name. Yeah.
All right. Let's go to the order denying your petition to relocate. Was your mom aware that the order was filed?
Yes.
Okay. And this is language from the order denied with prejudice, meaning you can't re-raise it, right?
Right. You can't refile.
And your mom wanted to fight the decision, didn't she?
She did.
Did you feel railroaded by her in this email where she's kind of bullying you to keep fighting?
Objection, Your Honor, the prosecutor is testifying.
Please rephrase your question.
Did you feel railroaded by your mother?
No.
Okay, but she wants you to continue to take action.
It was denied. I wasn't taking any more action.
Not any more legal action.
I was not taking any more action of any kind.
Didn't your mom have some other ideas for some other actions that could happen?
She did.
She did want to take it to an appeal. Do you remember that?
Actually, I don't remember, but
that's on tab 43 of your binder.
yes, I see.
Okay, but she also wanted to develop this plan of action that could be implemented between the time you learned of the relocation denial and your final hearing in court to maybe strong arm Mr. Markel into agreeing to the relocation. Do you remember that email?
Yes.
Okay, and she had some ideas for how to do that, right?
Yes.
And she said Gibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So what was her plan of action? What did she suggest you could do to get Dan Markel to relent and let you take his kids to South Florida?
She suggested that I pretend that the boys had become Christian.
Is that something you would ever consider doing?
No.
She was going to pay for them to get instruction on the Christian faith, right?
That was what she said.
And she said she looked into it and she could get them baptized in a couple weeks. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, but I'm sure it's here.
Do you remember her imploring you to put on a good act?
I do.
Did your mom, I don't know, do you have any acting training?
No.
Do you know why your mom would Google how to teach an actress emotion?
I don't. I don't know.
Did she ever share with you or forward you any tips on how to bring emotion or fake emotion?
Not that I remember of any kind.
All right. What about a financial offer? Was that part of it as well?
Yes.
What was the financial offer to be?
I think it was $1 million.
Who was going to pay the $1 million?
My mom, my dad, and my brother.
And they were going to pay $1 million. You didn't have to pay any of it?
I don't remember having to pay any of it.
Okay. And they were going to give Dan Markel $1 million for what?
So that I could relocate.
Okay. Did you ever make that offer to Dan Markel?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone make it to him?
I don't think so.
Would it have worked?
I don't think so.
She's all about getting control from Dan and Markel, right?
Yes.
And you told her these ideas were crazy, didn't you?
I did.
I will not be introducing my children to Christianity. I truly believe it will backfire.
Again, Your Honor, prosecutors testifying.
As the counsel testifying, sustained, please make sure you're asking open-ended questions to the witness. Ms. Kappelman,
I'm reading from State's Exhibit 64B, which is in evidence.
please proceed.
Did you say it would backfire?
Yes, those are my words.
And what did you mean by backfire?
I don't remember, but I can read there below what I was saying.
Did it have to do with this will give him ammunition to pursue things in court?
I might have meant that at the time.
Did your mom respect your decision not to use her suggestions?
I mean, she had to have, right? I'm a grown-up.
Mm-hmm. She kept pushing though, didn't she?
She was suggesting other ideas.
Okay, January 27th, 2013 email 64W. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done and a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance and would show gibbers that he's not in control. Did she suggest that to you?
Yes.
She urged you to rethink your decision not to implement her suggestions, didn't she?
Yes.
She wanted you to do an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. Why would she want to scare Mr. Markel?
So that he would let me relocate, I guess.
She says here, and I'm still on 64W, I don't know how much of the big picture you're seeing, honey. I don't know if you can realize that not only what you can provide for your boy's life, but for your own life, all depends on this change. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So she did view this as a very serious matter, right?
Yes.
And she's sending all of this after the relocation is denied, right?
Yes.
Everyone has a price. Fight for yourself. Okay, I'm showing you this slide also from Exhibit 64W, which indicates that you were going to go into the $1 million offer as a third. Does that refresh your memory on that deal?
I mean, it refreshes my memory, but it's not something I ever considered or thought about doing.
So you would not have paid up the third of $1 million?
No.
Moving on to 64X. This is an email in which your mom expresses opinions on several items, including the marital home, the parenting schedule, alimony, child support, health insurance. Did you want her opinion on all these things?
I mean, I don't remember, but I think we always want our parents' opinion on things, even if we don't take it.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I can't hear it.
Please restate your concern.
Counselor asked me if I wanted my mom's opinion on those things, and it's hard for me to remember at the time if I wanted other opinions, but I said, I guess, people always want their parents' opinions on things.
And your mother's opinion was that she wanted you to aggravate your ex-husband, right?
Yes.
To screw him financially.
Yes.
To get a win.
Yes.
She thought your divorce was something to be won, right?
It seems that way.
When was the divorce final?
It would have been final the summer of 2013.
July 31st of 13 sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we saw that that was the date for your trial. Did a trial take place?
Yes.
Okay. With witnesses being called?
No, there weren't any witnesses.
Okay, so it was a settlement.
Yes.
And did you reach the settlement on the day that the trial was supposed to be conducted?
I think maybe the day before.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about voice authentication. Your cell phone, was it collected by police in this case?
I gave the police my cell phone to search.
Let them download it and return it to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with a wiretap that was conducted in this case?
I've seen a lot of wires.
Where phone calls were intercepted by the police and recorded by the police?
Yes.
And were you asked to listen to a disc of calls to see if you could authenticate the voices on those
Yes.
discs? Okay. And were you able to authenticate some of the voices on there?
I was able to authenticate the voices of my family.
All right. So Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you initial on State's Exhibit 135 by each of those voices that you were able to authenticate?
I did.
Certainly can't read this, but
It's very small.
see if that's
Yes.
that's where you initialed. Okay.
I did.
This time I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit 135.
Any objection?
Has it been entered?
I'm asking if there's an objection
No
on the
objection.
offense. States 135 is entered.
After the divorce was final, was there any more litigation between you and Dan Markel?
There was.
All right. And who was the first one to file something after the divorce was final?
I don't remember who was first to file.
Because you both filed some things afterwards, right?
Well, Danny was supposed to pay me for the deal with our settlement was I was supposed to take my name off the title to the house, and he was supposed to pay me half the value of the house. So I went that first week and took my name off the title and then just waited. And when I reached out, when it was time for him to pay what he owed, he said, I'm not going to pay it. And I asked why, and he said, I have my reasons. And so my attorney had to file to enforce the settlement agreement because otherwise he was going to be held in contempt of court.
The court had given him a deadline to make the payment, and he didn't make it.
He didn't make it.
So you filed a motion to enforce.
The settlement agreement.
And he filed a counter motion saying, well, I'm not paying because she's in violation for all these different things. Remember that?
I do. And then he accused my attorney of committing fraud.
Right. One of his big complaints was failure to facilitate the communication agreement, where I guess you all had some type of agreement to provide Skype calls with the kids to each other when you didn't have the children. Do you remember him complaining about that?
I do. I remember if I was 1 minute late, he would contact the parenting coordinator and complain that I was in violation.
That was a pretty regular complaint of his in this era of these filings, wasn't it?
Yes.
And when he sent an email, for example, 64N, let's see if we have that. Alleging these sorts of violations and including, quote, accusing you and your mother of making zero efforts to facilitate communication between he and the kids. Did you forward this email to your mother?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And during this time period, did Dan Markel send you quite a few emails pleading with you to play nice? For example, March 7th of 2013, Wendy, I really regret that things have gotten to the place where they are. Do you think we could try to resolve more issues directly with each other to prevent so much of the unnecessary tension and cost? Things like that.
Yes.
Okay. But then you didn't seem to be able to actually play nice with each other, even though it seems like maybe that's both what you wanted, at least at certain points.
I was always trying to play nice.
Well, you were threatening to hold him in contempt of court.
I wasn't threatening to hold him in contempt. That's what my lawyer filed. That's what happens
Well,
when
your
you...
lawyer represents you, doesn't she, Mrs. Adelson?
She does, but I wasn't threatening him.
Did you cease all Skype communication between Dan Markel and the boys on March 12th of 2013?
I don't remember that, no.
Tab 54, please.
It looks like my attorney advised me to do that.
Did you cease all Skype conversations between Dan Markel and the boys?
Again, I don't remember. It's been a very long time. But if my attorney advised me to do it, then I probably did it.
Okay. And the day that you filed that motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt, let's see if I can find that. What was the date of that filing?
It looks like it was October 31st, 2013.
Was that the same date that you backed out of the contract to buy a house here in Tallahassee?
I don't remember if it was the same date, but at that point I didn't have the money I needed to buy the house because Danny didn't pay what he was supposed to.
Okay, but you don't remember which day you backed out of buying the house?
I don't.
Could it have been the same day that this was filed? Halloween of 13?
It may have been.
Okay, and was it Charlie, your brother, who talked you out of buying the house?
No, I didn't have the money to buy the house.
So you don't remember him discussing that with you?
No.
Okay. And did your mom have a position one way or the other on whether you would buy the house?
I don't remember.
The image that I just had up there, was this image sent to you on October 31st? How did this get onto your cell phone dated October 31st?
It looks like something my brother would have sent me at some point. I don't remember if it was what day it was, but I remember seeing that picture.
Okay, do you have any reason to dispute the metadata associated with it on your phone?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you recognize your brother in this photo?
I do.
And who's the woman he's pictured with here?
Katie.
Is that Catherine McBanoa?
Yes.
So did your brother at any time send you this picture? Not at any time. Did your brother on October 31st send you this picture and basically tell you not to buy the house because you weren't going to be living in Tallahassee much longer?
I don't remember him ever telling me not to buy the house or that I wasn't going to be living in Tallahassee. I really wanted to buy that house.
Do you remember, after all the drama with the Skype, asking your mom, let's see if I can find it here, to help you work on the Skype thing because it was becoming a real problem between you and Mr. Markel?
I honestly don't remember, but I see this email and I must have sent this.
And then a few months later, in February of 14, Mr. Markel files a motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, and that we've touched on that already. That was alleging that you committed fraud on the court during the original settlement. Remember that?
I do. I remember him saying that my attorney helped perpetrate a fraud.
He did. He suggested that the court should send a strong message to you about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the assets that he alleged were undisclosed. Do you remember that?
I do.
And did your mom view that filing?
I don't remember.
Isn't that the one she responded to? We need a plan of attack. We need to aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you.
I remember we just looked at that. I just didn't remember what it was in response to.
Okay. And did you respond to his allegations?
I would
in court, in a court filing.
We must have responded in a court filing to that, because if someone accuses you of fraud, at that point my attorney had to recuse herself because she had to become a witness in the case and to say that that didn't happen. And then I had to find a new attorney to represent me.
Okay, and did you do a filing in response to his counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement, alleging, and this is page 439 for court and counsel, that a vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous? That sort of language, does that sound familiar?
It doesn't actually sound familiar, but I would have responded in a motion, so I'm sure my attorney filed something.
Did your mom move around this time?
I don't think so.
Do you remember your parents signing a lease at a place called the Continuum?
My parents were spending some time there on the weekends, but they didn't move until 2015 when I was clerking for a judge at that time.
All right, so they signed a lease to have sort of a weekend property. Was that in South Beach?
Yes.
Okay, and that does March of 14 sound right for that?
I don't remember when they signed a lease there, but it's possible.
Well, when you ultimately left Tallahassee, which we'll get to, did you go to live at the Continuum or at Coral Springs or somewhere else?
In Miami at the Continuum.
And do you know why they chose to move into the Continuum? I mean, this is about 3-4 months before the murder.
My brother had a girlfriend that lived there, and he really liked the property, and he thought maybe my parents might like to retire there. So he was suggesting that they start trying someplace other than Coral Springs to retire.
And did your mom add you as a resident to the Continuum on May 16th of 2014?
I don't remember that, but to the Continuum, the apartment complex had very high security.
Mm-hmm.
And so it may have been that if you wanted someone to come and not be considered a guest, they had to be considered a resident.
Okay, tab 95, please. And the question is, would you have been considered a resident as of May 16th of 2014?
And I don't know. So you want me to see whether on this document I was added as a resident?
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like I was added and my brother were added. And then my other brother was the in case of emergency. And it was in April of 2014.
April of 2014. Okay, so about 3 months before the murder?
Yes,
And that was just so that you could come and go whenever you were visiting?
that was my understanding.
Do you recall a motion being filed by Dan Markel that we've referred to as the grandma motion?
No,
Did Dan Markel in March 26th of 2014 file a motion seeking to preclude your mother from having unsupervised contact with your kids?
I don't remember him filing that motion, but it sounds like if it's a motion you have a name for, then it exists.
And in that motion, do you recall, or does it refresh your memory, that he was saying, Grandma, that the boys were telling him, Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma says she hates you, and as a result, he was concerned about your mom alienating the kids or turning the kids against him?
I remember hearing about this motion.
Okay. And that is a motion that was never got to be heard, right?
That was part of the motion to enforce the settlement agreement.
But which was never heard?
Which was never heard.
Because he was killed?
Because, yes.
And do you remember why you didn't forward your mom the actual motion that was filed in reference to that?
I don't.
Okay, if you will check see if you can find tab 98 in the back there, please.
I have tab 98.
Okay. Does it refresh your recollection as to the question, which is, where was your mom on the day that the relocation was filed, which for your reference was 3/26/14?
So this email is from 3/25/14, and it looks like my parents were coming up. It says coming on Thursday, and this was written Tuesday the 25th. So my guess is that they were coming on Thursday the 27th.
And was it their practice to typically stop in Orlando and spend the night on the trip up to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
Okay. The allegations that are laid out in Dan Markel's motion were sent to you in an email before the motion was ever filed. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Publishing 64AA, a December 16th, 2013 email. This email indicates that Dan Markel is going to be introducing a major issue, grandparental alienation. This will be part of our ongoing effort to resolve outstanding issues. But basically, at the bottom there, Ben announced to me, Abba. What does Abba mean?
It's Abba. It means father in Hebrew.
Father. Grandma says you're stupid. Okay, and he details a couple, I think it's 3 different instances in which his boys have told him that Grandma, your mother, has told them that you're trying to take my sunshines away. She hates you. That sort of thing. Does this refresh your memory at all about those allegations?
It does.
Okay. And this email, you did forward this email to your mother. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it makes sense that I would have.
And your mom responded to it, or someone responded to it. Wow. Do you remember that?
I was shown that email yesterday.
Okay. And you forwarded that email not only to your mom, but to a total of 12 different people. Do you remember that?
I remember being very surprised that he was trying to accuse a member of the Florida bar of fraud and going to all these lengths to avoid paying money that he owed me.
Okay, and is that the reason why you sent it to the 12 people?
It was pretty shocking what he was doing.
Did your mom respond at all to that allegation regarding her alienating the kids?
I don't remember a response other than the one I was shown that said, wow, but I don't know if that was my dad responding or my mom responding.
But the allegation was in reference to your mom, right?
The allegation was in reference to my mom.
Okay. And in fact, the next day, because the parenting coordinator was in on the original thread, you forwarded the email a second time to your mom, didn't you, with the parenting coordinator's response? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but it makes sense that I would have forwarded it.
Do you remember just, let's see, a couple months before the death of Dan Markel, saying to a friend of yours, I think her name is Jane, does that sound familiar?
I had a friend named Jane.
Telling Jane, quote, Danny is a monster?
Overruled, the witness may testify based on her memory.
I don't remember telling Jane that I thought Danny was a monster.
Okay, was Jane one of the people you forwarded the email to? Dan's email?
I don't remember.
Okay. But it was the same day that you called him a monster. Do you remember that?
I don't.
I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Judge, I don't know if you're wanting a recess, this is a good time. It's getting a little tedious, I'm sure.
Okay, it looks like we're going to recess. Thank you, Missy, for holding down the fort when I'm gone. I'm not sure they're actually going to recess because the witness is on the stand, but just a good time to catch up a little bit. Thank you, Travix, for the donation. There doesn't LawTube are streaming this right now. Only you have figured out how to boost the audio. Bravo, subscribe. Yes, that's from our producers did that. Dizzy did that earlier this morning. And so we finally have good audio. There is Harvey there in the courtroom. And then America Dreamer gifted 1 Justice Serve TV membership. Thank you very much. Joey Kane, always gifting memberships. Thank you again. Another Justice Serve TV membership. Thank you all. Okay, so we're going to take a break now.
With the examination of this witness, we are going to have our lunch break at this point. I am going to remind you once again not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Also, you are prohibited from looking at any information or reports concerning this case as well. For the lunch hour, there is a cafe here in the courthouse and also some other businesses within close walking distance. If you choose to eat together, you may do so. Again, the only prohibitions are whatever.
If I could get my hair like hers.
Please return at 1:15, and we will continue with the examination of Wendy Adelson by both the state and the defense at that point. Enjoy your lunch break. The gallery is to remain in the room.
Before she goes, I have to see if I can get my hair to look like hers.
Yeah.
Everyone's standing. There's Donna. We almost forget that this is Donna's trial, right? Yes, Wendy came, though, with the whole 3D hair. Michael Bryant talked about it, you know, on TV. There you see in TV, you know, you're trained in TV to try to make that 3D impression. So here, it's here, and then the other one's over here. But let's see
For
what
the
judge says.
attorneys and the witness, we will have the same report time back, 1:15. Do any matters need to be heard before we go into the break?
Nothing to say.
Very well. Enjoy your break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, that's it. So 1:15, it's a little bit longer than an hour lunch. But I gather they'll want the jury back in the room so that they can call on them and the attorneys can go back at 1:15. The judge was really a riot this morning when he called the jury in before this all started, and he's called the jury in to come, and then he says, in the bathroom, there's always a bathroom line, because I guess the jurors were in the jury room, and then before they came, remember, he told them all to do it. But he's a real hoot, Judge Everett. I mean, I love the way he runs his courtroom. I really do. I think it is such a refreshing courtroom ever since we came out of the Karen Reed trial, right? I've got a little music here going on. Hold on a second. I think our feed has a little music happening with it right there, you know. But we'll probably go just to full picture in a second, you know, unless we keep that on there. Yes, the mastermind, So I was away for about an hour and a half. What did I miss that you all loved? What did I miss, huh? I came back. Michael did not make it to court yet. He is driving his 3-hour drive now. So, but he will be there before, hopefully he'll be there when they come back from lunch or soon thereafter, okay? Let's see. Amy Law 72 says, if I really want to look like Wendy, go back to sleep in the morning clock, roll out of bed, and then come back and chat with us. And so the girl had her hair. Well, actually, she does have it for that 3D image. Now I'm going to put mine just straight down. But she does have that whole, you know, even more now with the logs to give you that whole 3D image, and then you come forward. Yeah, poor Michael. He's making Linda work on her vacation, but that's okay. I'm enjoying it, actually, listening to this, because this is a really interesting witness, isn't it? They had to give her use immunity because they need to prove her case against Donna. And I came at a really interesting time because I left at the time they were discussing the grandparents motion. That's the motion to limit access by the grandparents because of how they were alienated the father. I also thought it was interesting the fact that she made a motion, and instead of answering Georgia Kaplan's questions, when she said that she signed over her half of the house pursuant to the settlement agreement, and then Danny, as she calls him, not Gibber. Gibber is when they're just giving him a fun name. Is Gibber. Who believes that? No one. Danny didn't pay her half of the house, and she really wanted that money because she wanted to buy a house in Tallahassee, but she couldn't because she didn't have the money. But she really wanted to buy that house in Tallahassee. Oh my goodness! It is the mobile studio. He just came in unexpected.
Not exactly.
No.
I don't know where the hell I am. I've now gone from planes, trains, and automobiles. I'm hitchhiking. I'm picking up quarters along the road to see if I can get there. But yeah, I thought this would be a good time to check in at least.
Yeah, well, they're going to lunch for an hour and 15 minutes. I was just about to tell them how it was that Wendy is not now the wow email, which really nails her mother, in my opinion, right? She said, instead of answering the question of who sent it, she says, well, I forwarded it to 12 people because I was shocking what Danny was doing. So it's kind of interesting. We'll see how Georgia Kaplan handles it. She barrels right through it and lets Wendy do her thing. But they've given her use immunity to get to this point, and Wendy's now trying to is really trying to demean Danny. I don't know if you've been able to listen at all at this point, right?
Oh yeah, it's been quite enjoyable to just drive, listen. You know, usually I'm taking these crazy notes, and you know, you get so deep. It's kind of nice to have it.
Notes, right.
I can't take too many while I'm driving. I would never do that. But you know, it's kind of interesting to have it just waft over you and just kind of get a broader sense of it. And so I look at the big picture here, right? You know, it's so easy to forget that Donna Adelson is the defendant here. And there is no doubt she is conniving. She is evil. She is arrogant. She is entitled. She's just a mean witch. But does that get the prosecution to murder? I'm not there yet.
You're not there. It's interesting because this whole idea, you see how though controlling Donna is. She's the one who wants. I mean, Wendy has to give the performance of her life, which maybe she's doing right now. You know, I threw that question out in our ex Twitter account. And she has to do this. And you know that motion with the relocation, which kind of started all this before the grandparents' motion, that was denied. You and I talked about with prejudice. I've never heard about that.
That's ridiculous, and I mentioned that before. Am I still there? It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous because you can't foreclose that kind of thing. And we mentioned it the other day. What if Dan Markel starts beating the kids? Nope, you got to stay in the same town. You can't relocate for the kids' safety. That's insane. I did find it interesting. Yes.
But I think the judge was sending Wendy a message. She changed lawyers a number of times. There was all these motions going back. She's sending her a message. I'm not hearing this. Okay, I'm just not hearing this. Come back to me when you're ready.
But that ain't the judge's job. That's not the judge's job. The judge's job is to follow the proper remedies, and a with prejudice remedy doesn't exist. And I found it interesting that Donna wanted to file an appeal.
Right.
And I would have done the same thing because it's just not an order that's going to stand up on appeal. But for whatever reason, that never happened.
Well, I think because the circumstances hadn't changed. I think if the circumstances had changed, you can go back in on a motion if that's denied with prejudice, go on an appeal. I mean, I think that's what the lawyer gave them, the information. The circumstances hasn't changed. You're not going to give us anything else except Wendy wants to live near her grandparents, and she's got a support system. And by the way, the grandparents are paying $600 an hour for all the lawyers, and they're really pissed off that they can't get their way. And Dan Markel, who they've labeled gibberish, is getting their way. But I find it interesting that they do give her the immunity, the use immunity here again. But then Wendy seems to be defending. She's taking the side of really, she knows that these emails are bad for mom, right? That she knows that. And now instead of answering, did you send this to your mother, whatever, she's saying, well, Dan Markel, I was surprised about how terrible he was. Dan Markel, I was surprised at how terrible this was. So she's now kind of like defending mom because these emails, I think, Michael, I don't know. You say it doesn't get you there. I think it may.
Not yet. Okay. To me, this is all the run up to the crime. For me, I need to see the bigger picture. Again, yes, she's evil, but I guarantee you there are people on that jury that have similar in-laws, maybe not quite as extreme, but understand the controlling, conniving nature of an in-law that has nothing but their own interest in mind. Where are my grandkids? That's all I care about. Me. Give me my grandkids. I don't think that sentiment is all that rare. Okay, she's evil and she's mean-spirited. I get it.
The degree of control here, though, to me, is beyond anything I have seen, except for I've seen things bad. We've all seen really bad marriage dissolutions, right? We've seen people get killed. That's the prime reason that women get killed, right?
But if you believe what we've heard so far is enough to drive somebody to murder a child's former spouse, we'd be having thousands of these murders a day because these kinds of
we don't have many of these Donna Adelsons. We don't have this kind of controlling. I mean, that's the thing.
I think you're wrong. I think we do. I think they're out there. They do their best to control. They don't end up murdering anybody.
Yeah, but that doesn't preclude the murder here because of the control. To me, this gets me here.
No. You're right. I'm just saying I'm not there yet. I'm just saying from what I've heard so far, as bad as it is, as evil as it is, as controlling as it is, it happens all the time. It's just that next level. Does that happen in this case? Because I did just enough family law to know I don't want to do family law, and this is one of the reasons because they are so ugly and so contentious, and they're always
they're always
and that's
right.
Of course,
and firing their lawyers, right,
and over stupid things. They mentioned a tennis racket was in one of the documents. That's how stupid it gets.
But it does get like that. It does get like that. But you don't see the degree of control that Wendy says everything to her mother. Her mother is sitting at the counsel table, editing the papers and making suggestions. She's involved in absolutely everything. And I'm not saying that that's controlling enough, but I think when Wendy, with the question that hasn't been answered, when this picture that Wendy actually forwarded to everybody, that's the picture of her brother with Katie. Okay. I mean, isn't that sending a message that this is what's going on? To me, that's sending a message, and that everybody knows what's going on. I mean, I think that it sends a message. Now, you're saying you need one more nexus. You need one more nexus.
Yeah, I do. I need a little more. I mean, the way I look at it, and this is kind of a mixture of legal concepts, but the proximate cause of something, it's almost a but-for analysis. And I'm saying to this jury, but for Donna Adelson's actions, as we've heard them at least so far, but for those actions, does Dan Markel get murdered? I don't see it yet.
Because it's a conspiracy. So if you didn't have Charlie and Katie, and if you didn't have the Wendy, and you had this dynamic, and you have Donna, but for all of that, does she get murdered? Yes, he gets murdered.
Of course. But you can't attribute to her the actions of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera and Meg Benoit. You can't, not based on what we've seen so far.
I think that you're getting around into this conspiracy right now, especially since he's murdered just before the final motion was going to be heard, and the grandparents, they lost the motion. They lost the motion on the alienation, and they lost the motion on the relocation, and everything.
Yes, the grandma motion was the grandma motion ever heard? I thought it was not heard.
No, that's right. It was never heard because of the
and that is
It
horrible.
was murdered because it was murdered.
Oh yeah, I know that did disrupt the proceedings. I get it.
Yeah. And who was the benefit? Who had the benefit? It was the grandparents, but Harvey just kind of like out there. I mean,
Harvey. Yeah. I know people get mad when I say poor Harvey, but would you like to be married to Donna? Anyway,
no, but I wouldn't want to be married. But this is the first time. This is the first time, and people don't realize it, that Donna and Harvey have actually listened to Wendy's testimony, sat in court, and been there. I mean, this is really an interesting thing, because Harvey is there. I mean, he's there and he's stalwart, right?
And for people who were thinking, well, we're just going to have, this will just be, round 4 of Wendy Adelson's testimony. It's not. This is very different. Very different.
Even the reading of the emails, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And if we back up a step to the first witness of the day, if you don't mind, if we get into a little bit of that.
No, go, because you've been on the road, and it's been, I think it's been from watching it as a lawyer, it's been a fascinating day.
Yeah, it has been. And part of the reason this case is so popular is because of these soap opera twists and turns, right? It's horrible. Dan Markel pays the ultimate price, but you hear about these family dynamics, and it's frightening. It's the kind of stuff people watch, soap operas for. So we had the guy who's an investigator, and he's basically used to bring in the whole dissolution for the divorce file.
Nulan, he knew everything. Yeah.
But the way I think the defense really let Kappelman get away with too much, she was leading him so much. She might as well have just read the different documents into the record.
But when the defense objected, the Kappelman was a judge. These were moved into evidence. The defense agreed. The only thing they objected to was JJ, and we resolved that with a proffer. So now she can read the documents because the defense agreed to them all.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she can just read them into the record. That's not appropriate.
Well, actually, it is. You and I disagree on this.
Okay, well, she can use the witness, but she wasn't really using the witness as much as she was just reading them herself.
Yeah,
and then having him say,
yeah. Yeah, but it's just like a deposition. Yes. You can read somebody's deposition to them, even if they're your witness. People don't understand that when they're on the stand as your witness, if they say something different or something. So
Sure. Impeachment. Sure. That's a different, but this is just a guy parroting what was in the documents. So I think that's inappropriate, and it was just not objected to on those grounds. So, in fact, any of the objections made by what's his name again? Zellman. Yeah. Not good. Not very well articulated. And I think he missed a number of opportunities. And the judge is very good at sorting out what he thinks the objections are. On this ground, no. On this ground, okay, maybe. And we should point out, total contrast to the Karen Reed case, where there were no speaking objections, remember? Right, and everybody had to everybody had to guess what the grounds were, and then when Judge Bev ruled, they'd have to guess what the basis for the ruling was. This is the way it should be. These are not speaking objections exactly. Speaking just means going beyond, but stating the grounds, hearsay. That's it. You're done. You don't say hearsay because the witness on the stand didn't say that. That would be a speaking objection. Those are still not allowed. But at least give us the grounds, and then the judge can respond accordingly. That's the way it's supposed to be. So.
Well, even when someone objected, he objected again properly. I'm telling you, it was proper procedure. Even though he lost on the proffer with JJ, the exhibit, he objected again. He said, on the basis of the proffer this morning, Your Honor, I'm making the objection for the record. And the judge says, thank you, and overruled. But I thought the attorneys, he did do a good job. I thought that Zellman did do a good job on that. But I tell you what, the judge though. What the judge actually did a better job, Michael, if I may, and I think I pointed out this morning on the JJ objection, because he said, look, that's that email that really, sticks it to Donna, where she goes back and says, wow, but there's no name under it. And the judge said, not just what the prosecutor said, that it's based on Nulan's testimony and all, but I want to see if there's a proper foundation from Nulan and Wendy Adelson. And then if there is, it comes in, and I'll give, if you want the limiting, instruction, I'll give it, which doesn't do much for the defense. And the defense says, yeah, I want the limiting instruction because it says it gives Donna motive and intent. I mean, what kind of limiting instruction is that? But he added,
it's reinforcing it.
Right, it reinforces it. He added what the prosecution didn't, which is, hey, there also has to be a foundation given by Wendy, not just this investigator here. And the defense hadn't picked that up. They just objected on the basis of that it was really more prejudicial than not, because you couldn't attribute it to Donna. Really, that was their objection. They didn't know it. They didn't know what the objection was, but that was it.
So what do you think about that?
By the way, this is dirty matcha. I've been drinking it, saying at least I'll have some vacation by drinking my dirty matcha tea.
Yeah, I don't know what's it dirtied with, vodka? Because that might make it. Oh, okay. So what do you think about? I mentioned this on Friday when it first rose its ugly head, and that was this whole email chain that's to the family. It's the Harvey. I get the sense that, yeah, she was probably writing most of them, or Harvey may have been contributing, but in a very superficial way.
He wasn't writing them. Maybe she told him,
Yeah, I still think it's muddy enough that a juror could say, I can't be 100% sure that she's the one that wrote these emails, which are critical in terms of setting up that motive and the intent to wipe out Dan Markel. I don't know. I think it's an issue for the prosecution. They've got to pound away on that.
Yeah, but they got to pound away that the family does nothing here without Donna's approval.
No,
that's basically it. That's the case.
I get it.
They do nothing without Ma Barker, Ma Donna's approval. Okay, Ma Donna. By the way, I understand that Jimmy has arrived in court before you. Okay, our whole. What all of our viewers were concerned. Where's Jimmy in the courtroom?
I noticed.
And I'm thinking,
that.
Hey, Michael's on his way there. In fourth place.
I'm walking there, and I know. Hopefully, because I sent, speaking of the courtroom situation, I ragged on Friday the first two court pews behind the defense being wide open and marked on, which is bullshit. So I sent a note to Isaac. I'm always on a first name basis with these media people, unfortunately for them. Jennifer in Norfolk County. And I said, look, I told him so many times, Isaac, what's the plan? You're not giving out media credentials. You don't have a process for people who are coming in, public or press. You don't have an overflow.
They do now have an overflow. Now they have an overflow.
Yeah. I mean, I told this guy weeks ago, this is what's going to happen. And it was all just poo-pooed. So I'm glad they're finally getting their shit together, and hopefully that will pay off. I'm just going to get up early.
We're going to have a seat in the courtroom.
I will, because I'll just get up
3:30 this morning to get there.
This afternoon, who knows? The fact that I'm stopping and having this chat is going to push me further back, which is fine. And Wendy and I will probably never meet. I could see that happening. But I'll just be up early in the morning and get there and be there. But for this afternoon, you can only do what you can do. So.
Yeah, well, you got to get her to sign the book.
Well, yeah, if she's still in town, yeah.
You got to get her to sign the book. Well, no, she's going to be. Well, do you think? Obviously, the defense has to cross-examine her.
Yeah, but they've been so horrible at their cross-examination. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know.
So how far away are you now? 4 hours?
I'm still a couple hours out.
A couple hours out. Okay. Do you want to go and we'll just talk?
Yeah, I think I will. I'm going to make a comfort break here and grab a bite and then hit the road, and I will check in with you later.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I'll keep talking with everybody. All right. Get to court.
Bye.
Bye. There he goes. There he goes. Mobile studio. Poor guy's up since 3:30 this morning trying to get to court. He's been to LaGuardia. He's been to Atlanta. Now he's in a rental car. I mean, this is all to get there. And hopefully he'll get there before Wendy gets off the stand. But let him get a bite to eat, comfort break. And he's got another 2 hours. He may make it. He may make it into court before Wendy finishes. I'm hoping. Okay. Yeah, Jimmy's all coming for Donna Sue. We saw that. But there you have it. Very interesting. So how do you feel that Michael feels that this nexus has not been made yet, that Donna knew or controlled that there was going to be a murder? How are you all feeling about this right now? I'd like to get some comments. We've got almost 1,000 of you watching. By the way, could you all hit that subscribe, like, share, notify button? Okay, that gets us into the algorithm. It gets YouTube to play ads, which I know you hate, but at least, it funds things like Michael traveling all this way as cheaply as he can to get to court for Wendy Adelson. And he'll be going to be there all week, by the way, doing interviews and probably visiting the liquor store where Wendy was going, driving through the neighborhood, getting the view, our view that we can post onto you, probably first to members and then to all of you who are here. But how are you all feeling about that? I thought that these emails really show a problem. They really show an issue with regard to Donna. That, to me, nothing got past that family. I mean, she's like John Gotti, right? No one's going to go murder anybody unless they get the Don's approval. She's Madonna, okay? I mean, she's not only Ma Barca, but she's like the Don, Madonna. She's got both names as far as I'm concerned. And let they get the Don's approval. That's Madonna Adelson. That she controlled everything. She was paying for everything. That the Adelsons weren't going to be beat. Nothing was going to beat them. Now, the one thing I didn't ask Michael is if they were willing to negotiate for $1 million. It seems to me that if they tried to bribe, as they called it, Dan Markel with $1 million, and he rejected it, that would then lead more to the motive for murder. That would give another nexus, maybe what Michael Bryant would need. But there was no indication, I didn't see any, that the $1 million offer was ever conveyed to Dan Markel. And maybe there had been a discussion, but I say maybe because we don't have any proof on this, that, hey, maybe it'd be just cheaper to hire a hit person and get rid of him and get him out of our lives forever. All right. But it seems to me that if Dan Markel were offered the $1 million and he rejected it, that should give Michael, satisfy Michael Bryant in the link. But what do you need? What do you all need to think? I think nothing goes pay. I mean, even she's sitting every single piece of paper, maybe because they were paying for it, maybe because she was so invested in it. But the whole, I posted them on our X account, those first emails about telling, the performance of your life, that your attorney has to believe it also. You're going to put the kids in Catholic school. They're going to be baptized knowing that this would break Dan Markel. And now Wendy gets up, Wendy buying bullet bourbon, right? Supposedly because it was a, stock our bar party. And this is what we want. So, yes, Wendy has only been testifying as the emails, but on the last ones, when we build up to this row email, again, she poo-poos it. She says, we heard again that the revocation was denied about her moving with prejudice, that the grandparents' motion for alienation of affections never got heard because what happened, Dan Markel was murdered. To me, the timing also gives motive, right? Because, that timing is we don't ever want the court to ever hear that motion, right? We don't want anything else being heard because the courts are obviously against our Wendy. And that's how I'm viewing Donna. And then the issue of the payment with regard to the house that Wendy never got the half the payment that she was entitled to me, that sounds like they felt that Wendy was being taken advantage of and the courts were doing nothing. And Donna felt that, again, she had that email about paying people and the courts said, how dare the court denies everything, how outrageous it is. The courts aren't doing their job. And then we did get one thing, that she was beginning to get very angry, very angry. So I thought that was something. But then Wendy, when we get to the email JJ, which was the email that was the subject of the whole this morning, the motion, the proffer and all, with regard to the WOW, Wendy poo-poos it and says, well, I just couldn't believe how nasty Dan was becoming. It was, we just couldn't believe how nasty Dan was becoming. Now, maybe in a way that gives Don even more motive, because now Dan is not only winning everything, in their mind, he's becoming really nasty, right? She's really, really nasty. So one of the things I asked Michael Bryan, who probably is listening to this right now, does that nexus have it? The fact that Wendy was trying to actually tell her mother, trying to exonerate her mother, in my opinion, was shocking. She said, shocking what Danny was doing. All right. Again, she doesn't call him gibbers in front of the jury, but it was shocking what he was doing. It sounds like that she was trying to exonerate her mother, but I don't know. When you say that, if you say exonerate your mother by doing that, if you say if they were all shocked, does that give your mother motive to beat Madonna and then say to Charlie, okay, go ahead, do whatever you want to do, especially since you got the picture of Charlie with Katie. And I think everybody knew what that meant. To me, that everyone knew what that meant, right? That was the ultimate. But no, even when you have the mafia, you don't normally have this direct evidence unless you have wiretaps. Remember, the mafia a lot of times relies on wiretaps, or they rely on a snitch. And I guess the snitch has to be Wendy in the way that she's giving her testimony, because they need her. But remember, she's only been testifying so far really as to these emails and as to the marital situation. But I noticed a little difference from when we ran the tape Wendy 1 and Wendy 2 from the Charlie Adelson trial, where she was like, oh, and talking about her muffins or something like that, and smiling a lot. To me, Wendy is not making as many smiles as she was. I mean, she seems to be, not doing that. She's so that I ask you again, and maybe this should be a poll: is Wendy Adelson giving the performance of her life, or is she just telling the truth? All right, now let me look at some of your comments here. As we go down, there's so many going past. I'm not sure I can get to them before they go. They seem to go past me faster than I can imagine. Let me say madness in. Just show this because it's past me. Madness upside down. I'm there. These emails are damning. Yeah, I felt so too. I think the emails show the degree of control. I think what the emails show is that they're not going to do anything without mom, without Madonna. Madonna. We'll have a triple entendre there, right? Not going to do anything without Madonna. Okay, saying, okay, this is what's happening. Now, let me hear. This is one. Legal-minded friends, Karen Cole. Okay, I have too many divorce clients. Hold on a second, so it doesn't pass me. Too many divorce clients, failure to pay a court order resulting in Wendy losing a potential property. Courts here would award the losses incurred, costs having to rent, and the legal costs. But they didn't there. They didn't there. So that's what I think, that's what Donna was railing about, right? And I think in a way blaming the attorney. And then he said, well, Dan Markel accused the attorney of committing fraud. And then we had to go find another attorney because my attorney now had a conflict of interest because she wasn't filing any fraudulent papers on the court. So, there was that going on too. And maybe, as people that have do divorce clients and have divorce cases, or even if you have another case that may tangentially involve a divorce, a criminal case that tangentially has a divorce involved, you know how bitter these are. People make up accusations, sometimes false, sometimes they're actual accusations, but you can't tell the false from the real because the anger and the bitterness is so just huge on these divorce cases when you have these bitter divorce cases, right? And that's why, the question is, was it just cheaper and easier to get rid of Dan Markel? And who would have the motive? Who has the motive? Now, the one thing you still have going for you, if you're Donna Adelson, is that Luis Rivera, who did turn state's evidence, he was the driver. He couldn't say Latin Kings in court, but he was the head of his own Latin Kings gang. Bad guy, right? Definitely would have the assets, as we say. But Sigfredo Garcia was a shooter. He did not turn. He did not give state's evidence. But is it cheaper cheaper and less emotional if you are the Madonna to order the hit or to approve the hit, right? To approve the hit. Do you think Charlie Adelson would do a hit on Dan Markel without Madonna knowing about it? Of course, then the question is going to become, did Wendy Adelson know, right? That's going to be the question that's going to become. By the way, I have to give attribution to this. This is my cup that was made by a woman named Donna for my here in the Catskills for my dirty matcha. But my husband actually made it for me and brought it down for me when I'm on the air. So I love you, sweetheart. Okay, thank you for my dirty matcha. So I have to give him attribution to this as I sit here with all of this stuff. And probably should take a screenshot of all this stuff and show you exactly what it looks like when you're doing one of these, and I'll post it to our X account afterwards, and probably to our Instagram account and our X account, because we're sitting here for the day. We're sitting here for the day, except that my camera doesn't want to seem to work here. It wants to give a portrait, and I really don't want a portrait. I just want a picture of all this stuff. What are you all thinking of Georgia Cappleman? Better than has all the run-up made her really tight? I mean, she knows this case, right? She knows this case. On one of the cases I watched, I think it was one of the Katie cases, I was like, oh, I'm not sure. But now I've gotten to really like her. She really knows this case, and she really knows how to try a case and all, it seems to me. And she knows what the judge is going to do. She absolutely, she's got it down. But so if you don't think this is there, what do you need to get there? If you're like Michael Bryant and don't think that the state has proven that nexus yet, that Donna has proven the nexus yet, that Donna, let me start this. I'm seeing something here. I have to start an answer. Sorry, guys. That Donna is not linked yet to the hit. If you think like Michael Bryant, what do you think gets you there over this hump? Because you can't assume that the jurors are like some of us who think that maybe the nexus has been made already by the emails with regard to the motive and the intent and the controlling nature, right? So what do you think needs to happen? I mean, it's a valid point. It's a valid point. This is not like, Sigfredo Garcia coming in and diming out, not Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera coming in and diming out Katie and basically Charlie and all, and Charlie, having, and all. Does the tickle the wire? Remember that? Does tickle the wire get you there? See, maybe I'm looking at the emails in light of the tickle the wire. You don't know what the tickle the wire is. That's when Mike Easter talked about it. If you didn't see that show, it's an hour long. I'd recommend it to you. Retired FBI, great FBI agent, Mike Easter. I think that when they hear about the bump, Mary Malarkey is feeling what I feel. I think the reason why I say I'm there is because I'm thinking that the bump has already been told to the jury. The tickle the wire has already been told to the jury. So that may be what gets them there. When the undercover agent, as we know, who was at audition picked by Agent Sanford, FBI Agent Sanford, hands Donna the newspaper article with the $5,000 of Dan Markel's death with the $5,000 in red printed on it, hand printed on it, and something about my friend needs money, and then nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. And they wait because nothing happens. It's the bump, the tickle the wire. They're trying to get Donna to move. They have these emails. They need some. They know they. So maybe this is Michael's point. They know they need something else beside these emails. They have these, right? They have Charlie's conviction, but we all already knew they got Charlie's conviction partially because of tickle the wire. But so they do the bump or the tickle the wire, as the FBI calls it, and then nothing happens, and then the undercover agent starts texting Donna. Donna Adelson, and says, hey, and the texts get more ramped up about I want, my friend needs the money. And she responds, I don't even know who your friend is. But eventually, I think that the calls to Charlie and all, I think that to me, that gets you there. And maybe the reason why I'm there already on the emails is because I'm thinking ahead of what's to come. And so I think that's kind of like that kind of does it for me. But in fairness to Michael Bryant, the jury hasn't heard that yet. So if you just have these emails with a nasty divorce, where anybody who's been in a nasty divorce, and there's been motions all over the United States where people are trying to disengage, disavow grandparents for alienation because they get involved in their kids' lives sometimes a lot too much, maybe Michael's right. Maybe that it's not there yet for whether or not she's the Madonna, she's the Madonna Adelson, she's the Don John Gotti, right? She's Ma Barker, that she's the one that you're not going to do everything unless you're in control, okay? So to me, I guess I'm thinking ahead. And once I get to tickle the wire and her actions after that, I'm done. I'm done. I mean, I've never seen emails like this. I've never seen where she's sitting at the kitchen table, right? This madness in the upside down. We know more than the jury, so I agree. I'm looking ahead. I'm looking ahead at the star. Let's make it stop. And I agree. I'm looking ahead and thinking about the bump is already out there. Yeah, I think maybe that's the thing. And so, in fairness to Michael Bryant, I think he may be right. If you're just looking at the emails, you're saying, okay, so show me where she was part of the conspiracy to kill Dan Markel. Yes, it was just before this motion was going to be heard. Yes, she was really angry. Yes, there was a wow statement that I think the jury can easily attribute coming from her, not from Harvey. Harvey's not writing wow. The mother had been writing wow back a number of times, and she was on her way to Tallahassee at the time this happened. That all. And then, of course, there's the wild card in all this. What's the wild card? Donna testifying, because the attorney has said, now he can change his mind, and she can change his mind, that Donna is going to testify. And again, I will tell you that when you try a case as a defense attorney, right? When you try a case as a defense attorney, everything you've done good to try to get reasonable doubt is out the window when the client testifies, because the case only comes down to the client. But 007 Texas, as soon as she called Charlie freaking out about the bump, that's to me, that's she called somebody. And she didn't call the police, right? When the interesting thing, I'll think about it all, when she gets the bump and or the tickle the wire, as I love to call it, as Mike Easter, as what the FBI calls these, she doesn't call the police to say somebody's threatening me. She doesn't call the police to say somebody's trying to blackmail me for something I didn't do. She calls Charlie. She calls no one from the outside to get help, right? And think about it, right? If you think you're now being threatened by somebody, right? If you think you're being threatened by somebody, if you're her at this point, maybe you think that's coming, you don't know what it's coming from, but you're scared and you want protection. But you don't call anybody who can give you protection. You call no one who can give you protection. So, of course, that leads us to the question that we're going to be way ahead of ourselves. Does that get you to Wendy if calling Charlie after the bump, if Madonna just calls Charlie after the bump? Or are you trying to all do this? Is Madonna the one in control? She wants to protect her daughter. She wants to protect her grandkids. And is she all in control? But that's I'm getting way ahead of myself on that, okay? Yeah, the matriarch murder master. This is call her the Madonna murder trial, right? Donna Adelson murder trial. The grandmother, the matriarch, and all. She's paying for everything. She's calling the shots. She's telling her daughter what to say, where to say. She's telling her daughter how she must act. I tell you what, at some point, maybe if your daughter, you say, Mom, butt out, maybe if me and my husband, we can work this out if we just lower the tone, which is what he said he wanted. But then she said, and that's Wendy on the stand, she said that she was willing to do that. And then so she went down and she gave away her right to the house, as she was required to do. And then he failed to pay her, and she had to file a motion to enforce the settlement agreement right away. And he said, no, he's not going to pay her because Wendy had violated the agreement already. So, she is relying on the fact that, hey, she's trying to tell this jury that this is a really bad guy, thinking that it helps helps her, right? It helps her. Maybe it helps her mother. And I don't know about that at this point when the mom is pretty angry and all. Should she testify? Missy, maybe we can put up a poll for there. Should Donna Adelson take the stand in her trial? Yes or no? Just yes or no. I mean, it's a simple question. I wouldn't even put unsure at this point. Sherry Schreiber, the jailhouse calls. Well, we also may have the jailhouse snitch. Now, I'm not a big one for snitches. All right, I think that they convict more people wrongfully than they're worth. I think that usually a prosecution shows they're weak when they use a snitch. But there's been some stuff in this case that apparently Donna Adelson wrote out a script, right? And the snitch has it. So when you start doing that, that's a that's really bad. So yeah, the defense I think has opened the door to Donna Adelson testifying, right? But boy, I'll tell you what, is she going to be good, bad, or indifferent? I can't imagine her being good for her case. I mean, I just can't imagine her being good for her case. But when you have nothing to lose, if you think you're down the tubes unless she testifies and you have absolutely nothing to lose and you want the case to come down to her, maybe one person will feel sorry for her. Maybe one person will think that she is, she's just a poor grandma who was trying to help. But I think when you add all the stuff, and so in my opinion, by the way, I think the prosecution may use the snitch because of the script, okay? It may be because of the snitch. Somebody here, let me see. Smoochy Bird just came in here. Let me just see. 28 minutes behind. He was killed right before the last motion. That proves guilt. What about the first trip where he actually was supposed to be killed? Yeah, that wasn't the last motion. So the defense has to kind of point that out, right? But they didn't. They should have. Well, they did point out that the first time they went to see it. But when was that first motion? Okay, all of you. Let's tell me. Let's do a timeline here. When was the first time that Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera went to kill Dan Markel and didn't kill him? How many days before the actual murder did that happen? Didn't kill him because he was with his kids. Of course, that led to the funny thing about they actually shot inside the car and accidentally hit the gas line. I mean, you can't make this up with regard to your hitmen. Hit people's. Okay, so when was the timelines? Everybody, somebody give me the timeline. That what happened before that? When was that first attempt at the hit? When was the next motion filed? When was the actual hit? And then when was the motion for the grandparents' alienation, which never got heard because of the murder? All right. So. Yeah, I mean, Wendy's going to try to say that Gibbers was just a cute little name they gave to Dan Markel, okay? June 1st was the first trip. July 2nd, the second trip. Had that motion been on the docket to be heard the day it was heard, okay? So if June 1st was the first trip, July 2nd was the second trip, right? June 1st was the first trip, and July, that's a month away. And July 2nd was the second trip. When was the motion docketed to be heard? Do we have that? Does anyone have that? Because I know you all know this case, and that's really a great point, actually, to see that maybe it wasn't the grandparents' motion, but maybe it was already docketed by them, because usually you docket them, you file them a little bit. So, but in the meantime, we do have that poll up in our community page. Should Donna testify, yes or no, in her own trial, right? Now, I thought Shiraz, there were extensions too. I think that motion was docketed before June 1st. Somebody needs to tell us when the motion was docketed and when it was the first time that it was supposed to be heard. And that's the motion for the grandparent alienation, okay? So that's an argument. Now, if that motion's docketed and it's supposed to be heard, again, June 1st, and it wasn't because of whatever, all right? Then, was that when Wendy had to get another attorney because the Markel's attorneys alleged that her attorney had committed fraud upon the court, all right? So Sherry Schreiber's checking when the first date that the motion was supposed to be heard was, was it before June 1st? I mean, that's really the question, is what motion was before June 1st? All right. They're pending charges. Dan was going after her law license. Yeah, Dan was playing hardball with Wendy, but Wendy was playing this outrageous stuff with her. To me, instigated and orchestrated by Mom. Remember, she sat in and she's the one who did line by line edits of the grandparents. The motion to move, right? And then those were adopted by her and sent in full to the lawyer without saying my mother wrote them. All right. So that's something to be had right there. So Missy voted yes. Missy Mayhem voted yes just because I want to see her on the stand, but she probably shouldn't. But everyone wants to see her on the stand. Okay. It's amazing. So I did start one thing having nothing to do with this case, but because of my husband bringing me on our vacation. It wasn't supposed to be his vacation. It wasn't my vacation. It just happens to be here with me. But I saw a documentary with Dr. B the other day. When I saw him, I smiled and said, I said, Dr. Baden out loud, like I knew him personally. Hello, so impressive. That's really sweet. Thank you very much. We'd love to get him back on our show when he can come on our show, because there's a lot of subjects he can talk about. Okay, so so let's see. Micah, let me get this started. Hold on, Micah's got this, I think. May 15, 2014, hearing scheduled for motion to prohibit Adelson's mother from seeing grandchildren unsupervised to continue without a new hearing scheduled prior to Markel's death. Okay, so May 15th. So the hit wasn't before the first scheduled motion date, okay? Or was that the docketing? Was that the docketing May 15th, Micah? Or was that the first time it was supposed to be heard? That was the hearing, you're saying. So the hit was after that was rescheduled. So, so maybe you could argue, take a sip of this, that can't be the motivating factor because Dan Markel wasn't killed before the first hearing date, the first scheduled hearing date of May 15, 2014. So maybe you could argue that it was after that. But then, of course, everyone's going to say, well, then it gets built up and her resentment and her discontent. And that means Donna's resentment and discontent. I mean, right now, Donna looks like the one who's more resentful and discontentful with Dan Markel than does Wendy. But I'm sure Wendy is giving the performance of her life, in my opinion. Because he's accusing you of fraud. He wants to go after your law license. He's forced you to stay in the area that you're in and not move to go down where the grandparents are. He's forced you there, right? Forced you to stay there. You've given up a job opportunity, supposedly. That would be a great job opportunity. Now, I have to tell you, it is kind of unusual that courts won't allow parents to move with their kids, even if it's a little, it requires Skype or plane fares or whatever, if it's in the best interest of the children. It is allowed. Sometimes people can be allowed to take kids to other countries, and that causes a real issue, as we've seen. But it's usually what's in the best interest of the child. So I guarantee you, with the amount of, remember, we're not in this matrimonial. We read about it. We see how big it is. We see the papers. We see the allegations going back and forth. The court, there must have been, obviously, I assume that the court had some type of reports third-party reports as to the children and all. But there must have been a really strong feeling of the court that these kids should not go with Wendi Adelson, where they'd be controlled by the grandparents far away from Dad, Dan Markel. That there was something really bad. The court got a bad smell with regard to this, right? Really bad smell to regard with this. Legal-minded friends, Karen Cole says, Wendy said Dan asked Donna to babysit after filing that grandma motion, so she thought it would not be taken seriously. Okay. And remember, you have the whole thing about putting them in Missy loves my husband so much. Yeah, thank you, so do I. Thank you very much. All right, so with regard to the testimony, have you done the poll? Nikki, A, Nikki D, bad for Donna, good for entertainment. I think Georgia will destroy her. Have to vote in the poll. I think you're right. Sherry Schreiber says, I met Dr. Bada in New York City. Okay. When was that? Okay. So now we're doing, Micah says we're going back to the hearing. I get distracted, as you know. I like to answer your questions and talk about other things too. Because as jurors, you know, the jurors do that too, by the way, unless they're in a real heated discussion about something. They kind of will take time and, you know, go grab coffee if there is coffee in the jury room. Sometimes the judges do have a thermos in the jury room. It depends on the courthouse and how much the budget is. So it was a 5:15 hearing. So Dan wasn't killed before the 5:15 hearing. Then of course, you know, it's put off. So, you know, you could argue that, well, if Donna was Madonna and wanted this hit done, it would be done before that 5:15 hearing, right? So, you know, that's a possible, you know, that's an argument. I don't know. Maybe, by the way, let's hear from some of our new members. Kim P became a new YouTube member. Thank you very much. So if that's the hearing, Micah, and he's not killed, could you then argue that indeed it exonerates Donna? Because if she's going to mastermind to have him killed, she'd have him killed before the first hearing, because she wasn't going to take any chances with regard to that. Because if indeed it was, and I'm going to start something because I can't read it that fast as it's going past. I'm going to start something and put it into my save file for a second. Excuse me. Okay. So if indeed that she didn't do that, but why would she take the chance then? Maybe she felt that after the surprise, maybe Wendy's nailing her to the proverbial cross, and I don't mean that in a religious way. I mean that in she's being nailed to the cross in a non-religious way, because we can have crosses that are non-religious. That maybe when Wendy thinks she's exonerating a mother, saying that, well, I was surprised, I was shocked that Danny was doing. Maybe it's the interesting issue here that if she's so surprised, maybe Donna says, I'm not going to take the chance in her mind about a second hearing. You know, I'm not going to take the chance. We got lucky on the first one, so I'm not taking the chance. And that's when you have the June 1st attempt. But of course, then you have to bring it back to when was Katie, and I'm not going to, because I know Michael he does this thing where he pronounces Katie's name the way it should be pronounced instead of the way he pronounces it, because he loves to just tick everybody off with regard to that. But maybe when was the actual hit? When was Sigfredo actually hired? When was Luis actually hired by Katie? When was the money? Well, we know when the money was changed afterwards, the stapled money. So it's never a mannequin. Oh, great, interesting name. Find it interesting Donna disowned a child for not marrying a Jew, but doesn't mind Charlie dating and having a child with all sorts. We don't know what's going on. I mean, you know, she's and that's the thing. You know, whatever it is, to me, Donna had, you know, in some way approved anyhow. Whether it was by tacit, I don't really care, or by, you know, reading every line in the divorce proceeding document at a kitchen table of your daughter and all. Oh yeah, that was Legal Minded Friends for Karen Cole. Remember when Wendy testified, Donna made Dan banana bread when she watched The Boys for Him after the grandma motion. Made him banana bread. Oh, the banana bread was so good. We did that when we saw Wendy 1 and when we saw Wendy 2. Joelle O'Neill, new member, thank you for joining us, Joelle. We really appreciate it. You'll find this is a very interesting community. Everyone's very bright. As I say, they know the cases sometimes and better than I do, because we're covering all the cases, but I can tell you the law and what things mean. And so I still have a job. Thank goodness gracious. Thank goodness gracious. Okay. Anyhow, so let's see. This lawyer called him Garcia twice. All right. So what do you think so far of the defense performance? Let's talk about overall. Because even if the jury can't talk about things, they're thinking about things in their mind. All right. What do you think of the defense performance? I think they're doing the best with what they have. I think there's been some missed opportunities, but I also think they're making the objections that some of the earlier defense attorneys in the other cases didn't make. Okay. Oh, this is so great. Thank you very much. I'm seeing this. Morrissey's iCloud AK. Denise, hi, Denise. Thank you for covering this, Linda. I've been lurking while working. You're the best. Thank you very much. I try to give you my opinion. Sometimes you may not like it. You may like it. But remember, I tried cases, and for the most part, my clients don't get convicted when I'm trying the cases, certainly not of the top charge and all. And then in my civil cases, as you know, that I've reported recently, the settlement of a number of civil cases in the past couple of weeks, I've reported them out on my X page. I had to put that this is a legal ad and all, you know, for that because of the reporting out, because I handle my civil cases kind of like I handle my criminal defense cases. As a matter of fact, at one point, I'll tell you a funny story. An assignment judge, which is the top judge of a county, a criminal judge, called me a number of years back to represent his niece in a drug charge in a municipal court, and I handled it. She got dismissed. I handled it like I was handling a death penalty case. I don't think the municipal court had ever seen so many motions. I also did that with my, rest his soul, my brother-in-law, who was fighting an eviction on it. And I had just come back from the Phil Spector case, and I was like, and he said, "Can you represent me?" I said, "What the hell do I know about landlord-tenant law in New York, especially in New York City? I know nothing because there's special courts and all." And so I came in with like all these motions, and they said, "Well, you know, we're just a landlord tenant." I said, "I know, but my client has rights. He has due process rights. He has constitutional rights. I don't care what you are." And so, needless to say, my brother-in-law was not evicted. You know, so everything gets handled as if it's a death penalty case. You know, the motions be a fly-in. And people who work with me, like, what are we filing this for again? Why are we setting this in there? And I said, because I want to, you know, I want the judge to start thinking the way we're thinking. So we're going to try to send this in because we have to represent our clients. So, you know, some of you don't like some of the clients I've represented, but, you know, I do a good job. And if I represented you, if you came to me, I'd be doing a good job for you because, you know, we're hired as attorneys to do a good job for our clients. Okay. Oh, now this is a kind of interesting comment. I love 007 Texas. Wendy's kids' Halloween costumes should be chess pieces named Pawn 1 and Pawn 2. Yeah, and now those kids are what, 14 and about 14, 15 or 14 and 12 or something like that. We'll see. No, 15, let's see, like 11, 14 and let's see. Benjamin was going to be 5 just before this was 16, almost 16. You know, 16 and 14 or almost 16 and 14 or 16 and 14, something like that. But, you know, the problem you have now is that you're never getting those kids taken away from Wendy because that would not be in the best interest of those children at this point. They're almost adults, and that's going to be an issue, all right? Their father was taken away from them. It can be argued the grandparents were certainly on Dan Markel's side were taken away from them. Now it can be argued that the grandparents on Wendy's side are taken away from them. The one thing that we forget in all this is that we're here and we love the entertainment value and we love learning about trials, but there are children that are involved, all right? There are children that are involved. And no matter what we think of a trial, no matter what we think of people, we do have 2 children, all right? And they may feel certain ways, and maybe it may be right, it may be wrong, but they're the true victims in this case because they're the ones that have really lost the ability to grow up as just kids, all right? Just hearing these motions and hearing, you know, everything with regard to these motions and all with regard, and when I do it, I try to do it as a lawyer. I try to do it as a juror when I hear it. And then I try to think of the effects when we're talking as to the children. And these children have to have been damaged in some way, in a lot of ways. All right. Now, I am sure that Donna and Harvey think they've made up for that by being grandparents, right? They probably think they were great grandparents to the kids. And maybe they were good grandparents to the kids. But you're not good grandparents to the kids if indeed you have condoned. Let's assume, what if we assume this? What if we assume that Donna, for the moment, is not guilty? Well, she is, right? As she sits there, she is not guilty. That's under the law. She's not guilty until the state proves her 100% guilty. And that was the same with Karen Reed, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt, in my opinion. I think, you know, and all. But if you have, if that's the case, and she's, been dealing with the kids all these years now, because we have 11 years when you start looking at all this, all these kids, 11 years, right? So maybe she has been, in her way, a good grandparent to the kids. Maybe she and Harvey and the kids, maybe they are okay and all. We don't know. We know that they had to have, obviously, terrible trauma. And thank you, Morrissey's iCloud, A.K. Denise, for becoming a new YouTube member. We really, truly appreciate it. But maybe they are, are okay, right? And we're just saying, we just think that this crime was so bad, this hit was so bad, and we know it's a hit. And does anyone have any doubt that Charlie Adelson deserved to be convicted on this? Because somebody had to hire the hit peoples, right? Somebody had to hire the hit peoples, right? I call it hit peoples kind of generically. And somebody had to have a motive and intent. And somebody, when you want to kill somebody, that has to be hate, right? That has to be hate. I totally agree with the verdict against Sigfredo Garcia. On the first trial, I agreed with the hung jury. I thought I had questions about Katie on the first trial, the way it was tried. On the second trial, when they got the conviction, I had no questions because it was just tried differently and all. Certainly with Charlie, I had no issue with that conviction. He was on the stand. I didn't believe a word he said with regard to they were being blackmailed. Now, remember, I'm seeing this from a defense attorney eyes, former prosecutor eyes. So when I tell you these things, I'm not telling you lightly, because I truly believe in the burden of proof 100%. I mean, that's what I told you on Karen Reed, and I said the state didn't prove their case. It's as simple as that. And that's the state's burden. It's the state's burden here, whether we like Donna Adelson or not, and all. But so we're in that situation now. But we have to remember, when we're talking like this, we still have to remember these children. These children are out there, and the children lost a father. They've lost an uncle, right? They could lose they've lost one set of grandparents because they haven't been seeing them. Now they have this. They could lose their grandparents. Who are the ultimate victims here? The ultimate victims are the people left behind, and that's the kids, and that's the children. All right. So it really is something that I think all of us should think about when we're making our comments with regard to Donna Adelson. And I am thinking about it too. But I also believe that if you conspire to kill somebody and the state can prove it, that it doesn't matter how many children are affected, you have to be convicted of that. Anyway, Morrissey's iCloud, A.K. Denise, thank you again. Gifted 5 Justice Serve TV memberships to Justice Serve TV, and we really appreciate that. And the people that are going to receive them right now truly appreciate that. And people like to pay it forward. Okay. Oh, well, here we go. I had to put this up. Missy did a great job while you were gone. Yeah, I like that. I said, Missy, I said, do you mind? And this was our first time we done. By the way, Missy was on our show. I knew Missy could handle it because Missy was one of our first guests. Did you know that? Did any of you know that? Missy was one of our first guests on the show. So I knew she could handle this. But I kind of threw it on her today, and I said, I have to leave for about an hour and a half. And I was gone actually for an hour and 33 minutes. All right. I see, by the way, the court seal. Ooh. And I knew she could handle it. And she said, yeah, I should go for it. I hope the parrot made an appearance. Did the parrot make an appearance? Did your parrot make an appearance? Did you see Missy's parrot? Oh, she did. Yeah, Missy and her parrot. Yeah. Okay. So I'm told this. Apparently, my makeup friend, Jimmy, a.k.a. Auntie Deb, did get into the courtroom. Okay. So, and all. So, a Missy masterpiece. So thank you. It was really good. I said, do you mind? Because I had to go, and I know you wanted to talk, but let's face it, who knows more about these cases than our mods and our producers, right? Right? Yeah, that was great that you looked after her. I love the parrot, right? She was great. Oh, that was great. So I could just leave now. I can go on vacation, Missy. You can say. That's all right. If I have my husband making me dirty matcha, because I'm not on vacation, but I'm stuck here. I'm not saying I'm stuck with him. I'm here at the cabin. Okay, I'm not stuck. And that sounded awful. That was like a misstep. I'm here with him, and he knows how hard I'm working, and I was supposed to be on vacation today. But okay, it's no problem. I really enjoyed this, actually. I couldn't miss Wendy. I really couldn't. And that's what happened with Michael Bryant. Remember, we were going to, initially, the way this case was going, it was a longer way out, and Michael Bryant had booked tickets for next week. No, we have to change this, and we have to do this week, which is why he left his house, I think, at 3:30 in the morning, and then got diverted to LaGuardia, and then had to go to Atlanta. Now is in our mobile studio, sort of, which is basically his iPhone. They're driving from Atlanta to the courthouse. Okay. So yeah, thank you for saying you love my husband. Thank you. I know he appreciates it. Honey, if you're watching, they appreciate you. Okay. Yeah. And the fact that I'm this was supposed to be taking a day away from like one day off, but that's okay. If anyone knows my husband, he works 24/7 all the time. I mean, last week he, did a deposition and an autopsy in the space of like a day and a half. And we love you too, honey. Yeah. And so I mean, he works all the time. Before we were going to get married, I'll tell you a cute story. My father, Ben, said to him, Michael, so what do you do for vacation? And my husband, and this was legitimate, said, Ben, my work is my vacation. And he meant it. Okay. He doesn't like to go on. He hates to go on like a real vacation. He hates it. He just, to him, his vacation is working. He loves to do his cases, and he loves to try to help people. And so, I am wearing jeans, by the way, in case you didn't mind. I am wearing jeans today in honor of vacation week. So maybe we can get him on with regard to if the doctor was already on, and we were actually talking at dinner last night. We were having dinner with people in the area, a friend of ours who is actually a Broadway producer and is going to be doing a Broadway show on like a crime family and all. And so my husband has testified against a lot of the mafia in cases, and people ask him, were you ever scared? I mean, because I'm thinking of this case here where we talk about Madonna, right? And no, I'm never scared. He says he always wanted to ask the person who was on trial, did I get it right? Did I get it right about how this was? And he assumed that he was, because he said at one point, one of the mob trials that he testified in, like the mob guy who was on trial, like nodding with him, like, yeah, okay, yeah, as he's testifying, right? I saw Dr. Michael on a mob trial on the History Channel, Missy says. Okay, yeah. So he said he's nodding with him. He looks down and the guy's nodding with him, like, yeah, you got it right. That's how he killed him, right? Yeah, that's what it was. But he's never, my husband's fearless. I mean, fearless, just fearless, if you don't know him. So, so that's, so there we are with regard to that. So I do see that seal, it is a pretty seal. It's got all different colors in it, and it's really looks so professional as opposed to the fan, but I miss the fan, Only Fans had a new meaning in the Karen Reed trial when we were watching Fans. I know. The judge did mention overflow seating. There is apparently an overflow seating, but Michael was on with the person he spoke about a number of times, because we were concerned about not having the press pass. He said, "No, we're not giving press. You don't need a press pass. You're just going to come in. You just come see me, Isaac, and you get in the courtroom. You're press. You're media. And we're not giving press passes." So I think Michael's worried about making this trip down there and being stuck outside the courtroom. But as I told you, I know he's going to do the drive. I know he's going to go to Truscott. I know he's going to go to the liquor store. So he's going to do a lot of things down there that we wouldn't normally get. And that's one of the reasons why he decided to drive instead of, you can't really fly into Tallahassee anyhow, directly from where he was coming from. So he said it was just easier by the time he waited for a connection to get a car, and then he can do all these things with the car. And since he's staying to Thursday, okay. Oasis Cat points out with regard to the attorneys that Jackie Fulford was made to step down. Yeah, it's actually in a couple Google articles. Oh, Sandy RN, I'll put this up so that I can take a screenshot of it and show my husband that we are talking about him in a good way. I'll take a screenshot of it. Thank you very much. And all. Yeah, if you Google her, she tried to get favors done, and there was a number of things, 3 things that the reason why she was forced to step down. All right, so you know, in Florida, remember, the judges are usually elected. I don't think anyone ever forced Judge Everett to step down. When he was doing the pretrial hearings that we were running, oh my God, the microphone was so awful. My gosh, I was like, oh. But now he's really got a good microphone, and Dizzy figured out how to boost the sound. So we have great courtroom sound. We have such great courtroom sound. We can hear the feet walking. We can hear the judge typing, which I actually kind of like listening to the judge typing. Okay. Yeah, so just do that with my nails. So yeah, I actually kind of like that. Because you know what he's doing when he's up there on that bench. And Judge Everett, this is not his first rodeo with this case. If anyone can talk about this case, it's Judge Everett. If anyone can make the rulings and be prepared, it's Judge Everett, right? I actually love him. He's just so refreshing. And actually, we've seen a number of judges after we've seen Karen Reed, right? That I like, right? We've seen a number of judges. And the 2 prosecutors are just great. 2 prosecutors are great. First prosecutor reminds me of a former prosecutor in New York City that I teach with when I do the Harvard Trial Advocacy Workshop in January. And of course, Georgia Kappelman is great. Whoa, here we go. What's this? What was that? What was that? All right. Remember, it's vote and poll. Should Donna Adelson take the stand? Ma for Ma Barker type person. Don for like Don Gotti, John Gotti the Don. So Don Adelson take the stand. Ma Donna take the stand. Okay. Should Madonna take the stand? Joey, I think it's a little far for you to give Michael Bryant a croissant or a donut. He looked like he needed some food, and he probably did. I mean, I'll post some pictures of him afterwards, but he looked like he had broken out from jail, right? And he was like, he'd been on the road since 3:30 this morning. He was like, whoa, But Michael Bryant is also is a great streaming partner to have in this media company that we just started last September after we left Law and Crime, and because he's also fearless and will do anything. Joey, yeah, we may need you to be a sidekick, right? And all. So we do have a lot going on. By the way, there's Jimmy, by the way, in case you don't know, Jimmy Antideb, who we had a 2-hour show on his channel. He's been on our channel twice, and we had a 2-hour show. If you hadn't missed on our channel, where we actually did our makeup together. We got dressed together. I made him start with push-ups because I usually start with 100 push-ups a day. And I think I heard splat at number 4. He's like I did 5, and I heard the splat. He wasn't doing it anymore, so I came up from the floor and all. But he was good. He was so good natured about it. We did our makeup, and we talked about cases and all. He is actually going to interview Aidan Carney, Dr. Turtleboy, on September 12th at the Wilbur Theater in Massachusetts, and I think the tickets are on sale. But he really does his research. When he interviewed me, he'd gone way back. He'd read all sorts of interviews I had done way back. He'd even found the song that I recorded, the rap song I recorded with my sometimes law partner on cases, Tamara Holder, and all. So he really does his research and all. But one of the things we had wanted to do in copying him is we had wanted to, and we just ran out of time. We were doing shows every day. We were pre-taping. Was Wendy Adelson's book. I really wanted to find and have her on, but I don't think she would have come on. The person who made Wendy Adelson's book, Required Reading at FSU, right? We had a picture of Michael. I was able to get the book secondhand, so Wendy didn't benefit from any purchase of the book. all right, and read about it. And, this is our story. And her story sounded a lot like her life and sounded a lot like her marriage with Dan Markel, right? So, I mean, it may be in a library. I don't think anyone's put the whole book online, right? So we'll see, with regard to that. But we didn't have time really to go through and read all of the book. Like, how Jimmy does that in the morning. He reads chapters. He'll read. So one time he wrote 75 pages of a book related to the Karen Reed trial. But we just didn't have that. We ran out of time because we were doing shows every Friday. We called it the Fridelsons to lead up to here, so that you had all of the major players that you would see in this case to understand what this case was about. But this case is different in the sense of Wendy's testimony to me is she is trying to exculpate her mom, but in a way that's not, in my opinion, not going to be helpful. It could actually be more damning. I don't think she's as giddy as she was when she testified against her brother Charlie. It's 118 quarters behind. He did tell the jurors to be back at earlier, and the lawyers at 1:15. So I think, and also it's the first time that Donna and Harvey are in the courtroom seeing this trial. Harvey is there every day. Now Harvey, I assume Harvey has his own independent counsel, but he's going to be in the courtroom every single day, right? He's there, and he's standing. Like I'm kind of leaning back. Right? I had to move my camera like this. I'm kind of leaning back and kind of relaxing when I'm talking to you, because if I'm doing an hour, I can stay straight. But if I'm doing 7 or 8 hours, I'm going to slump a little bit, right? Now, if I were doing regular TV, I wouldn't be able to do that. But, we're all kind of casual on my vacation, aren't we? And so he's there, right? He's absolutely there, all right? He's there with his, and this is the first time they're seeing Wendy testify in person. It's one thing to see a tape, okay? But there's a different energy when you're there, right? And maybe different looks when you're there, looking at her mother. I'd like to see I hope Michael gets in court and is able to see the reaction of Harvey's reaction, of Donna Adelson's reaction, and all there. So I just think it's something. There's a different going to be a different vibe in that courtroom, and all. And Georgia Kappelman's on the top of her game with regard to this. We show this again, legal-minded, fresh friends, Karen Cole. It's so wonderful, Linda, that both of you and your husband have great respect and love for each other. We need more couples to share secrets of sex. Well, we're both involved in kind of like, I'm involved in crime and also law, and it takes great time and all. And we kind of have the same, that kind of the same interest. And when we go out, like this weekend, we actually went out like on a vacation type trip with with Christina, who is with us right now. She's kind of raised to be the poodle. She has to go back to her husband though in Utah soon. And we went to a Buddhist temple. Yeah, it was actually fascinating. We went to a Buddhist temple called Kadampa Meditation Center, and it was in Glen Spey, New York, up in the Catskills. And we went for lunch. It's a vegetarian lunch, $10 you pay. Everybody's welcome. And you sit down, and I think we were the only outsiders there right then because there wasn't very many people. But then the head teacher came over, sat with us, and we spent 3 hours there between talking with him and then touring the temple grounds and learning about why this man was how you addressed him initially. He looked a lot younger than he was. He says that when he was 18, he moved into the temple living. He was ordained as a Buddhist monk, and he spent 3 years before he was assigned to this temple in 2008. Spent 3 years overseas and in silence. And he says in that 3 years you lose your ability to speak. You can't think of words. It was fascinating to listen to him. But when he came out of that silent retreat for 3 years, he moved here and he says the one thing about having that type of living is he doesn't have to worry about like who fixes the roof and all. He can concentrate on thinking about different things and all. So it was an amazing experience, and it was something that we just did. We just went and did it. It's something that, unlike us, that we normally would not do. And we learned, now I'm thinking of looking into this, just joining them and helping them, because it was just so interesting to listen to him speak. And it was so different. Our lives are so jam-packed of rushing everywhere, this and to him thinking about things that are higher truths, and he doesn't get distracted by the social media and all, and tries to help people and teach and all. And it really was fascinating. And apparently we learned that the Kadampa, I'm off offline here a little bit, Buddhists are different than the Buddhists trained by the Dalai Lama. My yoga teacher was trained by the Dalai Lama. They worship a different, they don't really have a God, but they worship a different set of peers and all. So, but it truly was an amazing experience. And I always say, as a defense attorney, and I say that to all of you out there too, even we're all in our own lives, but like as a defense attorney, you really need to learn about people and their different lives. You need to learn about different things, because you never know when you're going to have to cross-examine somebody. And you also want to know what's in people's head. What if you had a Buddhist monk who witnessed a crime? What you need to know about that. But I just think that it's very, very important to do that. And we just did it. We got up and we did it, and we spent, and we'd go back because the conversation was so interesting. It was so different than what we do every single day. And I just saw this, where is the one about the Catholic nun? Honeybee. In Catholic high school, the nuns would sometimes take us on their weekend retreats of silence. I love it. Isn't that interesting? I always say to my neighbor, how do you do these? She does 4 silent retreats of 2 weeks each. Every 3 months she does a silent retreat of 2 weeks. And how do you do that? And she does it with no problem, and she looks forward to it, and the peace that it gives and all. And maybe you're not looking at social media, and she doesn't do social media. You're not looking at social media, or you're not getting crazy. You wake up and you turn on your social media. I always think about it like, what if I were like I smoked? Like people that wake up and they put a cigarette in their mouth and the first thing, what do? You wake up, you look at your social media, and you're like you're crazy. You look at your emails, or you look at your texts. Well, who's texting me now? What do I have to do? Did something go wrong? Is an appointment change, and all? But yeah. So yes, I would tell you, if you have that experience, it's a wonderful experience to have. And the conversation was wonderful. And if you told me that I would have enjoyed this as much as I did, and I'd look forward to going back, I'd say, nah. But I had a fascinating time, because it was different. It was just like talking. So it's very important for us. I mean, I'm Catholic. I grew up. I had 12 years of Catholic education with the nuns. We're coming back. So, well, we're going to have an education here, because there she is. Ma Donna is seated back in court.
Is there anything that we need to address before jurors re-enter the room?
Okay. I love all of your comments.
Right.
I wish
Ms. Adelson, if you please can come back and take the witness stand.
By the way, just so we answer all of your comments like this, because I love all your comments and the discussions here. And I really would love to take those one day and just do a show on all of your comments for an hour, 2 hours, and talk to you all this way. And maybe you come on like Missy did. You come on, you give you a link, you come on for a minute or 2 or 3. Let us know what you think. We're friendly. We're friendly. Missy will tell you that. That's why she's with us. We're friendly, right, Missy? All right, let's listen now. Here she is, back on the stand. Let's see the hair. Looks like that is it the left side, the right side of that hair, maybe. I have to change mine a little bit. Looks like it's not as parted as it was earlier. It's not as 3-dimensional as it was earlier. All right, so we'll see what happened. Remember, her attorneys couldn't, which is the state, couldn't talk to her during her examination. No one could talk to her. She was on her own, probably with maybe Jane. Oh, there's her mother. There's Mom. Mom's looking a little peaked, right? She's looking a little peaked, a little gray. Okay. Michael Bryan is upset that you're all worried about Jimmy a lot and you're not worried about him. Love, I think.
Ms. Kappelman, you may resume with your examination.
Okay, let's listen.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, I want to ask you a little bit about your brother, Charlie Adelson. How is he older or younger than you?
I'm the youngest of the 3 children, so both my brothers are older than me.
How much older than you is Charlie?
He's 2.5 years older.
And in the time frame 2013 to 2014, how much time were you spending with Charlie Adelson?
I don't remember spending a lot of time with him. I was in Tallahassee most of the time, and he was in South Florida most of the time.
Did you speak with Charlie regularly during that time?
We did.
What type of lifestyle did your brother have around the time frame 2014 to 2016?
My brother was a single guy. He was dating lots of people. He worked really hard till early in the morning till late at night, sometimes 6 or 7 days a week.
Worked hard, played hard?
Yeah, I think that was kind of his lifestyle.
Did he like nice things?
He
Fancy
did.
Cars?
He liked nice cars. He liked nice food.
Did you, during the phone conversations you had with your brother during that time, did you talk much about your marital problems?
I mean, to be honest, I don't remember, but I'm sure we talked about it.
Is it fair to say during the year or so leading up to Mr. Markel's murder that your brother did not like him?
I think that's fair to say.
Did your brother joke about hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
He did make that joke.
What was the joke specifically?
My brother had bought me a TV as a divorce present, and he would make the joke that the TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Did you ever tell Jeffrey Lacasse about that joke?
I may have mentioned that joke to Jeff Lacasse.
Who is that?
Jeff Lacasse was someone that I dated after Danny and I got divorced.
Had he met your parents?
I think he may have met them once, but not in any kind of formal way. Just my parents were visiting and he might have said hi, something like that.
Did your parents express any opinion about him, whether they liked him or not?
I don't remember them really taking notice of him.
Do you remember sending a text back in May 28th of 2014 that saying, quote, "My parents are not into him," referring to Jeff?
I don't remember sending that text.
On the morning of the murder, did you have an appointment at your residence on Aqua Ridge?
I did.
What was the nature of that appointment?
I had an appointment with the Geek Squad. There were some vertical lines on the TV. I didn't know if maybe one of my kids had tapped it or touched it, but it wasn't working. And so I had an appointment and they were scheduled to come sometime between 8 and 12.
And was that the TV that was the same TV that your brother joked he got you as a divorce present because
It was
cheaper than hiring a hitman?
Yes.
Okay. And on the morning of the murder, did your mom text you about the TV repair guy being on the way or coming to your house?
She did. I didn't buy the TV, and the TV had an insurance policy that came with the Geek Squad help. So I think they reached out to her first, and then she let me know that they were coming.
The TV was under warranty, right?
I believe so.
But the damage that you had was not covered by the warranty, was it?
I don't think so.
Okay. And do you recall how long the TV repairman was at your house?
I don't. It was a reasonable amount of time, so maybe an hour or so.
And why did it take an hour to determine that the TV couldn't be repaired or was not under warranty?
I don't know. I don't know a lot about AV equipment.
And the TV repair guy, well, I guess I should ask, were you upset, crying and upset during the time that the TV repairman was there?
I don't think so.
Were you particularly upset about the TV, the fact that the TV couldn't be repaired?
I don't think so.
Okay, so the TV guy, to your recollection, didn't actually do anything. He didn't fix the TV, didn't take it away, didn't bring you a new one.
No. He was trying to fix it. I mean, I think he was trying to assess what the problem was and if it could be fixed, but it wasn't taken away.
The problem was like an impact to the screen, right?
It seemed to be that, yeah.
Did you go to a dinner after the murder of Dan Markel in which you vomited at the table?
It was several weeks until I felt ready to leave my apartment. I was very, very scared.
So that happen?
It did happen.
Okay, and that was in a restaurant, right?
Mm-hmm. It was at a restaurant.
Who was present at that dinner?
It was my brother and me.
And where was the dinner?
South
Florida or here?
It was South Florida.
Okay, and you said it was several weeks after the murder?
I believe so.
Had you ever heard Charlie, your brother, refer to that dinner as a celebratory dinner?
Only in previous trials, but never to me personally.
Did you hear him say it the night that you had the dinner or after that?
No.
That you threw up at the celebration?
No.
Do you know Catherine Magbanoa?
I met her on 2 occasions.
Okay. Do you have an independent friendship with her, or did you just meet her through your brother?
I just met her through my brother.
Who was she to Charlie?
She was a person that he had dated.
Was she a serious girlfriend?
I didn't think so.
Did he have a lot of girlfriends that kind of came and went?
He had a lot of girlfriends, and they all looked somewhat similar.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's... One moment, Your Honors. Show you what I marked as 35. Okay. Do you recognize Stakes 35?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This was a visit. I went to the beach with Catherine and a friend of hers for about an hour.
Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes.
All right. And when was this photograph taken?
It was Father's Day weekend of June 2014.
So just about a month before the murder?
Yes.
And was this the first time you'd ever met Catherine Magbanoa?
It was the second time. The first time was at a dinner with my brother and with Jeff Lacasse when I was running an alternative spring break. I came down to visit.
Is that the dinner at Yardbird?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get back to that. So this was the second meeting?
Yes.
All right, Judge, move to introduce Stakes Exhibit 35. No objection.
Stakes 35 is admitted.
Publishing Stakes 35. Which one is Catherine Magbanoa?
She's on the left with the white top.
Okay, and that's you in the center there?
That's me in the middle.
And this photograph, was it taken near your parents' residence in
It
South
was.
Beach?
Very close.
During that trip, were there any conversations with Catherine Magbanoa or your brother or your mother about the murder?
No.
Is Catherine Magbanoa the girlfriend that your brother had in this time frame leading up to the murder?
I believe so, but he had multiple girlfriends, so I don't know if she was the only one.
Okay, but that's definitely the one that you interacted with the month before.
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything stand out to you about this particular girl as being, you know, the one or special or different from the parade of girlfriends that
No.
Charlie had? Did your brother have girlfriends after this woman, Magbanoa?
Yes.
Okay, including, do you remember a Whitney?
I do remember Whitney.
And then there was June Mchinda?
Yes, I remember June.
A June Co, I think?
I remember Junko.
Okay. Prior to Dan Markel's murder, was this image taken at your trip to South Beach that was most recent before the murder?
No.
So you went down another time between this trip and the murder?
I did. I went down for my dad's birthday.
And when was that?
It would have been, his birthday was on July 5th. And so I was down, I don't remember the exact amount of time, but maybe 7 or 10 days over July 4th and for his birthday, and then went back to Tallahassee.
Did you run into Catherine McBannel at all on that trip?
I don't think so.
Any discussion with any members of your family about the murder on that trip?
No,
It was your dad's 70th birthday, right?
it was.
And was there a party?
We had a party.
Was that friends, family, both?
It was friends and family.
And I think, is this the trip that we were talking about earlier where your parents had come to Tallahassee to fetch you and take you down south?
Yes.
Was there any discussion on that trip about any other relocation strategies?
I don't have any memory of that.
Like bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those things?
It had been, I think, about a year since
those were first broached.
Right, but I'm just saying by that time it was the summer of 2014. I don't remember any kind of conversation like that.
Okay. Was there any discussion on that trip of the pending motion that included precluding your mom from having unsupervised visits with your boys?
No.
Do you remember the time frame that the repairman was at your house on the morning of the murder?
I remember more or less. I feel like he came, I think he was supposed to come sometime between 8 and 12, and he came on the early side. Because I just remember being surprised and trying to get dressed really fast.
Okay, and Dan Markel was killed between 8 and 12, right? We
He
know
was.
that now. Who paid the repairman that came to your house?
I think he was under contract,
Mhm.
so I don't have a strong memory of that, but I don't remember paying him. It's possible that I did.
I'm going to ask you a few more questions about Mr. Lacasse. You said you might have mentioned the joke to him about TV's cheaper than a hitman. Did you ever use the term TV as code for the murder in any context?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that other than the recordings in this case?
No.
So she didn't talk to you about the TV?
No.
Did you see Mr. Lacasse? And you said that was somebody that you had been dating around the time of the murder, is that right?
We had broken up just before that week that Danny was killed.
All right. Did you have an occasion to see him on July 13th of 2014? So just about a week before the murder at your residence.
I don't remember him being at my residence, but I do remember seeing him around that time.
Okay. And on July 13th, 2014, do you remember asking to share something in confidence with Mr. Lacasse?
I don't remember doing that.
Did you tell Mr. Lacasse in the context of if something were to happen to Danny, I could move back to Miami? Did you tell Lacasse that regarding the relocation battle in the summer of 2013, Charlie had, seriously, not as a joke, explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman?
I did not have that conversation with Jeff Lacasse.
And I think you said the week before, but wasn't it actually about, I think it was 4 days before the murder, you sent an email to Mr. Lacasse? Do you remember that email, bump in the road?
I remember telling him I didn't want to have contact with him anymore. I don't remember exactly what date I sent it, but whatever date Sunday or Monday of that week would have been around when I sent it.
Does this refresh your memory at all?
It does.
Okay. And so you weren't officially breaking up with him so much as asking for a certain period of time without contact, is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and then your plan was to reach back out to him and figure things out one way or the other?
I mean, I think I was breaking up with him, but I have a strong aversion to conflict, so this was probably my way of not breaking up with him without breaking up with him.
Okay. And I want to go back to the day of the murder. We know about the TV repairman left about, did you say about 9?
The truth is I don't really remember, but something like 9 or 10.
Definitely before 10 or by 10?
Yes, that's my best memory.
All right. Where did you go after the TV? What was the next place you went after the TV repairman left?
So I was home, I think, for a couple of hours first. I was doing a little bit of work. I was talking to some friends. I think I ate breakfast. And then I left probably close to noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting 2 friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday to have lunch with. And so I went to run a few quick errands and then meet them for lunch.
And on your way to meet the friends, did you have an occasion to go down Trescott?
I was trying to turn down Trescott. That's where I used to turn and take just the road I was used to. But there was yellow tape up. And so when I tried to turn, I couldn't turn. So I made a 3-point turn and kept going on Centerville.
And so you encountered a police roadblock at that location?
Yes.
Okay, couldn't go any further because there was a police car and some yellow tape, right?
Right.
And that was, you were able to see that from the intersection there, or you actually turned onto Trescott?
I tried to turn and then I couldn't go through. So I turned around and kept going.
How far down Trescott did you proceed before you turned around?
Just until the tape.
Okay. Which one of you or your ex-husband had the kids the night before he was killed?
The night before, they were with Danny.
All right, so it was his responsibility to take them to preschool that morning?
Yes.
Who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because I wouldn't have talked to them, they didn't have cell phones, they were little. So I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool and seen them, but I didn't do that. So I hadn't talked to the boys. I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question?
How about Dan? Did you speak to him that morning?
We didn't. We had plans to talk. We had traded some text messages and emails, and then I called him and he didn't pick up, and that was the last contact.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No.
Did you attempt to call your kids' daycare after encountering the roadblock?
No.
Did you notify anyone that you observed the roadblock?
I was talking on the phone at the time, so I may have said to the person I was talking to, I'm trying to drive, but I have to turn around, hold on.
Okay, that was probably a bad question. Did you attempt to investigate in any way or ask anyone what the roadblock was about?
I wasn't concerned about the roadblock.
Was Mr. Markel scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I don't remember if he was scheduled to leave town on Friday afternoon or on Saturday morning, but I know that he would go to New York every time he had a chance, and I think that was where he was going, but I don't know when he was leaving.
Okay, if you'll take a look at not the binder we've been using, but the other binder, should have your law enforcement interview on the front.
Okay.
And I would just ask you to review page 159, lines 10 and 11. I think it's the very, are you able to find it?
Sorry, when he had plans to be out of town, he was leaving on Saturday.
Okay.
So it looks like I knew that he was leaving Saturday.
All right. And you knew he was planning to go to New York?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how if the killers knew that he was leaving town the next day, do you know how that information got to them?
I don't.
Did your brother Charlie know that information?
I don't
To your
know if
knowledge.
I don't know if he knew that information.
Did your mother know that information?
My mom usually knew our schedule, so she probably would have known that I was going to have the boys. I don't know if that means she knew he was going to be out of town, but she would have known that I had the boys.
And didn't your mom keep meticulous track of every time that Dan went out of town?
Maybe just in the sense that if Danny was out of town, she thought maybe I needed extra help or something. So yes, probably.
And when that became an issue in the divorce, she was able to send you a record going all the way back to 2010, a couple of years of every single date he was out of town. Do you remember that email?
My mom never switched over to like a Google calendar, so she would keep very meticulous, like a calendar of all the things she had to do. And so that was just her way of keeping track of everything. Not just this, but every part of life.
She's very detail oriented.
Yes.
Even regarding things that aren't necessarily her business, or do you think that Dan's travel plans were somehow her business?
I think only to the extent that it impacted whether I had the boys or whether they were coming to visit or what that looked like.
Okay. Did Mr. Markel leave you a message on the morning of his murder?
He did.
Okay. And did he indicate on that message that he was going to the gym that morning?
He did.
And specifically, did it tell you he'd be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30?
I don't remember, but that sounds about right.
All right. And would he have given you that much detail because you were planning to try to touch base to talk, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have a conversation.
And was the conversation something about one of the children's schooling?
It was.
Did you talk to your brother Charlie on the morning of the murder?
I did.
And does an 18-minute conversation at 9:30 a.m. that day sound correct?
It does.
Do you remember the nature of that conversation?
I do. I didn't purchase the TV, so I didn't know how much the TV cost. And so I called him to find out if it made more sense to get the TV repaired or buy a new TV, because I didn't know what the delta was there.
Okay. Can you tell the jury one way or the other for sure whether you mentioned Dan Markel's travel plans to Charlie during that 18-minute phone call?
I can't say for sure, but I don't see why I would have brought it up.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I did.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is it's a phone service. It's an app that I use when I talk to people who live in other countries. So it's become very popular. I think I had it at the time. I know I certainly have it now, but it's a device to send messages.
During the time frame that we're talking about, which is around the time of the murder, did you communicate with any of your family members through WhatsApp?
I don't remember using WhatsApp unless they were traveling internationally, because it's a way of making free calls or free texts when at that time making long distance calls on a regular phone would have been very expensive.
Did you ever communicate with Catherine Magbanua through WhatsApp?
I don't remember ever texting her on any platform.
Did you have any other encrypted platforms on your phone at that time?
At that time, I don't think so. I don't know what existed at that time.
Okay. So after you turned around and did not proceed down Trescott, you went, I think, to the liquor store. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. I was invited to Stock the Bar party for that night for a friend's daughter. And so they asked for a specific type of bourbon. I'm not a bourbon drinker, so I went to the liquor store and I showed them the invitation, which was shaped like the kind of bourbon they wanted us to buy, and asked if they had that. And they did, and I bought it.
All right. And that type of bourbon was Bullet bourbon?
That's right.
And do you recall the time of that purchase?
I don't, but I see a receipt here at 12:49.
Okay. And does that fit with your memory? You left the house around, I think you said afternoon, proceeded to the scene, encountered the tape, and then went to the liquor store, right?
I proceeded to drive to the liquor store. I saw tape and turned around. And then I bought the bourbon that they asked for at 12:49, and then I may have gotten gas after that, and then I drove to lunch.
And lunch was where law enforcement came in and encountered you?
That's right.
Okay, and that was where you were having lunch with a couple friends?
That's right.
Did you relocate to South Florida after Mr. Markel's death?
In terms of relocation, I did leave Tallahassee after the funeral, but I took a weekender for both the boys and me and thought I would be back pretty quickly.
Did you come back?
I did come back a few times, but
just to get things though, right?
Not really to get things. I came back a couple of times to give a talk or to do some work, but
okay.
Or
but
to
what I'm interested in is where were you living after the murder?
I wasn't living in Tallahassee.
All right. Did you recall on the trip to South Florida, just within 48 hours of the shooting, getting a call from Craig Isom?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened with that call?
I talked to him for a while. He mentioned that he might want to have DNA samples of the kids. We were already halfway down. We'd been in the car for about 4 hours with the boys.
Who's
and
the we in that sentence?
I was with my parents.
Okay.
And the kids.
Yep.
We talked, the call broke up, and he never followed up.
Was it like you're breaking up?
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that, or was it really breaking up?
I was not faking that.
And did you send your lawyer to him after that, shortly after that?
I told him he could talk to my lawyer. He never followed up.
Were you happy to be out of Tallahassee when you were able to return to South Florida?
No, I was not happy.
Did you send a text message on January 1st of 2016 that's contrary to that?
At that point, it would have been a year and a half after I'd been living somewhere else. So I don't know what text message you're referring to, but
at that point, you were happy to be out of Tallahassee?
It's not a question of happy to be out of Tallahassee. I was trying to build a new life for myself, and I didn't feel safe here anymore.
All right, let's take a look at tab 96, please.
96 in the old one or the new one?
The old one, please.
Okay. Okay, I see it, but it says unknown, so I don't know who I'm talking to.
Well, that's not the question. The question is, did you say, so happy I don't live there? And the person says, I bet it's a shithole. Remember that?
I don't remember this, no, but I do see that I said it. I don't know who I'm talking to here, and
Would it surprise you to learn you were speaking to your brother, Charlie Adelson?
I don't know if it would surprise me. So, no.
Okay, Judge, may we approach it this time?
Okay, so we may have some conflict of testimony here. Wendy's taking a drink of water. She's a little thirsty and a little nervous. Did you see that little glimpse of that lip there? I wish I could replay it there. When she's looking back, she's trying to figure out, she's not being as, yeah, I said it. She seems to be kind of like not wanting to really answer completely. I don't know who I said to. I see it says unknown. You can see she's getting a little bit more confrontational. Yeah, the detective called me. He never followed up. I told him he could talk to my lawyer. Well, was that before or after you couldn't hear anymore, right? That was my question. All of a sudden you couldn't hear, the call broke up. Did you say you could talk to my lawyer before the call broke up, or was it after the call broke up? What is she actually saying there? But her demeanor is, look at this. Look at this. Look at these eye rolls, kind of like here. The staring and the lips are pursed. I'm sure that somebody's making a list of all the different things that she has changed her testimony on a bit and what she remembers. The conversation with Jeff Lacasse. Obviously, the prosecution, my feeling is they should really call him sooner, not later. That's what's going on right now. Is to Georgia Capital wants to approach it. Obviously, wants to impeach her, even though she is her witness on some statements that were made. Because you see the books going up between the old books and the new books, going up with the binders, with refreshing the memory and all sorts of things like that happening here. But yeah, Wendy is not happy right now. But she's trying to, the conversation with Mr. Kokas, did you say that you had something in confidence to tell them and speak about a hitman? No, she denied that conversation. Did you break up with them before Dan Markel's death? It was before, I just don't remember how long before. This was the best one. Did you send an email? Yep, that's probably how I did it because, quote, I have a strong aversion to conflict, right, of conflict. And I don't know if she said to or of. I wrote of, but I think it may have been to. Strong aversion to conflict. What?
You may continue with your
What?
examination.
Look at those binders of the divorce. Oh my goodness.
Ma'am, did you change your children's names after Dan Markel was killed?
About a year after I did.
In what way did you change their names?
I changed their last name and I changed my older son's middle name.
And you changed their last name from Markel to what?
To mine.
Adelson.
Mm-hmm.
Your name is Adelson. Adelson. To mine? No. What did you change it to? The question is, what did you change it? That's to mine. It's to Adelson.
Start by asking you about this email.
Then your son's middle name?
Dated July 3rd, 2014. What is this?
This is it looks like an electronic invitation for my dad's 70th birthday.
An Evite, right?
Yes.
And who sent the invitation to you?
Well, it looks like it's through the postmark.
I mean, who sent the party invitations out?
I don't remember if I helped with the Evite or if my mom did it. So I don't know if I sent it to myself or if it's from my mom.
Would you have sent it to yourself?
I'm a little better with tech stuff than my parents, so I might have helped them put together an Evite.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Who does it say is the host of the party?
Oh, my mom's the host. You asked who sent the email and I didn't remember. So my mom is the host of the party for my dad.
And to whom is the party invitation sent?
It's sent to me and my two children.
Okay. And this was sent on July 3rd, 2014, before the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then back up just a little bit here. This email, do you recognize this one? Are you able to read it okay on your screen?
I can read it okay.
All right. Who sent this email?
This is from, it says my mom, but it says Harvey Adelson. So again, I don't know which parent it's from.
Okay. If it was from Harvey Adelson, would he say Lincoln is going to be attending Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson?
I mean, it seems more likely somebody else would have written with his grandpa, but I don't know. I kind of write those things sometimes, like Lincoln will attend something with his mom and say my name. I know it's awkward to say it in the third person, but I don't think it's impossible.
Okay. But this reference to Lincoln Adelson did happen prior to the legal name change, correct?
Yes. No, I from the beginning, I was scared when I put them in school. And so I didn't legally change their name until a year after, but I was socially using my name for them.
And did that start as soon as their dad was killed?
No, it started when I had to register them for school.
And your mom helped with the registrations as well, didn't she?
I think I did the registrations myself.
What about here for flag football? Did your mom assist with that?
It looks like she did. There were some after-school activities.
Okay, and she registered your child under the last name Adelson, right?
Yes.
Where was Dan Markel buried?
In Toronto.
Were you or your children in attendance at his funeral?
No.
When was the last time you spoke to your mother, Donna Adelson, as we sit here today?
November of 2023.
Okay. And so she hasn't given you any information or advice about how to testify in court, has
No,
she?
ma'am. No.
What about, you did offer testimony in November of 2023 as well, right, on a related case?
Yes.
Okay,
October.
And did your mom, when you spoke to her in November of 2023, offer you any advice or thoughts about how you should act or behave or what you should say in court?
Yes.
She did.
She did.
And what was that?
I can't tell you I remember exactly, but she was hoping I would be supportive of my brother.
Okay. And do you know what her thoughts were afterwards?
I do.
Okay. And what were they?
She was devastated.
She didn't feel you were supportive.
No.
Were you in any way involved in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
No.
Did you maybe know it was going to happen, but not know the details?
I did not know it was going to happen, and I did not know any details.
Did you provide any information, even unknowingly in hindsight, that you think could have been used to assist the murderers?
I don't think so. I didn't provide any information.
What information do you have regarding your mother's involvement in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
I don't have information.
But you do admit that your brother said he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
I don't. I admit that my brother made a tasteless joke repeatedly about buying me a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
But then someone did hire a hitman who did kill Dan Markel, right?
Yes, that happened.
Was part of the plot to kill your ex for you to have plausible deniability or to know very little about it?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Were you shielded from the plot because, I don't know, you couldn't be trusted to keep a secret?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Why did you tell Investigator Isom in your law enforcement interview that you were worried the police, or you were worried, I guess, in the police car on the way to be interviewed, that you might be considered a suspect?
Because I couldn't think of anything bad going on in his life other than the divorce. And frequently the ex-wife is a suspect.
Were you treated as a suspect?
I was not.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you were approached at the restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
But they did reassure you that the kids were fine.
They told me that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car, they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay. So that you learned that information prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember allowing law enforcement to take possession of your computer in that interview?
I told law enforcement to search my phone, search my computer, search my house, search my car. I was trying to be helpful.
Do you remember saying that it was okay for them to take the computer and keep it even though you had work things on there because you didn't think you would be going back to work?
I remember thinking it wasn't important. I couldn't imagine. My life fell apart.
But you didn't go back to work, did you, at FSU?
I did actually go back, not physically present, but I was still on the FSU payroll until December of that year.
Okay. In that interview with law enforcement, did you suggest that your parents are people who may have been angry enough to kill Dan Markel?
I suggested a lot of people who could have been angry enough to kill Danny.
And were some of the people my parents?
Yes.
But you said in the interview that you didn't think they were capable of it, didn't you?
I did.
If your mom wasn't capable of it, did she have anyone that she could enlist to assist her?
I don't know.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought maybe a crazed friend or a former student.
It's not what you said, though, is it?
I don't remember exactly what I said first.
You said Charlie, right?
If that's what I said, then you have it there, but I don't remember who I listed first.
Okay, can you at least tell the jury you definitely did say Charlie as one of those people?
I did.
Do you remember saying, if somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law?
Yes.
And Isom says, regardless of who it is, and do you recall your answer?
I do recall my answer.
What was that?
I think I was hoping it wasn't anyone in my family, and so that idea that it was someone in my family gave me pause.
All right, but that wasn't your answer, was it?
I don't remember word for word what I said, but that was my sentiment at the time.
Was your answer for court and counsel, this is law enforcement interview page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Question, regardless of who it is. Answer, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother. Did you call your mom from the interview room at Tallahassee Police Department?
I did.
And did she answer the phone?
She did.
When she answered, did she advise you that your dad was in the shower?
I don't remember whether my dad was in the shower.
You asked her to sit down. Do you remember that?
I do.
And by asking her to sit down, would that signify to her that this was going to be something serious you were going to reveal or say?
I was concerned about her age and if she were standing that she could, hurt herself if she fell down.
Okay. And do you recall that she at that point asked if she could put you on speakerphone?
I don't remember, but that sounds plausible.
What was the purpose of putting the phone on speaker, if you know?
I would be guessing, but so my dad could hear too.
But wasn't dad in the shower, or you don't remember that part?
I don't remember if my dad was in the shower.
Was anyone else there to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Was Charlie there to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Did you ask your mom in that telephone conversation to tell Charlie what was going on?
I think I did. I didn't want to make any more phone calls.
And your mom took the news pretty well, didn't she, this phone call?
I wouldn't say she took the news well. I think she was upset.
Did you say something different in your law enforcement interview after you got off the phone with her?
I don't think I did. I don't think I said something like that.
Didn't you say, page 265, line 5 through 6, quote, my mom handled that pretty well?
I may have said that. I can check it. Can you tell me the line again?
Yes, ma'am. Page 265, line 5 and 6.
Yes, that's what I said.
And then page 280, line 22 and 23. Did you also say, well, my parents sounded really surprised, so that's at least a relief?
Yes, I see that here.
No further questions.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Waiting for the cross. This is actually a pretty serious cross here. It seems to me that Wendy Adelson spent more time defending herself. I was not involved with any plot to kill Dan Markel. The wife is usually treated as a suspect. That's why I said this. That it seems to me that that's why she was. That's really what she was doing here at the end, and also her mom. Just the mom keeping notes because she has a Google Calendar, but she keeps meticulous notes about Dan Markel's travel. Just a mom who knew Dan Markel was going to go to the gym the next day. Just a mom, Or is she Ma Donna Adelson?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
She's a Don.
Good
Here we
afternoon.
go. Let's listen to the cross. Jackie Fulford.
I represent your mother in this case. You've never spoken to me about this case, correct?
I have not.
I guess the best place to start is where you left off with respect to the comments that you made regarding your mother taking it well. When's the last time you listened to that call?
I haven't listened to it. You listened to the call I had with my mom. I've never listened to it.
Well, from the interview room, you've never listened to your interview?
I have read the transcript of my interview, but I never listened to my interview.
You don't recall the shock in your mother's voice when you told her what had happened?
I do think she was shocked.
You could hear that over the phone, correct?
Yes.
So many topics were covered, I'm going to have to kind of skip around, okay? Katie Magbanawa, Catherine Magbanawa, I guess people call her Katie. There was a picture of you with her at the beach, and there was another young lady there. You recall that?
I recall the picture, yes.
And that was Father's Day weekend, I guess, of 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think your testimony was that really you only knew her with Charlie, is that right?
That's right.
Was Charlie at the beach?
No.
Your mother wasn't there either, was she?
No.
And then I think you mentioned that you had a dinner with Katie?
And my brother.
Okay. Was that before you went to the beach?
It was a different time.
Do you recall if it was before then?
It was before,
Okay.
but several months before.
Several months before.
Mhm.
Okay. So if this was Father's Day, when do you think you actually met her for the first time?
I think I met her when I was doing the alternative spring break, so that's usually March or April.
Same year?
Same year.
And the dinner that was mentioned, is that the first place you ever met her?
That's the first place I remember meeting her.
And who all was there?
It was my brother and Katie and Jeff and I. Jeff
Mr.
Lacasse.
I'm sorry, how do you pronounce it?
Lacasse.
Lacasse. Okay, so the four of you were there. Your mother was not there.
No.
I want you to, it's been 11 years, so a lot I'm sure has happened to you in the past 11 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And your memory may not be as good as it was of things that happened back then, now that 11 years has passed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. As best you can, I want you to take yourself out of the year 2025 and go back to the years somewhere like 2010 through 2014 when Mr. Markel was murdered, okay?
Okay.
In that time frame are going to be most of the questions that I ask you.
Okay.
All right. I think you testified you had a brother, Charlie,
Yes.
and you have a brother, Rob.
Yes.
So that was a five-member family.
Yes.
Okay. And Rob's the oldest.
Yes.
Charlie's the middle.
Yes.
And you're the baby.
Yes.
Okay. And you grew up in a household where, was your mother working when you were younger?
No,
Okay. She stayed home with the kids.
she did.
And at some point, she went back into teaching, which is what she had done before she had her first child, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And she did that after you were in school, is that right?
yes,
And then you all went to school, grade school, high school, you grew up, right?
yes,
Each one of you went off to college.
yes,
Each one of you got a postgraduate degree.
yes,
So you're an attorney.
yes,
Charlie became a periodontist.
yes,
Which is someone who does surgery related to dentistry, correct?
yes,
And then Rob's a doctor as well.
yes,
And throughout the time that you all were going to college, your parents helped support you,
yes,
every one of you.
yes,
And you had a good childhood.
I did.
And your mom took good care of you all.
Yes,
She treated you well.
yes,
Very kind,
yes,
very loving,
yes,
very caring towards her family and others.
yes,
I think you once described her as being kind, empathetic, and very loving and sensitive person. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds right.
That she radiates positivity.
Yes,
She has a very loving and respectful and fun relationship with my dad. They are very much in love. Now it's been 54 years.
it has.
You said your mom was completely selfless.
Yes,
That's the opposite of selfish.
it is.
Means she's caring more about others than she does about herself.
Yes, ma'am.
And what she did was for others.
Yes,
Never doing anything for herself.
correct.
She was invested in your lives.
Yes,
I'm not sure
You
that
and
helps.
both of your brothers.
yes,
Okay. You were a close family.
yes,
And would you say she was a good mother to you?
yes, very good mother.
And a very good grandmother as well.
Yes,
When you had your first child, and you needed someone to help out, your mother came.
she did.
And she spent time there.
Yes,
And when the baby was crying in the middle of the night so that you could get some rest, she took care of the baby.
she did.
And she did that for both of your children.
Yes,
Fair to say that your mom has always been there for you when you needed her?
yes,
For little things and big things.
yes,
Now, you said that you testified that you left Danny in September of 2012. You recall that?
yes,
From September of 2012 until March of 2013, your mother actually spent quite a bit of time helping you with the boys in Tallahassee, correct?
she did. Yes,
She would go home and take care of things there, but she would return.
yes,
So a substantial amount of each month, she was there assisting you with the children.
yes,
While you were at work, she may take them to school. Is that correct, their daycare?
I don't remember that one, whether I dropped them at school or my mom did, but it's certainly possible that she took them to school.
She might have picked them up.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
She did some housework, cleaning up around the house.
yes,
She bought groceries.
yes,
She cooked.
yes,
She cleaned.
yes,
She was there for you because you had just left a marriage where you had a partner helping you, and now you were adjusting to being by yourself, correct?
yes,
Now, at the time, this time period we're talking about, your mother lived in, where did you say, Coral Springs?
Coral Springs.
And where is that in relation to Miami?
It's Broward County, so it's the county north of Dade County, which is where Miami is.
And in Broward County, that's like where Fort Lauderdale is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and their dentist practice that they had that's been referred to, Adelson Institute,
Yes,
that was located in Broward County, correct?
it was. Yes,
Not far from where your parents lived.
yes, in Tamarack, so close to Coral Springs.
Okay. And at some point, they got the place down in Miami, right?
Yes,
So what they were doing was they would work Monday through Thursday and stay at their home in Coral Springs, right?
mm-hmm.
And then
Yes.
they would go and spend the weekend at the place in Miami. Is that right?
I don't think every weekend, but some weekends.
Some of them. Okay.
Yeah,
And you visited there.
I did.
Now, when your mother would come up to assist you or just to visit with you and the children and Danny, did she drive typically or fly?
I think sometimes drive, sometimes fly.
Okay. And that's
Most of the time drive, I think.
most of the time drive. And that's almost an 8-hour trip, correct?
It is, yes.
And at the time that this occurred, your mother would have been, when Danny was murdered, she would have been, let's see, 64-ish?
That sounds right.
She's 75 now. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes she would rent cars, is that right?
Yes.
As opposed to driving her vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Your father came sometimes as well to help out?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about Mr. Markel for a few minutes. I think you said you met online.
We did.
But you were attracted to him.
Yes.
He was a handsome young man.
Yes.
You're a beautiful young woman.
Thank you.
And you got married.
We did, yes.
And there were times, I mean, we've heard about the divorce, but before the divorce, there were times where you had a happy marriage.
Yes.
And you all enjoyed spending time together.
Yes.
The two of you together and with your children.
Yes.
And even your parents who would come up and spend time with you.
Yes.
And your parents actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes, we went to Costa Rica.
And after the ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant, yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that Danny, I'm saying Danny because that's what people call him. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of him.
No, I called him Danny.
Okay. You would agree that he was very intelligent?
Yes, very.
He had 2 degrees from Harvard, correct?
Yes.
Undergraduate and law school.
Yes, ma'am.
He did a lot of writing.
Yes.
And at the time that he was murdered, he was a tenured professor at the College of Law here at FSU, correct?
Yes.
And becoming tenured is not like an automatic thing. You have to work towards that, right?
Yes.
It takes a lot of time.
It does.
A lot of effort.
Mm-hmm.
He put in a lot of work to gain that status.
Yes.
Okay. And he traveled to go and speak at different places, right?
Yes.
And he was well respected by his colleagues.
Yes, very.
Okay. And after he had children, those became the love of his life, didn't they?
Yes.
And even after you separated, I think you would agree with me that Danny made a great deal of effort to get as much time with his children as he could. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Even when it was your time to have the children, he would go to their preschool and visit with them there.
Yes.
He wanted to talk to them on the phone when he didn't have them.
Yes.
And he wanted to Skype with them,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that, I'm sorry, I'm old, but that involved like a computer where you can see each other while you're talking. Is that right?
I think now it's something you could do on the phone, but back then you needed a computer.
Okay. And you assisted with that?
I did.
Not necessarily the schedule he wanted.
I'm sorry?
You didn't necessarily keep the schedule that Danny wanted for Skyping, right?
I did try.
You tried?
Yes.
But that was one of the things you two bickered about.
It was.
Okay. And during the time that you were with Danny, your mother was always kind to him, wasn't she?
She was.
Before you got married to him?
Yes.
While you were married to him?
Yes.
While you were separated?
Yes.
And after the divorce?
Yes.
And there's been a lot of testimony and a lot of pictures put up, lots of things highlighted about the ugly things that your mother said about Danny during the course of the separation, the divorce, and the follow-up litigation, right?
Yes.
And you shared, as you've testified, some of the pleadings that were filed in your case.
Yes.
And some of the pleadings weren't very attractive towards you, were they?
No.
They described things that were derogatory towards you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the communications that you had with Danny during the separation leading up to the divorce and some thereafter were pretty critical of you, weren't they?
The communication on paper, which
Right.
was very different than the communication in person.
Right. But the paperwork was critical.
Yes.
And you shared that with your mother.
Yes.
And some of the things that he said to you in writing, whether they were communications or in the pleadings, upset you.
Yes.
Some of it was very upsetting to you.
Yes.
And you shared it with your mother, and then she became upset.
Yes.
And she said bad words.
Yes.
She called him a lot of bad names.
Yes.
She said ugly things about him.
Yes.
But not one single time did she ever suggest in writing or to you personally that Danny deserved to be harmed, did she?
Never.
Never said he needed to be killed.
Never.
Never suggested any harm to him in any way.
Never.
And those things that she said to you in the emails, the communications I assume that you all thought were between yourselves, you never shared those with Danny, did you?
No.
And during the separation, well, during the time you're married, we've already established, but during the separation, if Danny needed help with the children, your mother assisted him, didn't she?
He had called her and asked for help at various times, and she did.
And after the divorce, the same thing, correct?
He would call and ask for help, and she would help.
Let's see. Do you have State's Exhibit 60 up there?
I don't see anything that says 60 on it.
We can't use this book. What is this, JJ? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 60, and I think they refer to it as JJ.
Okay.
Okay. And this would be your, it's going to fall if you don't hold that
Okay,
side. I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
I can't get this over for some reason.
I can try.
But this has been referred to as the pleadings that are within your dissolution file.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to leave that with you. Okay.
Okay.
Could you look at that document, the JJ, please?
Yes. You want me to just keep reading through it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I want you to familiarize yourself with it.
All right, so the jury is probably staring at Donna right now, just like we are, looking at Wendy. Interesting cross, trying to suggest that all of these emails were really out of character.
I'm still reading through it. Should I continue to
I
read
just
to
want, you don't need to read every word. If you would just familiarize yourself so that you can recall the substance of that pleading.
Okay.
Suggesting that what the state read because divorce pleas were just out of character, that really, that in her 65 years and all the years of dealing with Dan Markel when he was alive, she treated him with nothing but respect. That would be Donna, despite the plea.
Okay.
So let's look
prior
in.
to you filing your petition for dissolution, do you want me to come and get that?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Prior to filing your petition for dissolution, what kind of experience did you have regarding divorce proceedings?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah,
So
sure.
prior to filing the dissolution of marriage,
Yes.
there weren't any divorce proceedings prior to filing.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is because you're an attorney, were you familiar with family law?
No,
Had you participated in any, helping anybody with their dissolution of marriage?
I had not.
Completely unfamiliar with the process?
I was unfamiliar with the process.
And that pleading that's before you, are you back on the front page of that?
I can get back to the front page.
Thank you.
I'm at the front page.
Okay. And could you read for the jury what the title of that pleading is?
Yes, ma'am. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
Doesn't say grandmother motion, does it?
No.
And in fact, the overwhelming majority of that motion relates to Danny's complaints about you and parenting issues, correct?
It does, yes.
And in fact, what they call the grandmother part of that motion is really Danny complaining about you not meeting the requirements of the right of first refusal, correct?
That's correct.
Because his complaint is that if you gave him the right of first refusal, some of the times he could take it and the children would be with him instead of the grandmother.
Yes.
It wasn't actually suggesting that from this point forward, your mother could no longer have anything but supervised visitation, correct?
I didn't see it that way.
Okay. And in any event, your mother never saw that motion, did she?
No, she did not.
May I approach? I'm going to take the book. I don't know if I'm going to give it back to you or not. That way it's not going to fall on you.
Okay.
Now, the state has referred to this bribe. You've heard him talk about that, correct?
I believe so.
They suggested, because I think there are emails that discuss this, about potentially offering Danny $1 million.
Yes.
And your understanding of what was trying to take place there, because you actually put that in writing, was it wasn't to take the children away from Danny, was it?
No.
It was in hopes that he would relocate to Miami as well, correct?
Yes.
And that although you would live separate lives, you could raise your children together, correct?
Yes.
Because there were more opportunities for him, Danny, to practice his Jewish faith in Miami than there is in Tallahassee, correct?
Correct.
They have kosher food in Miami.
Yes.
Lots of it.
Yes.
They don't have that in Tallahassee.
No.
And the $1 million offer was not to bribe him in what sounds like an illegal sense. It was an incentive for him to relocate himself to Miami, correct?
Yes. That was my understanding. Yes.
You lived there with him before.
Yes.
And he liked living there.
Yes, he
In
liked
fact-
it very much.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay. I was just saying he liked it very much.
In fact, he tried to get a professorship at the University of Miami School of Law.
He did.
And if he had gotten that, the plan between you and he was to stay in Miami, correct?
He would have, yes.
But he didn't get it. And so he had already been employed by FSU College of Law, right?
Yes.
And so you moved up here and finished law school, and you all remained in this area.
Yes.
So the $1 million would offset, as the state has mentioned, travel expenses if he moved there, correct?
Right.
He only taught 2 days a week, right?
Yes.
And so that would have given him the opportunity to live in Miami, but for the 2 days a week he needed to be in Tallahassee, he could take plane trips, right?
Yes.
And be here.
Yes.
And if you all had done that, he still could have enjoyed 50% parenting time with his children, right?
That would have been the same, yes.
It wasn't to take him away from the kids.
No.
The problem is the judge denied that and said, don't come back and ask to go to Miami. All right? So whatever she's saying, the plan
Talk about relocation more than once, but I just want to make sure I understand how that all came about, okay? So it was, you left the marital home in August or September of 2012?
I think it was September.
Okay, so you separated officially in 2012.
Yes.
By the time he was murdered, almost 2 years had passed.
Yes.
Okay. Do I understand it correctly that somewhere around October or November of 2012 that you interviewed for a job at a law firm in Miami?
I did.
And that was the Grossman firm?
I think it's Grossman and Roth.
Okay. And somewhere around December of 2012, they made you an offer.
They did.
And I don't need to know numbers, but was it substantially more than you were making in Tallahassee?
It was, and it was just more secure.
More secure. Okay. Not more money?
No, it was more money, but it just, more than anything, it was secure money as opposed to grant money that could be taken away.
Okay, so you were a professor also at the law school here in Tallahassee?
I was.
FSU?
Yes.
You were not tenured?
No, I was a clinical professor.
Okay, so being tenured means you have more stability in your job.
Yes, you have more job security.
Job security, okay. And so you got that offer in December, and sometime in January, you told Danny that you had a good job offer, correct?
Yes, I asked to meet with him, and we went to get coffee and talk about it.
Okay, and in part of that discussion, you asked him if he would consider all of you, not together, but all of you relocating to Miami, correct?
I did.
And he was going to consider that, correct?
He said he was considering it. He wasn't opposed to it.
Okay. You thought it would be good for all of you, correct?
I thought it could be.
Including the boys?
Yes.
He decided he didn't want to do it, right?
He changed his mind.
Okay. But you didn't change your mind, right?
No, I kept going with it.
So you filed a motion for temporary relocation, and you also amended your petition for dissolution to add relocation, correct?
I did.
Okay. At the time that you filed it, did you think you had a good shot at it?
I thought I had a shot. I didn't really know. It would depend on the judge.
Okay. And we'll go back to it later, but I guess on June the 18th of 2013, which would be right before your divorce was finalized, right? You had a hearing on your motion for relocation.
Yes,
And the state has already presented in its exhibits a copy of the order, and relocation was denied, correct?
it was.
Okay. And after relocation was denied, you and Danny were able to work out some kind of temporary schedule for the summer?
We were.
Okay. And then you proceeded forward, and there's been discussion. There was a mediation that did not resolve your divorce, but within a few days thereafter, you did come to an agreement with Danny, correct?
We did.
You agreed to all of the issues in the dissolution of marriage, right?
Yes.
Including how you were going to share time with him.
Yes.
Was it ever your intention in the dissolution proceedings, from the time that you moved out of your marital home, that you would actually take the children's custody completely away from Danny so that he couldn't see them?
No.
Did you always want them to be a big part of his life?
Of course.
He loved them and they loved him.
Yes.
I don't know about you, but I guess they're trying to exonerate Wendy. So if they exonerate Wendy, they exonerate Donna. The problem is that her ex-husband, father of her kid, was killed by a hit person hired by her brother, Charlie Adelson.
Yes.
So I'm not sure how far this is going to get. I'm ready to take a nap. I guess we have a comfort break here right now. Yeah. So talk to me about what you think about this cross-examination. I mean, you know, we know that Skype is going to be shutting down.
Thank you.
Or whatever.
You all can be seated.
The judge looks tired too.
Gentlemen, if your client does need to use a bathroom break at this point, this would be the opportunity to do so. We'll take a 5-minute break. Hopefully the jurors will be ready at that point. You can step down if you need to.
I'll wait. Thank you.
It's as I thought. This was a bathroom break. Maybe the client needs one, it looked like. Amy F. says, I feel that it's helping Donna to show a humanized side of her. Interesting. You probably agree with Michael Bryant then, that there's nothing. So the question then becomes, though, if you're going to exonerate Wendy and attempt to exonerate Donna, who then hired, where was the motive coming from? Charlie didn't alone have the motive. I mean, you know, Charlie was playing around with different women at different times, as Wendy just said that. He's not going to go out and just kill her ex-husband for no reason. Somebody has to have a motive that drives this homicide. And it has to be, in my opinion, either Wendy or Donna or both. So if you try to exonerate Wendy tries to exonerate herself, and then tries to exonerate Donna by saying, look, she had a good relationship, she took care of the kids, she did this, she did that. But then if that had such a good relationship, you wouldn't see those. I mean, you just don't have a great relationship in those emails that came back and forth that were then a lot of things incorporated using into the motions. I mean, the whole Hitler Youth thing and changing the kids' religion. I mean, this is, to me, while it may help her in one sense, I'm not sure it does anything for her in the other sense. But by the same token, Michael Bryant would argue that it's the prosecution burden to prove the nexus to Donna. So even if you believe Wendy's at fault somehow, maybe it's Wendy with her brother because she did have dinner with Katie and her brother at a different time, and she did go to the beach with Katie alone. So maybe the intent there is to show that it was with the brother, but then you still need Wendy, and she's letting Wendy kind of, as I said, exonerate herself and doing it so by then exonerating the client. So I'm not quite sure. I see the theme. But there's so much going on here, and you do have a hit that was planned, and you do have all that anger that she testified that the mother had. Very angry with Danny. All right, she was extremely angry with Danny. Very angry, I think she said was the words. That maybe it got more angry because she said, look, I treated him, I think in my mind, if I'm a juror, well, she could have treated him very nicely, which she thought was nicely, and then she feels betrayed by her son-in-law and ex-son-in-law to do these things to her daughter, who she as a mother-in-law treated, she in her mind, very nicely. So now she thinks of him as slime, as gibbers, as, we got to be tough when we got to fight this, and they're not going to beat an Adelson. To me, the changing of the child's name, obviously, whether Wendy changed her name or not, the children, obviously, his name was after their father, Dan Markel. Their names were Markel. And a year later, she changed it back. She said she was scared. Well, she couldn't have been that scared because she waited a year to use a pseudonym. And you could have registered as a pseudonym, explained to the school what was going on. They could have been registered as a pseudonym, registered really, but then use a pseudonym in class. I mean, there are courts that would have allowed that and all. And then with the younger son, apparently she changed the middle name, which it wasn't explained here, but all of you have said that the middle name of the younger son was a tribute to Dan Markel's grandparents, grandmother, as is in the Jewish faith. A lot of times you'll have names that be tributes to somebody who's deceased in the past, right? But that's to me, that's like really horrible stuff. That shows to me just like what you want the kids to remember their father. It seems to me, not be away from their father. Her explanation is going to say, well, I'm scared for the kids if they have the Markel name. Well, wait a second, the Adelson name is not exactly is out there too. I know. But mostly I see Jazz RN says he thinks that this does not prove murder and doesn't tie Donna right now. And that's Michael Bryant's feeling, that they haven't proved that Donna is tied to the homicide, and that this cross-examination, well, obviously the cross-examination is not going to do it, because why would you cross-examine and lay everything on Donna unless you're going to really throw her under the bus and say, she went out of her way to do this without me. I mean, that's, my mother's always been controlling and terrible, but that's not how she felt about her mother. She didn't feel her mother was controlling and terrible. That's not the relationship that has been presented. The relation that is presented is the mother has been controlling, and Wendy just ate it all up, and that's the way it is. So, I mean, I'm bothered by the changing of the name. I see that Michael Bryant has entered the studio. I'm hearing there he is. He's still in the mobile studio.
Yes, I don't know where the hell I am. I may never get there, but I had to stop and chime in on a couple of things, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'm going to let you chime. I've been talking.
Okay.
I'm going to take a nap.
Yeah, most people do when I start talking. Okay, so first of all, I think the cross-examination did what it had to. Clearly she's maybe not done, and we may have a little bit more. But here are the things I think she hit on that were important. And I heard you mention that if you can't connect Wendy or Donna to this killing, Charlie would not have done it by himself. I disagree with that. Charlie was let me help Wendy. Everybody's so concerned about Wendy. So between helping his sister Wendy and overall familial harmony, he did it. He wanted that done. He didn't need direction from Wendy. He didn't need direction from Donna.
Oh, wow.
I'm saying that's not inconceivable to me. And if I'm on the jury, if they can disconnect Wendy and Donna, I still see how it could have gone forward with just Charlie. That was my one point. The other point on the $1 million quote payoff, all I think she was trying to do was tell this jury that it wasn't a bribe. It wasn't like, here's $1 million, now cut ties with your kids. It was, as I'd heard them argue before, it was to offset the costs that he would have to incur because of the dual location, living in Tallahassee to teach, living in Miami or North Miami to be there for the kids. So I think she did a good job of doing that, to diffuse that it was a bribe, that it was really just a practical consideration that he would be able to now afford having basically two residences. And it's so important to remember that just because the motion to relocate was denied with prejudice doesn't mean that Dan Markel can't voluntarily change his mind. It's not like the court can tell him not to do it. If he changes his mind for whatever reason, because he gets that $1 million to help offset costs, then the court's going to say, well, fine, it's okay then. So I don't think that motion, which was granted, of course, with prejudice, which I got other issues with, that doesn't change his ability to voluntarily change his mind. And that was the idea behind giving him the $1 million.
Yeah. There's a question here, and I do want to answer it because legal-minded friends of Karen Cole, who's come into our chat today. So, Linda, do you think the judge who allowed the name change is wrong? I don't think the judge is wrong to allow name change. I just think that as a parent, when you've had the parent killed under these circumstances with kids who love the parent, it just seems like it's very cold, especially when you change the middle Jewish name, who's a tribute for the younger son, to a family member of Dan Markel. I think that just sounds extremely cold. I think the judge presented with circumstances, well, I'm going to be raising these kids alone and I'm scared to keep their names Markel, blah, blah, blah. The judge is going to change the name, right? There's no one to object to the name change. That's the other issue. There's no one there objecting.
That's true. And I do think it's important, even though she waited a year to do it legally, she said that from the very beginning, when she registered the kids in school, which was basically a month and a half, 2 months after the murder, she was using Adelson for the kids. She just didn't make it formal until a year later.
Yeah, and you can do that, even though their names are Markel, even though they have to have the regular birth certificates because they would be scared. But I just think it shows a coldness. That's my view. It shows an absolute coldness.
No doubt about it. So does that get you to plotting the whole murder? I mean, that's what the jury gets to decide.
Well, that's it. Is that the anger? But so she's disconnecting Wendy from the murder by disconnecting Wendy, and then Wendy's trying to disconnect her mother. The mother loved her, but the emails don't show that Donna, or as I say, Don.
Yes, I get that. She had a lot of conversations with Charlie, though, directly. Donna did. And so I don't know.
And that's who she called when the wire got tickled, when the bump happened.
Yes, that's right. Did she call Wendy when that happened? No, she called Charlie.
So what you're saying is Wendy could be exonerating herself and Donna and Charlie can still be guilty, is what you're saying.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, but why would I could see why the mother could possibly do it on her own, but Wendy's not being charged yet. Wendy's not charged yet. She's still got immunity. But I can't. I know you think Charlie would do it. I just don't think that Charlie would do it without the imprimatur of his mom, because mom seems to be very controlling here.
No doubt. And I'm not saying I'm sold on the idea that Charlie might be operating on his own to help the family, to help Wendy. I'm just saying it's not out of the question. And if I'm in a jury room, I might throw that out there as something to talk about.
And then I'd say, I don't believe it.
They might.
I can't.
One other person might say, you got something there, and we got a hung jury.
Well, that's what you're looking for as a defense attorney. You're looking first for the hung jury. You're looking for someone that said, yeah, this was evil, blah, 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 this is evil. And, I'm not going to go with, I'm not making a ruling on Wendy, because I think the jury they don't have to make a decision on Wendy. They don't have to decide whether Wendy's guilty. They just have to decide whether Donna was guilty, trying to help her daughter, who she felt was being mistreated by her ex-husband after being treated so well by them.
They may have questions about what Wendy's involvement is or isn't, but that's not for them to worry about. But they might be thinking about, I wonder what the deal is with Wendy.
Yeah, that's because they don't know she's testifying under a grant of immunity. They just know she's testifying. Remember, so
Yeah, and so they don't know. They don't know what her involvement is or isn't or will be. No, they don't. Okay, I just wanted to chime in. I'm going to get out of here again.
All right, keep going to that courthouse.
Hey, I heard you were ragging on me earlier. I wasn't looking very good. How maybe it's bad lighting. What's going on?
I did post one of these screenshots where you didn't look so good, and I said I really wanted to have time to compare it against Don, and I said, well, maybe this is how the cross is going.
Okay, all right, I'll remember that.
It's all in good fun.
All right.
In
Talk to you
case,
later.
in case a hit person comes to kill you. I don't want to be
Yeah.
involved here.
That's right. That sounds pretty malicious to me. All right.
Bye, partner.